Chapter 36. I want to resist. I refuse to accept this cruel training anymore. Wei, who straightened his neck and said loudly. Although he felt a little guilty facing Li Changsheng's gaze, he really couldn't stand this hellish life. Me too. Jin Wenwen echoed loudly. This kind of training was simply torture. She was in so much pain that she wanted to die. She did not want to continue, because she felt that if she continued, not only would she not be able to improve her strength, but even her physical and mental health would be affected. This coach was simply a devil. What about you? Li Changsheng looked at Wang Dongsheng. Wang Dongsheng opened his mouth and finally spoke. I'm not afraid of hardship, but I don't think this kind of training will help improve our strength. Indeed, after 3 days of training, apart from being covered in injuries, their physical fitness didn't seem to have improved. You want to end the training, right? Li Changsheng's gaze swept across the faces of the three. Yes. Wei, who was the first to nod. Then Jin Wenwen. In the end, even Wang Dongsheng acquiesced. But I said that after becoming my students, it's not up to you. A figure flashed, and then Wei, whose huge body flew out. Then Jin Wenwen, and then Wang Dongsheng. In less than a second, all 3 students were lying on the ground. Now, do you still want to end the training? Li Changsheng, you're too much. Wei, whose angry roar came from the combat room. Bang! He had just gotten up when he was sent flying again by Li Changsheng's whirlwind kick. Is this still too much? You, Wei, whose eyes widened. This time, Li Changsheng directly grabbed his ankle, and his 2-meter-tall body was swung up into the air. He flew more than 10 meters and hit the wall. Bang! The sound of him falling to the ground made the entire combat room tremble. Wang Dongsheng and Jin Wenwen, who had just gotten up, subconsciously swallowed their saliva. Too vicious and merciless. I think Coach Li is looking out for us. Let's continue the training. Jin Wenwen was the first to speak. Wang Dongsheng, who was next to her, was surprised at first, but then he reacted and echoed, I agree with Wenwen. Only then did Li Changsheng reveal a satisfied smile. At this moment, Wei, who crawled up from the ground with a pained expression. Li Changsheng glanced over and was so scared that his legs went soft and he fell to the ground with a plop. I agree too. Wei, who stuttered. Very good. It's good that you can understand my good intentions. Li Changsheng smiled faintly. Then let's continue with the training. Outside the door, Su Jing witnessed everything and couldn't help but shake her head. Her eyes revealed pity as she muttered, this Li Changsheng is simply crazy. With that, he turned around and left. Over the next few days, they began their dark training. On the 6th day, Li Changsheng officially announced the start of the real training. Wei Hu and the other 2 immediately despaired. In Li Changsheng's words, the previous deadly training was only a warm-up. Sure enough, the following movements were extremely difficult. Under the immense pain, Wei Hu was the first to pass out. In response, Su Jing directly suggested sending him to the hospital, but Li Changsheng refused. He slapped Wei Hu awake and warned him that if he dared to pass out again, he wouldn't give him food. Wei Hu was in complete despair. The high-intensity training day and night for the past few days had consumed a lot of his body functions. His appetite had skyrocketed every day. He felt like he could eat an entire cow. Not giving him food was worse than taking his life. Therefore, no matter how painful the training was, Wei Hu gritted his teeth and persevered, not daring to pass out. On the 7th day, even Wang Dongsheng finally couldn't take it anymore and passed out. In response, Li Changsheng directly poured a few pails of cold water on his face to wake him up. Then, he let him continue with the training. Women's bodies were naturally more flexible than men's. It wasn't until the 8th day that Jin Wenwen passed out. In response, Li Changsheng still poured 2 pails of cold water on her. Just like that, they were woken up after passing out. Sometimes, when their movements weren't up to standard, Li Changsheng would also kick them until they couldn't get up. When they woke up, they would be subjected to the cruelest punishment. In the end, no matter how much pain they were in, they didn't dare to let themselves pass out. This was because passing out didn't mean that they could escape the training. Instead, they would have to accept an even crueler punishment. You've reached the 4th level of the 12 sky art paintings. Not bad. On the 9th day, Li Changsheng nodded. Then, he asked Su Jing to keep an eye on their training while he left the combat room and took a taxi to Xinglong Street. Li Changsheng knew that Su Jing sympathized with the students, but he wasn't afraid that Su Jing would let them relax after he left. This was because Li Changsheng had already said that he would look at the camera when he returned. If they dared to slack off in their training, he would give them double the punishment. That day, Wang Dongsheng bought herbs from the 100 Herb Hall on Xinglong Street and consumed them. After half a day, his broken arm recovered. Li Changsheng remembered it in his heart. He felt that the reason why Wang Dongsheng could recover so quickly after taking the medicine was very likely because of this medicine shop. He took a taxi to the medicine shop of the 100 Herb Hall and found that the decorations here had a bit of an antique flavor. Even the signboard was made of wood. When he walked in, he didn't see anyone, but a strong herbal smell hit him in the face. "Is the shopkeeper here? Buy medicine." Li Changsheng shouted inside. He heard the sound of footsteps and then a very slender girl walked out. She was about 18 or 19 years old and was very beautiful. However, her face was cold and gave people a kind of indifference that kept people 1,000 miles away. Looking at the decorations of the medicine shop, he originally thought that it would be an old man with a white beard. He didn't expect it to be a beautiful girl. "Excuse me, are you the owner of this medicine shop?" Li Changsheng asked tentatively. "The boss has something to do and left. He will be back in a while. I am his sister. If you have anything to say, just tell me." The girl walked to the counter and looked at the account book on it. She didn't raise her head and said, "I want to get these medicines." Li Changsheng took out the prescription that he gave to Wang Dongsheng that day and put it on the counter. When the girl saw the prescription, she suddenly raised her head with a strange look in her eyes. "Where did you get this prescription?" "Of course it was made by a doctor." Li Changsheng shrugged his shoulders. "Which doctor? What's his name?" The girl's tone was very cold. She kept asking with a bit of an aggressive momentum. "What does this have to do with you?" Li Changsheng glanced at the girl's body with a playful look. From the moment the girl appeared, Li Changsheng sensed that she was not an ordinary person because he felt the circulation of true qi in her body. Although it was very weak, it was very pure. "Look away, or I will dig out your dog eyes." The girl frowned and a trace of fierceness flashed in her eyes. "Are you a descendant of Mount Shu or Kunlun sect?" Li Changsheng suddenly asked. The girl was stunned. Obviously, she was a little surprised. But then, a cold aura spread out from her body. A soft sword turned into a silver light in the air and stabbed at Li Changsheng's throat. Chapter 37. Qing Shui. "Stop." A loud voice came. A stone flew from a distance and deflected the soft sword when it was about to hit Li Changsheng's throat. A middle-aged man came over and looked at the woman with blame. Then he apologized to Li Changsheng. "I'm sorry. My sister is spoiled and almost hurt you." Li Changsheng smiled and said, "It's okay. You must be the shopkeeper of this medicine shop. I happen to have a prescription here. See if you can get these herbs." Li Changsheng took out a piece of paper from his pocket. It was full of the names of herbs. The middle-aged man seemed to be surprised by Li Changsheng's calmness. When he took the white paper in Li Changsheng's hand and saw the names of the herbs, his face suddenly changed and his eyes showed some surprise. "Brother, this guy doesn't look like a good person. He's not here to buy herbs at all. He might be that old bastard's man." With that, the woman raised the soft sword in her hand again. "Don't be rude." The middle-aged man looked at Li Changsheng deeply. Seeing that Li Changsheng's face didn't change from beginning to end, he said, "These herbs are scarce. I'll try to get them. Come back in half a month." After that, he turned and walked into the medicine shop. Li Changsheng's face showed a thoughtful expression. From the woman's swordsmanship just now, Li Changsheng could already be sure that she was from the Shushan sect. The middle-aged man who came later was even stronger. He was no less than a martial arts master in the world. He deliberately took out the prescription. All the herbs recorded on it were spiritual herbs that were more than 500 years old. If an ordinary medicine shop saw these herbs, they probably wouldn't have heard of them. It seems that the brother and sister are also people with stories. Now I can be sure that the herbs they gave Wang Dongsheng must be spiritual herbs. That's why Wang Dongsheng was able to recover overnight. But why did they do this? I'd like to see what tricks you're playing. Li Changsheng smiled and turned to leave. A long time after Li Changsheng left, the sound of conversation came from the medicine shop. Brother, why did you stop me just now? This person recognized our identity. It's hard to guarantee that he won't tell that old bastard. Although your worries are not without reason, you might be able to easily kill him. However, we cannot afford to offend the person behind him. Who's behind him? Ding Qingxue asked doubtfully. A few days ago, when that student brought me that prescription, I discovered that it was very likely to be an immortal prescription, so I purposely gave him many spirit herbs as ordinary herbs in order to lure out the person behind him. Although the person who came today looks like an ordinary person, the prescription he took out is even more terrifying. The herbs on the prescription are all rare spirit medicines. Moreover, if the medicine is refined according to the prescription, it is very possible to refine a spirit pill. It's obvious that whether it's the student a few days ago or the young man who came today, there must be a super powerful person behind them. The two of them are just pawns used by the other party to test us. We can't afford to offend such a person. Since he didn't directly attack us, it means that he doesn't take us seriously. Why don't we return the favor and get all the spirit herbs he wants for him? Maybe we can use this opportunity to make friends with the senior behind the two of them. A strong person who can casually take out an immortal prescription. If he is willing to help, then our chances of revenge will be much higher. Li Changsheng didn't know that the brother and sister guessed that there was a strong person behind him. At this moment, he had already left Xinglong Street and returned to Qingju University. In the training room, Wei Yihu and the other two were still numbly repeating their movements. These days, they had undergone dual physical and mental training. At this moment, each of them was like a walking corpse. They constantly reached the limits of their physical and mental bodies, but they didn't even dare to faint. Seeing Li Changsheng come in, Su Jing hesitated for a moment, but still said, "Coach Li, I can understand your anxiety about the assessment, but if you continue to train like this, there will be a big problem." "What big problem can there be? It's just that their strength has increased by 3 times compared to before," Li Changsheng said. "Haha. 3 times?" Su Jing couldn't help but add sarcastically. "What I see is that they can suddenly die at any time." "Is that so?" Li Changsheng clapped his hands. "Come here." The 3 people who were training were still repeating their movements, as if they didn't hear him. "Come here." Li Changsheng spoke again. This time, his voice was like thunder. Only then did the 3 people wake up from their dream and obediently walk to Li Changsheng and stand in front of him. "Now, I announce that you have practiced the 12 days technique to the 4th level. You can rest now. Go back and have a good sleep to replenish your body and recover to your best condition. Then, report to the training room tomorrow morning. I will test your bodies." "What? We can rest?" Wei Yihu and the other 2 were a little stunned. They wondered if these words came from the mouth of this demonic coach. "That's right. You can rest now." After receiving Li Changsheng's nod of confirmation, the 3 people were so excited that they were about to cry. This hellish training was finally over. Then, the 3 people were afraid that Li Changsheng would go back on his words, so they rushed out of the training room one after another. After the 3 people left, Su Jing said coldly, "Test their bodies tomorrow. I want to see what results you can get from these few days of training." The next morning, Li Changsheng was the first to arrive at the combat room. Then, Su Jing walked in with a cold expression. She didn't speak to Li Changsheng. She just crossed her arms in front of her chest and waited quietly. A few minutes later, Wang Dongsheng, Wei Yihu, and Jin Wenwen appeared one after another. "There is a strength testing machine and other equipment over there. Teacher Su Jing, please test it for you." After Li Changsheng finished speaking, he crossed his legs and squinted his eyes, as if he didn't care about the results of the test. Wang Dongsheng and the other 2 walked with Su Jing to the gravity machine to test their strength with a suspicious look on their faces. After 9 days of continuous training, their spirits were about to collapse. Yesterday, they went home and had a good night's sleep. When they woke up in the morning, they felt refreshed. However, they didn't think that these 9 days of hellish training would make their bodies stronger like Li Changsheng did. 10 minutes later, the three finished their test. When Su Jing compared the comprehensive data on the computer with their previous records, the three people, including Su Jing, were all stunned. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Because whether it was Wang Dongxing, Wei Hu, or Jin Wenwen, just in terms of strength alone, they were more than 3 times stronger than before. Their muscle strength was even more exaggerated, reaching 5 times stronger than before. It's only been 9 days. It's only been 9 days. Everyone was stunned. I said that if you guys train these 12 days to the highest level, each of you will be a peerless expert. This is just child's play. Li Changsheng's faint voice came. This time, no one questioned. Everyone's eyes were filled with fanaticism. In just 9 days, their strength had improved to such an extent. If they really practiced this body refining technique to the highest level, it would be unimaginable. This time, Li Changsheng didn't need to say anything. The three people took the initiative to start training. As long as they weren't fools, they should know the value of such a magical thing. Li Changsheng nodded with satisfaction. He knew that even if he didn't supervise them in the future, he would train them well. Su Jing next to him stood still like a wooden sculpture for more than 10 minutes before she reacted. She walked to Li Changsheng and stammered, "Coach Li, how did you do it? Can I treat you to a meal?" Chapter 38. Forget about the meal, I'm not hungry. Li Changsheng said with a slight smile. Seeing Wang Dongsheng and the others consciously training, he knew that he didn't need to supervise them, so he directly turned around and left the combat room. Behind him, Su Jing was so angry that she stomped her feet and gritted her teeth. This bastard, this is the first time this great beauty took the initiative to invite someone to a meal, and I was actually rejected. Is he trying to play hard to get? I'm just curious about the mystery of the training method. What a toad. At this moment, Li Changsheng had already walked out of the gymnasium and was planning to go straight back to the dormitory, but he was blocked by a group of people. You must be Li Changsheng, Coach Li. The leader was an old man who looked to be in his 50s, with a head full of white hair, wearing a pair of civilized glasses, and holding a walking stick made of Phoebe Jiannan wood. Refined scum. This was the first thought that surfaced in Li Changsheng's mind. May I ask who you are? Li Changsheng asked doubtfully. I'm Shen Donghai, the executive vice president of Qingju University. As he spoke, he took the initiative to reach out his hand to Li Changsheng. So you're the bastard who wanted to mess with me? Li Changsheng said casually, and Shen Donghai's face immediately darkened. The rest of the people glared at Li Changsheng, especially one of the 1.8m strong men. He clenched his fist, giving people a sense of oppression. Hee. Shen Donghai laughed dryly twice. Coach Li's words are really humorous. Say it, why did you stop me halfway? Looking at your scheming appearance, it can't be a coincidence, right? Hearing Li Changsheng's words, Shen Donghai's cheeks twitched. Why is this bastard's words so unpleasant? He took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to beat up Li Changsheng, and said with a fake smile. I want to discuss something with Coach Li. Tomorrow is the day of Coach Li's assessment. During the assessment, the higher-ups will be present. I hope Coach Li can cooperate with me and tell the higher-ups that the reason you were able to become a coach at Qingju University was because of Principal Chen Ligua. If Coach Li can do as I say, I am willing to give Coach Li a reward of 100,000 yuan after the matter is done. What if I say no? Li Changsheng sneered. If you say no, do you see this gentleman beside me? He is a real boxing champion. His golden belts are hanging all over the wall. His greatest achievement was killing a cow with 1 punch. If you don't do as I say tomorrow, I will ask you to have a match with him on the grounds that I doubt your strength. By then, this boxing champion of mine may accidentally cripple you. Are you threatening me? Li Changsheng continued to sneer. You can think of it that way. Shen Donghai narrowed his eyes slightly. Well, in that case, I promise you. But how can 100,000 yuan be enough? At least 300,000 yuan? Shen Donghai didn't seem to expect Li Changsheng's attitude to change so quickly. He was a little stunned, but he quickly smiled and said, I like smart people like you. But I can't give you 300,000 yuan all at once. I will first transfer 150,000 yuan to your card as a deposit. After the matter is done, the other 150,000 yuan will immediately be transferred to your account. Okay. Li Changsheng told Shen Donghai the bank card number that Chu Yaotian gave him. In front of Li Changsheng, Shen Donghai transferred 150,000 yuan to Li Changsheng. Vice President Shen, happy cooperation. Li Changsheng took the initiative to pat Shen Donghai's shoulder, and then walked towards the dormitory with a smile. After Li Changsheng walked far away, Shen Donghai sneered. Mr. Shen, are you really going to give 150,000 yuan to this kid for nothing? This kid agreed so quickly. Is he going to betray us? How dare he? Shen Donghai snorted. You know Ah Ming's strength. If he betrays us, I will let Ah Ming cripple him on the spot. Tomorrow, you will see. I will definitely ruin Chen Ligua's reputation. Then, the position of Qingju University's president will be mine. After that, Shen Donghai left with his subordinates. Not long after, a figure peeked out from the corner. After confirming that Shen Donghai had left, she patted her chest and let out a sigh of relief. It was Su Jing. This Li Changsheng is really a villain who forgets righteousness at the sight of profit. I didn't expect him to become a coach by relying on Headmaster Chen's relationship. But now, he was bribed with 300,000 yuan and wants to frame Headmaster Chen. He is simply a bastard. It turned out that Li Changsheng had just rejected Su Jing's treat. Su Jing was also not in the mood to stay in the combat room, so she followed Li Changsheng and left the gymnasium. Just as she was about to go out, she happened to see Shen Donghai and Li Changsheng talking about something. She quietly approached. After hearing the content, she was furious. What a villain. I thought he was a good coach. I have to tell Headmaster Chen about this. Su Jing muttered and turned to leave. When she looked up, she saw a sturdy figure blocking her way. She turned around and saw Shen Donghai looking at her sinisterly. Teacher Su Jing, where are you going? It just so happens that I have something to tell you. What is it? I don't have time right now. With that, Su Jing turned around and ran towards the gymnasium. There were many teachers and students there, so Shen Donghai did not dare to act recklessly. But just as she took a step, she was grabbed by the neck by the boxing champion named Ah Ming, and was pulled back like a chick. Teacher Su Jing, don't be anxious, okay? Let's have a good talk. The next morning, all the training teams in the gymnasium stopped training. According to the opinions of Vice Headmaster Shen and many school leaders, they wanted to assess the new coach of the combat team. They also invited several big shots from the city. In the gymnasium's hall, several conference tables had been set up, and Chen Guoli was personally accompanying them. Su Jing also appeared, but there were two strong men in black beside her. Su Jing had 2 dark circles under her eyes, and her face was anxious. She wanted to go over and say something to Chen Guoli, but when she saw the 2 strong men's threatening gazes, and remembered what Shen Donghai said to her before she came. If she dared to expose Shen Donghai's conspiracy, then her 6-year-old brother who was still in kindergarten, and her retired mother would definitely be in danger. In the end, she lowered her head. All right, everyone quiet down. Next, we will assess the new coach of the combat team. A middle-aged man stood up. He was one of the leaders in charge of the assessment this time. As everyone knows, this combat team will be representing Qingju University and the whole of Qingju to participate in the National University Combat Competition. The competition is to select talents for the country. The final champion will directly join the national team, so we have to be careful in the selection of the combat team's coach. After that, the gymnasium immediately quieted down. 3 members of the combat team stood up. There were specialized personnel to check their physical indicators. Who is the new coach of the combat team? Not only do we need to assess the combat team members, but more importantly, we need to assess the new coach's ability. After that, many people turned their heads to look, but they didn't see Li Changsheng's figure. The crowd started to discuss. That leader couldn't help but frown, and looked at Chen Guoli. Headmaster Chen, what is going on? Chen Guoli's face was also a little ugly. He had already called Li Changsheng a few times, but no one answered. This coach Li must have been delayed on the way. Chen Guoli could only explain. There was already a lot of discussion below. What's going on? Could it be that the new coach of the combat team is not good enough, so he doesn't dare to show up after hearing about the assessment? I heard that the new coach is a young man around 20 years old. He must be scared. Chapter 39. Why hasn't that coach shown up yet? Don't tell me you're really scared. A young boy. I heard that he became a coach through the back door. Now that he heard about the assessment, he is so scared that he doesn't dare to show up. I don't know where he is hiding, shivering. The coaches and students of various sports teams were watching. A few of them who had seen Li Changsheng before made disdainful comments. They didn't believe that Li Changsheng could have such a high combat ability at such a young age. Coach Li is a really capable person. In the crowd, the PE teacher Wang Jian defended Li Changsheng. He didn't believe that Li Changsheng didn't show up because he was scared. He knew Li Changsheng's strength. He was a person with real ability. Several leaders sent by the higher-ups also showed displeasure on their faces. If this new coach wasn't scared, then it was unreasonable for him to be late for such an important occasion. After all, only leaders had the right to be late. Hula. The crowd automatically made a path for him. Li Changsheng walked over at a leisurely pace. I'm really sorry. I was hungry on the way, so I went to buy breakfast. Sorry to keep you waiting, Li Changsheng said with a smile. The leaders of the school and the city didn't look good. Doesn't this guy know how important today's assessment is? Doesn't he know that so many leaders are waiting? It's too much for him to be late for breakfast. Haha. Chen Ligua coughed twice to attract everyone's attention. He said, since Coach Li is here, then the assessment can begin. As he spoke, he looked at Shen Donghai. Everything today was planned by Shen Donghai. Naturally, it was up to Shen Donghai. Chen Ligua didn't care. He saw the boxing champion next to Shen Donghai. In fact, he didn't have much hope for Li Changsheng. But even if Li Changsheng couldn't pass the assessment, it didn't matter. He hired Li Changsheng as a coach. There were no problems with all the procedures. Moreover, he had already helped Li Changsheng with the coaching qualification certificate. It was flawless. Shen Donghai wanted to borrow Li Changsheng to deal with him, but it was obvious that he had the wrong idea. Coach Li, according to some people, you became the coach of the combat team through the back door. You don't have the ability to be a coach at all. A middle-aged man stood up. He did not have a good impression of Li Changsheng, so he went straight to the point. Next, we will test you. Before the test, I have a few questions to ask you. The middle-aged man looked straight at Li Changsheng. He was invited by Shen Donghai and had a deep relationship with Shen Donghai. Moreover, he had dabbled in psychology before. When he spoke, he kept staring at Li Changsheng's face, trying to find some clues. However, he was soon disappointed because Li Changsheng's expression was calm and unhurried, and there seemed to be nothing unusual about it. There were only two possibilities for this situation. The first was that Li Changsheng was a real talent. The second was that his psychological ability was very strong and he hid himself very well. It was very difficult for outsiders to see through him. No matter what the situation was, it showed that Li Changsheng was not simple. What is it? Ask away. Li Changsheng said calmly. Okay, then let me ask you. Before you became the coach of Qingju University's combat team, did you have any relevant coaching experience, or did you have any glorious achievements in the field of combat? For example, the boxing champion we invited today, Ah Ming. He once won a 90 kilograms gold belt, had a record of 39 consecutive victories, and also severely injured a Muay Thai boxing champion in the Sino Thai Boxing Championship. You can casually name 3 of these achievements to prove your qualifications. Of course, these achievements must be real and we can check them. After the middle-aged man finished his question, there was a burst of surprise around him. I knew this tall guy was not ordinary. It turns out that he is so powerful. I watched the Sino Thai Boxing Championship match. The Muay Thai boxing champion was beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Compared to this boxing champion, this coach Lee seems to be a weakling. Hearing the discussion around them, the middle-aged man, Shen Donghai, and the others showed a proud look. Especially that boxing champion, his face was full of arrogance. His reputation was built on his fists. Chen Ligua, on the other hand, shook his head and smiled bitterly. He did not have much hope for Li Changsheng. He only hoped that Li Changsheng could name one or two achievements that could be considered good enough to not embarrass him too much. Under everyone's gaze and waiting, Li Changsheng shook his head directly. No. What? The middle-aged man suspected that he had misheard. Everyone else also opened their eyes wide. I said no. Don't you understand? Li Changsheng's words caused another uproar. Are you kidding me? No. I'm dying of laughter. This guy actually said it so confidently. Everyone said that he came in through the back door. Now it seems that it is true. But I heard that he beat up 3 students and sent them to the hospital. Don't listen to hearsay. That might be fake information that he spread. But I clearly saw the ambulance that day. Could it be that the 3 students were cooperating with him to put on a show? Everyone was talking about it. Shen Donghai nodded to himself. He felt that this coach was really smart. What he had said was a foreshadowing for the subsequent framing of Chen Ligua. He secretly gave Li Changsheng a look of appreciation. Chen Ligua's face was ugly. No achievements. What kind of person did Mr. Chu recommend to me? I've really embarrassed myself today. At this moment, Shen Donghai raised a sharp question. Coach Li, since you don't have any records, how did you become a coach at Qingju University? Please tell the leaders here the truth. Otherwise, we will suspect that your qualifications are fake and there is fraud. Shen Donghai's words fell into silence. What's going on? Are we going to dig out who he got in through the back door? Su Jing also clenched her fists and bit her lips. Everyone knew that the main event was coming. Chen Ligua turned his head and looked at Shen Donghai. He finally understood. The real purpose of the other party's actions today was to mess with him. He saw the slightly proud smile on Shen Donghai's face and had a bad feeling. It's because of my strength. Li Changsheng's faint voice sounded. Chen Ligua breathed a sigh of relief. Su Jing's eyes showed surprise. Shen Donghai, who was sitting behind the table, stood up with a bang and then a cold light appeared in his eyes. This guy took 150,000 yuan from me and betrayed me in the middle of it. He clenched his fists and the veins on his face were exposed. He said in a threatening and cold voice, Coach Li, I think you should tell the truth. With your strength. What strength do you have? Of course I have strength. Vice President Shen, don't you think that your words are gloomy, like a eunuch? What did you say? Shen Donghai was furious. Okay. Coach Li, since you said so, don't regret it. I request that he be assessed immediately. As he spoke, he pointed to the boxing champion, Ah Ming. Everyone should know Ah Ming's strength. As the coach of the Qingju University fighting team, I think that even if Coach Li's strength is not as good as Ah Ming's, it can't be too far away. So I request that the 2 of them be allowed to learn from each other. The boxing champion, Ah Ming, did not speak. He walked directly to a row of elastic steel plates in the field, on which hung a gravity measuring device. Everyone focused their eyes on the gravity scale, not understanding what he was going to do. Ah Ming took a deep breath, raised his fist, and punched the gravity scale. Boom! With a violent sound, the number on the gravity measuring device kept changing. The force reached more than 800 pounds. 800 pounds was equivalent to the force of a car hitting a person at 40 kilometers per hour. Many people gasped in shock. This also meant that the other party could break a person's bones with one punch. After punching, Ah Ming showed his explosive muscles and cast a provocative look at Li Changsheng. Coach Li, do you still stand by your words? Shen Donghai said coldly. Chapter 40. Haha. Li Changsheng sneered and hooked his finger at the brawny boxing champion, Ah Ming. Then, he gently raised his middle finger, causing an uproar. What is he doing? Is this a provocation? He clearly saw Ah Ming's powerful strength and still dared to do such a thing. Is he trying to provoke him? It seems that this new coach of the fighting team is also a ruthless character. He's got guts. Humph. You're digging your own grave. Shen Donghai's eyes flashed with a cold light. At the same time, he gently knocked on the table 3 times. This was the signal that he and Ah Ming had agreed on. The number of times he knocked on the table represented the strength of his attack on Li Changsheng. 3 consecutive knocks meant that he wanted to cripple Li Changsheng. Shen Donghai was really angry. He was cheated of 150,000 yuan by Li Changsheng and betrayed halfway. He had always been the one to scheme against others. Now, he was being played by someone else. In that case, let's start the assessment. The middle-aged man said after asking for Shen Donghai and Chen Ligua's opinion. Ah Ming, be gentle. Don't kill this skinny coach Li, Shen Donghai said gloomily. What he meant was that it was okay as long as he didn't die. Chen Ligua, who had always known Shen Donghai well, had a worried look in her eyes. In the crowd, Su Jing's face was full of confusion. She didn't expect Li Changsheng to not do such ungrateful things. But this guy wants to challenge this boxing champion. Can he really win? This boxing champion's titles and achievements just now seemed to be very awesome. She was very worried about Li Changsheng, but she also knew that it was useless to worry. She could only pray silently in her heart. Not only Su Jing, but many people were not optimistic about Li Changsheng's chances. After all, just from the difference in appearance and body shape, the two were not at the same level. A martial arts star once said that although martial arts were powerful, the innate difference in physical strength could not be overcome. This was also why formal martial arts competitions were set up according to the weight of the contestants. Lightweight contestants and heavyweight contestants were not allowed to fight each other. Now Li Changsheng was obviously a lightweight, while boxing champion Ah Ming was a heavyweight. Even if they had the same fighting experience and skills, Li Changsheng's odds of winning were very low. Moreover, in everyone's eyes, boxing king Ah Ming not only had an absolute advantage in terms of physical strength, but also in terms of fighting experience and skills, he was much better than Li Changsheng. Nobody could have imagined that a skinny guy who didn't even have a decent record could defeat a seasoned boxing champion. You may begin. As the middle-aged man's words fell, everyone present held their breaths and stared at the field. Just now, boxing champion Ah Ming had punched out with 800 pounds of force. Many people saw the numbers above, and almost no one thought that Li Changsheng could fight against him. Fist King Ah Ming had a hideous grin on his face. He clenched his fist, which was as huge as a lump of iron and was covered in a thick layer of calluses. His muscles were hard and gave off a powerful impact. Kid, I'll let you have a taste of what it means to live a life worse than death. Ah Ming licked his lips with an arrogant look. He didn't take Li Changsheng seriously at all. Li Changsheng didn't make any more provocative moves. He just looked at his opponent quietly. The fact that his opponent could get so many boxing champion gold belts meant that he had a certain level of strength. Li Changsheng could tell that his opponent had practiced overt strength to the extreme and had developed his body's potential to a very high degree. However, it was still not enough to catch Li Changsheng's attention. Although he had only recovered a little of his cultivation, his strong physical body would still make many combat experts feel despair. Blockhead, are you sure you want to fight me? If I do, you may not be able to get into the ring for the rest of your life. As his voice fell, everyone present was a little surprised. At a time like this, Li Changsheng still dared to talk so arrogantly. Shen Donghai even had a cold smile on his face. Boxing King Ah Ming was completely enraged. He suddenly raised his fist and slammed it down on Li Changsheng's face. Bang! At that moment, Li Changsheng stepped on the ground and slid to the side. It was as if his feet were glued to a spring as he dodged Ah Ming's attack. Then, he stepped on the ground again. Like an arrow leaving the bow, he took advantage of the opening left by Ah Ming's punch and stabbed forward. His body created a sonic boom in the air, like a whip cracking in the air. It was fine if he didn't move, but once he moved, it was like a thunderbolt. Li Changsheng went from dodging to attacking in one go. Especially because of the sonic boom caused by his fast movement, his momentum was even more terrifying. At this moment, everyone who didn't think highly of Li Changsheng subconsciously felt their hearts tighten. Boxing King Ming didn't expect Li Changsheng, a skinny guy, to suddenly attack. The power he released was like a landslide or a tsunami. It was simply unstoppable. When he punched just now, his body revealed a large gap. It was too late to pull back now. He could only turn to the left and raise his right leg in an attempt to use it to withstand Li Changsheng's power. Bang! Li Changsheng's punch landed on Ming's leg, and only a crack was heard. In an instant, Ming's leg bent into a terrifying arc. Then, he flew to the side and hit the pillar of the stadium. His face revealed a painful expression. At this moment, Li Changsheng followed like a shadow. With a stride, his body swept up in the air and his fist came down from the air. He was like a ferocious tiger released from its cage, carrying a violent, murderous aura. This punch was aimed directly at Ming's head. Judging from the sound of the fist in the air and judging from the strength of the previous punch, Ming knew that if he was hit, he would at least suffer a concussion. In the worst case, he might even die. Li Changsheng showed unparalleled power as soon as he attacked. Just listening to the sound made people tremble with fear. Ming was so scared that his face turned pale. He subconsciously raised his arms to form a cross to block. His leg was in excruciating pain. He only hoped to block Li Changsheng's attack and then admit defeat. He swore that Li Changsheng was definitely the most terrifying opponent he had ever met. He never expected that Li Changsheng's thin and weak body would have such terrifying power. Although Li Changsheng used less than 1% of his strength in this punch, when he was at his peak, his physical body could shake mountains. 1% of his strength was not inferior to a high-speed train. One could imagine what would happen if a person's arm was run over by a high-speed train. Ming didn't even feel any pain from the punch. Instead, he heard a crisp crack. Both of his arms broke from the middle as if they had been cut by a sharp knife. They were flung to both sides, revealing white bone stubble. Then, blood spurted out from the wound. When Fist King Ming saw that his two arms had completely disappeared, his eyes widened in horror as he let out a blood-curdling scream. Chapter 41. All the teachers and students gasped and felt a chill run down their spines. Shen Donghai was so scared that his hands were shaking. Li Changsheng stood in the middle of the field like a demon god. Everyone who was caught in his gaze felt as if they had fallen into a cold cellar. It was too terrifying. They had seen people break bones with one move, but they had never seen someone break two arms with one punch. How powerful was that? Under the horrified gazes of everyone present, Boxing King Ming fell to the ground and screamed like a pig being slaughtered. My arm, my arm. Get the infirmary people here. Chen Ligua was the first to react and gave the order. 10 minutes later, the infirmary people rushed in with a stretcher. Ming had already fainted from the pain. After a moment of panic, Ming was carried away. Everyone present looked at Li Changsheng with fear. This boxing king invited by Vice President Shen is too weak. I haven't even warmed up yet. Li Changsheng shrugged. You, Shen Donghai stammered. He originally wanted to say a few tough words, but when faced with Li Changsheng's calm gaze, he couldn't bring himself to be tough. You just hit out 800 pounds of strength, and you dare to provoke me? Are the boxing kings nowadays so cheap? Li Changsheng shook his head. Under everyone's gazes, he walked to the power tester, rubbed his fist, and then suddenly hit the steel plate in front of him. Clang! The powerful sound wave reverberated in the gymnasium and made everyone's ears buzz. A series of numbers kept jumping on the monitor of the tester, and then it exploded with a bang. When the sound subsided, many people looked at the place where Li Changsheng had hit the steel plate on the tester and gasped. That was because a hole had been punched through the 5 cm thick steel plate. This is equivalent to the power of an armor-piercing bullet. Is he still human? At this time, Li Changsheng opened his mouth and revealed his white teeth. The quality of the gravity tester is too poor. Many people felt powerless. It was not the quality of the gravity tester, but his strength was inhuman. This was what many people were thinking, but they did not dare to say it out loud. This new coach was too fierce. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that someone had broken the gravity tester. That, the middle-aged man in charge wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He didn't know what to say. This guy was too scary. Just as the field fell into silence, the teacher who led the 3 members of the combat team to test their physical fitness came back. When he saw the strange atmosphere in the field, he was a little confused. He looked at the leader sitting in the middle and said, "Director Yang, the physical indicators of the 3 students have been tested." As he spoke, he passed a folder to the other party. Only then did Director Yang react. He took the folder with trembling hands and slowly opened it. "How is it?" Shen Donghai asked subconsciously. Now that the boxing champion was dead, he could only count on the results of training the students. At this time, Director Yang had calmed down a little. After looking at the indicators, he took a deep breath and passed the folder to Shen Donghai with a cold face. This time, he came to investigate because he received a report from Shen Donghai. However, the situation at the scene was very different from what Shen Donghai had described. Shen Donghai took the folder. When he saw the numbers on it, he exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Many people were puzzled. They did not understand what had happened. Then, after everyone read the contents, they were all in disbelief. Li Changsheng had been the coach of the combat team for less than half a month, and the physical fitness of the 3 members had increased by more than 3 times. In the past, the 3 of them were at most equivalent to ordinary professional fighters. However, the data now showed that each of them was not inferior to the boxing champion Ming. This was simply a miracle. Vice President Shen, please clarify things before inviting us here in the future. If something like this happens again, I will have to suspect that you are not suitable to be a vice president. Director Yang snorted coldly. Shen Donghai used his connections to find him. Originally, he did not want to offend Chen Ligua. However, after Shen Donghai's assurance and words, he reluctantly agreed to do the assessment. However, he did not expect the outcome to be like this. It made him very angry. "Wait a minute, Director Yang. This Li Changsheng attacked on the spot and injured Ming. This is considered intentional injury. He should be arrested. There is a disability quota in the arena. Moreover, before the competition, it is fair by the authoritative department. Shen Donghai, you have really disappointed me." Director Yang left with a cold face. The leaders who came with Director Yang looked at Shen Donghai meaningfully and then left one after another. Shen Donghai was considered a junior in their circle. Originally, because he was well-behaved, tactful, and capable, he was seen as someone who could be supported. However, when the incident happened, Director Yang was the first to be harmed. They felt that they should re-evaluate Shen Donghai's ability. After the leaders all left, Shen Donghai slumped in his chair. Today, it could be said that he went for wool and came back with the rice. Not only did he not pull Chen Ligua down, but he also ruined the image that he had painstakingly created. Alright, today's assessment ends here. I now announce, Chen Ligua was about to speak when Shen Donghai's eyes suddenly revealed a resentful light. "Wait a minute. I heard that Li Changsheng injured a student a few days ago. No matter how strong a coach is, he is still unqualified." Hearing Shen Donghai's words, Chen Ligua's heart thumped. Before this, he was afraid that Shen Donghai would make an issue of this matter. Now, his worries had come true. "I think it is understandable for a coach to sometimes give appropriate corporal punishment to students," Chen Ligua said. "Appropriate corporal punishment? I don't think so." Before this, Shen Donghai had carefully investigated Li Changsheng. The information he received was that Li Changsheng carried out cruel training on the students. Often, the wails of Wang Dongsheng and the others could be heard from the combat room. There were also sounds of resistance and cursing Li Changsheng as the devil. "President Chen, you said that it was simple corporal punishment, but I heard that it was inhumane torture. However, no matter what you or I say, it is useless. We still have to listen to the opinions of the students. How about this? Let's let the 3 students say whether they agree to let Li Changsheng be their coach or not." Shen Donghai saw that he could not defeat Chen Ligua today, so he vented all his anger on Li Changsheng. He was determined to make sure that Li Changsheng would not be able to become their coach. This, Chen Ligua was somewhat hesitant. Su Jing had reported Li Changsheng to him more than once, saying that Li Changsheng tortured the students and ignored their human rights. Although he did not go to Li Changsheng because of Elder Chu, he could guess that Wang Dongsheng and the others had long hated Li Changsheng to the bone. They could not wait for this devil coach to leave as soon as possible. Li Changsheng, oh Li Changsheng. Although I did not expect you to be so strong, even I find it hard to agree with your behavior. You are indeed not suitable to be their coach. Chen Ligua thought this in his heart and sighed. The students and teachers of the other sports teams around also looked at Li Changsheng with schadenfreude. They had all trained in the same gymnasium. Although they didn't know what had happened in the sparring room, they had all heard the screams of Wang Dongsheng and the others during those few days. Wei Hu, Wang Dongsheng, Jin Wenwen, don't be afraid. Tell everyone, are you willing to let Li Changsheng be your coach? Shen Donghai asked. The stadium fell into silence. Everyone looked at the three of them, waiting for their answer. Wang Dongsheng and the others looked at each other. Wei, who was the first to stand up and said rather angrily, I think Coach Li is the best coach. His teaching method is also the most suitable for us. I, Wei Hu, am here to declare that whoever dares to slander Coach Li will be beaten up until they cannot take care of themselves. Chapter 42. Our combat team can only have one coach, and that is Li Changsheng. Wang Dongsheng, with a cool face, also said loudly, Coach Li is the most suitable coach for us. If anyone asks Coach Li to leave us, I will be the first to disagree. Jin Wenwen also expressed her strong stance. This time, everyone present was a little confused. What's going on? Could it be that all three members of the combat team have masochistic tendencies? Chen Ligua was also surprised, but still let out a long sigh of relief. Shen Donghai, on the other hand, was completely dumbfounded. How is this inconsistent with the information I received? This Li Changsheng is clearly very popular among the students. He glared at one of his subordinates next to him. He was the one who heard the news, and now the result of the scene caught him off guard. If that's the case, then I have nothing to say. Shen Donghai clenched his trembling hands, leaned on his walking stick, and left with the help of his subordinates. Today, he had completely failed. Most importantly, the 150,000 yuan had been transferred to Li Changsheng's account. This damn kid. Shen Donghai muttered, his eyes full of hatred. After Shen Donghai left, Chen Ligua said, Coach Li, congratulations. After that, he left with a face full of joy. He had fought with Shen Donghai for so many years, and this was the first time he saw this opponent flustered and exasperated. After all the school leaders had left, there was a sudden burst of noise in the field. Everything that had happened today was too amazing. To be able to witness such a scene made them feel more excited than watching a blockbuster movie. Everyone, please be quiet. At this time, a school teacher hurriedly returned. I hope that everyone can keep what happened today a secret. Don't spread it out. This is Headmaster Chen's intention. Indeed, breaking someone's arm in combat would definitely cause a commotion in society if it were to spread out. After that, the teacher looked at all the coaches present. Please restrain your students. If today's news gets out, you will be responsible for the consequences. After that, he turned around and left. The field suddenly fell into a short silence. It was really a sullen thing to not be able to tell others such news. Li Changsheng, on the other hand, nodded in satisfaction. He only wanted to be an ordinary student, so this was the best outcome. All right, you've been training for a few days, so I'll give you a few days off. After a few days, the training will continue. Li Changsheng said to Wei Hu and the others. Yes, coach. The three of them replied in unison. Of course, they were very happy to have a few days off. They had been mentally and physically tortured for the past few days. However, when they thought about how they would miss out on a few days of training, they felt a little regretful. Although the training under Li Changsheng was very cruel, the pleasure of improving one's strength was something that other activities could not bring. After arranging the three students, Li Changsheng turned to leave the gymnasium. At this moment, a figure suddenly walked in, and the noise at the scene stopped for a moment. The figure didn't seem to have expected the stadium to be so noisy, but she still saw Li Changsheng standing in the center, surrounded by the crowd. Li Changsheng, my grandfather came to school. He wants to see you. The person who walked in was none other than Chu Yaotian's granddaughter, Chu Meng. Chu Meng was one of the 4 goddesses in the school forum, and was also the dream lover of many students. She was equivalent to a star in Qingju University. No wonder everyone had such a big reaction when she appeared. You're about to meet the parents. Li Changsheng was in a good mood today, and said with a joking tone. Who knew that Chu Meng's face suddenly turned red, and then she turned and walked out of the gymnasium. What's going on? Many of the boys present were confused. This guy can't really be having an affair with Goddess Chu, right? Seeing how Goddess Chu covered her face and left, it was obvious that she admitted it. Oh my God. My heart hurts. Many of the boys who saw Chu Meng as their dream lover felt their hearts break at this moment. The beautiful school belle is taken just like that. Such a juicy cabbage was eaten by a pig. Although this pig is very strong, he's not as handsome as me. Many people were wailing. Li Changsheng's face also froze, and he seemed to realize that his joke was a bit too much. Because he quickly realized that countless hateful gazes fell on him. Sure enough, the hatred between male animals was naked. In the crowd, Su Jing's eyes also revealed a strange expression. No wonder I was rejected when I invited him to dinner. So Chu Meng, one of the 4 goddesses in the school, is actually his girlfriend. But it seems that my appearance and figure aren't any worse than Chu Meng's. Hey, what am I thinking? How can this cow dung be worthy of me? Li Changsheng didn't know that a certain girl in the crowd was having complicated thoughts. Because of his powerful fighting strength, no one dared to jump out and fight him. But because of the countless murderous gazes, it still made him uncomfortable, and he hurriedly walked out of the combat room. Why is your grandfather looking for me? After Li Changsheng came out, he saw Chu Meng waiting for him not too far away. Don't you know what he's doing? Li Changsheng, did you say something you shouldn't say to my grandfather like Xiao Chan said? Otherwise, why would he repeatedly hint to me to be your girlfriend? This, Li Changsheng awkwardly scratched his head. He was also speechless. He didn't think that Chu Yaotian, this guy, would actually randomly matchmake a couple. Although this Chu Meng's looks weren't bad, he didn't even think in that direction. You misunderstood. I didn't say anything like that to your grandfather. It's probably because your grandfather thinks that I'm too outstanding and doesn't want you to miss out on this rare opportunity. You think you're outstanding? Chu Meng had the urge to laugh out loud. Everyone said that a cow dung that didn't want to insert a flower wasn't a cow dung with ideals. But such a confident cow dung still made her feel helpless. My grandfather is waiting for you at the sports field. I won't go over. Also, it's impossible between you and me because you're not good enough for me. Chu Meng was a kind woman, but she felt that she had to be a bit more heartless to Li Changsheng. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to stop this guy's thoughts. Her grandfather's constant whispering in her ear really made her feel annoyed. Xiao Chan is right. If you don't feel anything, you have to reject him immediately. Men can't be too nice, otherwise it's easy to give them the wrong impression. Chu Meng thought. Li Changsheng shook his head and walked towards the sports field. In his thousands of years of life, Li Changsheng had been rejected by women before. But this was the first time that he was not good enough for someone. Back then, he fell in love with Jiao Chan at first sight. But Jiao Chan said that she liked that guy Lu Bu. Although that guy was called the #1 war god of the 3 kingdoms, he was still beaten to the point that he couldn't move for 3 months. Unfortunately, that girl had already given her heart to someone else. In the end, he could only sigh that they were not fated to be together. Li Changsheng shook his head. He couldn't bear to look back on the past. Why would he suddenly think of something so long ago? Could it be that after waking up and falling asleep for so many times, he also felt lonely? Chapter 43. On the field, Li Changsheng saw Chu Yaotian standing by the woods. Chu Yaotian was wearing a Chinese tunic suit. His hair was white, but he was full of energy. After seeing Li Changsheng, he hurried over. Mr. Li, you're here. Why did you come to the school to look for me? Li Changsheng asked faintly. I heard from my student that the school is going to assess you. It's too much. I've already criticized him and that Shen Donghai. He and Chen Ligua have been fighting openly and secretly. I can't be bothered. But if he dares to provoke you, I'll make him disappear from the world immediately. Speaking of this, Chu Yaotian exuded an awe-inspiring aura like a lion. Although he looked old, the aura of a king had penetrated deep into his bones and would leak out inadvertently. Chu Yaotian had been operating in Qingju for many years. He was like a retired emperor. He would only bow and bend his knees in front of Li Changsheng. To others, he was definitely a super big shot. Forget it. He's just an ant. Li Changsheng waved his hand casually. As long as he doesn't provoke me, I'll spare his life. Yes, Mr. Li Chu Yaotian realized that he had lost his composure and hurriedly returned to his previous state. Other than this, is there anything else? Li Changsheng asked faintly. There's one more thing. Chu Yaotian wanted to say something but stopped. It's like this. I didn't dare to tell anyone about your return, but someone happened to pass by Qingju. I had to tell him that he's waiting outside Qingju University. If you don't want to see him, I'll ask him to leave immediately. You're referring to Xiao Shu, right? Li Changsheng smiled faintly. When you were in prison, it was Xiao Shu who saved you. I know you've always remembered this kindness. So when he asked about me, you had to tell him, right? Yes. Chu Yaotian lowered his head and said. In front of Changsheng, he was like a primary school student who had made a mistake. I can't blame you for being grateful. Since he's here, let him in. Yes. Chu Yaotian was pleasantly surprised. He hurriedly took out his phone and made a call. A few minutes later, a group of people walked over in a grandiose manner. When he turned around, he saw a middle-aged man in his 50s. He walked like a dragon or a tiger, with an imposing aura. Heavenly King Xu Xiaolin, China's famous business emperor with hundreds of billions of assets. The Xu Group under his name was known as China's commercial aircraft carrier. However, when he stood in front of Li Changsheng, he instantly lowered his arrogant head. His voice was emotional, almost choking with emotion as he said, Little Xu pays his respects to Sir. 30 years ago, when Xu Xiaolin made his fortune, he became a financial giant in the Jiangbei area within 3 years with his powerful means and courage. At the same time, a guy named Jiyu Mangong and a man named Kai Yu grew up in the same barbaric way. They quickly rose in the south of Anhui province and the northwest of China. The most unexpected thing at that time was that the three of them announced that they had a common master, Li Changsheng, almost on the same day. The name was known throughout the country. However, one day, the name suddenly disappeared without a trace. Many people were saying that Li Changsheng might have been secretly killed by these three powerful subordinates. After all, these three people were fierce man-eating tigers, ambitious and ruthless characters. Only Li Changsheng's followers knew the details. Sir, Xu Xiaolin still wanted to say something. However, Li Changsheng waved his hand and said, Okay, don't be sentimental in front of me. Since you have come to see me and now you have seen me, you can get out if there is nothing else. Xu Xiaolin was one of Li Changsheng's most loyal followers and his confidant. However, now that he was reborn, he just wanted to live a normal life. Therefore, even if he was reborn, only Chu Yaotian knew about it. He didn't tell Xu Xiaolin and the others. Sir, Chu Yaotian has already told me your intention. I dare not disturb you at will. However, after so many years, you have to let me show my filial piety. As he said that, he waved his hand. The group of arrogant subordinates behind him all walked over in unison. Hurry up and greet Sir, Xu Xiaolin said coldly. Although the subordinates were very confused about who this young man was and why their boss was so humble, they didn't dare to neglect him. They shouted in unison, Hello, Sir. Okay. Li Changsheng saw that many students around were looking at him strangely. He hurriedly stopped him and said, Little Xu, you just can't change your nouveau riche habit. It's hard for me to keep a low profile. Hurry up and tell your subordinates to withdraw. Yes, Sir. Xu Xiaolin waved his hand. Suddenly, the strong men in black hurriedly hid in the woods. Seeing that there were still many people looking at him curiously, Li Changsheng smiled bitterly and said, "If there is nothing else, get out of here. Don't come to school to bother me in the future." However, Xu Xiaolin smiled. He understood the meaning of Li Changsheng's words. Don't bother Li Changsheng if you don't have anything to do. It's not that you can't come to see Li Changsheng. This sentence made him happier than earning tens of billions a day. "Sir, I brought you a lot of gifts this time. A limited edition Rolls-Royce, watches, tea, health products." Okay. Li Changsheng hurriedly interrupted. "These things are of no use to me. Do you have a house in Qingju? I need a big house, preferably a villa." "Yes, of course." Xu Xiaolin hurriedly nodded. "I have a big villa in the central area of Qingju. No one has lived in it for many years. I'll immediately get someone to clean it up and send the property tomorrow." "All right, the property certificate isn't important. Didn't you bring me some tea leaves?" "In a while, let a subordinate send it to my dormitory. The other things are useless. You can take them back." "The car," Xu Xiaolin said in a begging voice. "Sir, please accept the car as a means of transportation." "No, I'm a student driving a luxury car. I can't keep a low profile even if I want to. Except for the tea and the villa, I don't want anything else." After that, Li Changsheng waved his hand. "I'll call you if I need anything in the future, but don't come to school to find me without my permission. Do you hear me?" "Got it." Xu Xiaolin nodded and looked at Li Changsheng with a face full of reluctance. "Hurry up and get lost. If you stay any longer, I'll become a celebrity in school." "Okay." Xu Xiaolin waved his hand again and the group of subordinates in the woods walked out in an orderly manner. Then, he bowed to Li Changsheng and left with his subordinates. At this moment, on the field, a girl was holding a book and reading as she walked. When she saw a group of strong men in suits, led by a spirited middle-aged man, walking past her, she couldn't help but be surprised. In particular, she noticed the watch on the middle-aged man's hand. A few days ago, she accidentally saw a replica on Daobao with a price of more than 60,000 yuan. It seemed to be exactly the same as the one on the middle-aged man's hand. Looking at the other party's imposing manner, the watch on his hand should be the real one. A replica is more than 60,000 yuan. How much would the real one cost? I don't know which rich parents came to see their son. Their family must be at least a billionaire. Lu Yarrow muttered as she walked a few steps and saw Li Changsheng standing there. Could it be that those people have something to do with Li Changsheng? Soon, she overturned this idea. If Li Changsheng had such a rich family, how could he be so low-key? His clothes were plain and simple, and he didn't even have a decent accessory. That person definitely wasn't looking for him. I'm just a step late. Otherwise, I could see whose family is so rich. Maybe I can have a chance encounter with him. Although Lu Yarrow had a rich boyfriend, Ma Liang, that guy was too fickle and made her feel very insecure. She didn't mind finding herself a spare tire. Of course, the spare tire must be of good quality. A short and poor man like Li Changsheng was certainly not in her scope. In Lu Yarrow's words, this was not power and money, but a reasonable use of the advantages given to her by God. As for love, hey, love without material things is just a plate of loose sand, scattered by the wind. Chapter 44. Returning to the dormitory from the sports field, his 3 roommates were there for the first time, but the atmosphere in the dormitory was gloomy. What happened? Did you guys fall out of love? Li Changsheng smiled and sat on his bed. He took out a Chunghwa cigarette and lit it. He picked up a box and showed it to his 3 roommates, but they shook their heads at the same time. After a full minute, Jiang Dao let out a long sigh and said, "Changsheng, your situation is not good." "How is it not good?" Li Changsheng asked with a smile. He had already guessed that with Dao Jiang's power, it would not be easy to settle things for him. "Sure enough," Dao Jiang said, "I told my dad, but he said that the Qin family is too powerful, and you beat up Qin Yi and Qin Xian. He can't say anything." "It's okay." Li Changsheng smiled. "I've said it before. A mere Qin clan is nothing in my eyes. You don't think that you are not afraid of anything just because you have good martial arts. In this world, Martial arts alone is not enough. Beside him, Zhong Xiaofeng and Yang Fan also shook their heads. All right. Different situations call for different measures. I'm not afraid, so what are you guys afraid of? Jiang Dao sighed again. But although my dad can't help, I thought of a friend. He's from the underworld and knows people from all walks of life. I heard that he has some friendship with Qin Yi. If I can't help, I can ask him to see if he can help. Hearing Dao Jiang's words, Li Changsheng directly refused. I never ask for help. Dao Jiang seemed to have known that Li Changsheng would say that, so he hurriedly changed his words. It's not a request. Let's go and find out. He and I used to be classmates in elementary school. His family is in the real estate business, and now he is studying at the tourism college. Dao Jiang was a rich second generation and knew a lot of people in Qingju. The friend he was talking about came from a family similar to Dao Jiang's, but he knew a lot more than Dao Jiang. Li Changsheng originally didn't want to go. The Qin family wasn't worth his attention. However, Jiang Dao had good intentions. In the end, he couldn't refuse and followed Jiang Dao to a coffee shop in front of the school gate. Not long after Jiang Dao and Li Changsheng waited, a silver-grey Maserati sports car stopped and a tall young man stepped out. She wore a gold watch on her wrist and a pair of sunglasses on the bridge of her nose. She had long hair and gave people a very fashionable feeling. Changsheng, this is He Chuan, young master He. He's the primary school classmate I told you about. He then introduced Li Changsheng to the other party. This is Li Changsheng. Although young master he was only a third-rate person in the circle of rich second-generation heirs in Qingju, in his opinion, a poor kid like Li Changsheng was still not qualified for him to pay attention to. Therefore, he only nodded slightly at Li Changsheng, then sat down boldly and crossed his legs. At the same time, he snapped his fingers at the waiter and asked for a cup of milk tea. From then on, he didn't even look at Li Changsheng. Young master I told you about this friend of mine on the phone. He offended young master Qin. Can you help mediate between them? Originally, Jiang Dao and He Chuan's status was similar. However, after all, he was asking for help, so his status was much lower. I'm afraid that's not easy. He Chuan lit a cigar and took a puff before saying, to be honest, although I've hung out with young master Qin a few times, you should know that my family's power is several levels lower than young master Qin's. However, I know a person who owns a bar in the east of the city. He's called Billionaire. Young master Qin often goes there to hang out and has a good relationship with him. If you can't do it, you can go and beg him. However, he's greedy and lecherous. It's okay. As long as I can help my brother solve this matter, it doesn't matter if I have to pay some money. Jiang Dao said. Okay, let's go. The three of them left the coffee shop and quickly drove to Billionaire Bar. Because it was daytime and the bar wasn't open yet, there were only a few waiters on duty when they entered. He Chuan should be a regular here. As soon as he entered, the waiters greeted him. So it's young master He. Welcome. I'm looking for your boss, Brother Kuan. Is he here? Yes, of course. I'll go and get him for you. The waiters quickly ran upstairs. After a while, a middle-aged man in pajamas appeared at the stairs and walked down unsteadily. He was bald, and there was a crescent-shaped scar on his forehead. However, it wasn't in the middle, but at the corner of his eye. It was very ferocious, like a centipede. He Chuan whispered to Jiang Dao and Li Changsheng, Brother Kuan is a big shot in the underworld. He cares about his face the most. We can only sit after Brother Kuan sits down. After that, Jiang Dao hurriedly stood up. Li Changsheng sat on the sofa motionless. He Chuan couldn't help but frown. However, Brother Kuan had already walked over. He couldn't say anything and greeted him with a smile. Oh, Brother Kuan, it's already so late in the morning and you're still sleeping. It seems that I've disturbed your beautiful dream. Oh, it's young master He. Why are you looking for me so early in the morning? Brother Kuan went up and held young master his hand. He patted young master his shoulder with his left hand and looked at Li Changsheng and Jiang Dao in confusion. When he saw Li Changsheng sitting there, he wondered which family's young master was so arrogant. This is Jiang Dao, the young master of the Jiang group. This is He Chuan scratched his head. This is Jiang Dao's roommate. Indeed, he forgot what Li Changsheng's name was. Brother Kuan curled his lips and sat down. He was an old fox. From He Chuan's introduction, he knew that these two people didn't have much weight. He thought that the person sitting there was a young master from some family, but it turned out to be a country bumpkin who didn't know the rules. Young master, you don't come here for no reason. Why are you looking for me? Brother Kuan took out a cigar. He Chuan lit it with a lighter before sitting down. It's like this. My friend is in the same school as young Master Qin. He offended young Master Qin. Brother Kuan, you have a good relationship with young Master Qin, so I want you to make peace. I see. Brother Kuan nodded. It's a small matter. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers and the waiter immediately walked over. Boss. Serving tea to our friends. You don't have any sense at all. Yes. The waiter nodded respectfully. Soon, a pot of jasmine tea was served. Li Changsheng happened to be thirsty and drank 3 cups in a row. Brother Kuan didn't say anything, but the disdain in He Chuan's eyes grew. A country bumpkin. He probably hasn't drunk any good tea. How can he drink jasmine tea so well? Tell me, how did he offend young Master Qin? Brother Kuan crossed his legs and kept shaking. Is it because he didn't know young Master Qin's identity and offended young Master Qin? In Brother Kuan's eyes, these people at most offended Qinyi because they couldn't open their eyes. This kind of thing was easy to settle with his face. He Chuan knew his character. Since he brought these two people here, the money must be a lot. Yeah, Jiang Dao, you said that your friend offended young Master Qin. How did he offend him? He Chuan asked. Jiang Dao called him and vaguely said that he offended young Master Qin. He didn't say anything specific, so He Chuan thought it was nothing serious. That, my friend accidentally hit young Master Qin. What? He Chuan was shocked and suddenly sat up straight. The cigar in Brother Kuan's hand fell to the ground. Chapter 45. What? Young Master He and Brother Kuan were shocked. Someone dared to hit young Master Qin in Qingju. Brother Kuan took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He arched his body from the sofa and sized up Li Changsheng. Young man, you dare to hit young Master Qin with your physique. My friend knows kung fu. Jiang Dao also wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and explained. He didn't dare to tell He Chuan the details because he was afraid that He Chuan would know that Li Changsheng hit young Master Qin. Knows kung fu? Brother Kuan snorted. Young man, have you heard that those who know kung fu die quickly? You're out of your mind. Brother Kuan, can you help me? I'm willing to pay any amount. Jiang Dao said. How much? It doesn't matter how much you hit young Master Qin. Just wait for someone to collect your corpse. Brother Kuan stepped on the cigar and extinguished it as he shook his head. If that's the case, we won't disturb you. Li Changsheng stood up and pulled Jiang Dao to leave. Wait. Brother Kuan said coldly. You hit young Master Qin. With my relationship with him, I can't let you go so easily. Jiang Dao's expression froze. Li Changsheng's eyes showed a hint of playfulness. Brother Kuan, Jiang Dao was interrupted when he was about to say something. Originally, with my relationship with young Master Qin, since you're here, I can't let you leave. However, young master, he introduced you to me. I, Kuan, can't break the rules. How about this? This brother drank a lot of my tea just now. You can leave some money for the tea before you leave. Jiang Dao didn't dare to neglect He Chuan's words about Brother Kuan's greedy and lustful personality. He quickly opened his wallet and took out a stack of money and put it on the table. It was about 3,000 to 4,000 yuan in thickness. Not enough. Brother Kuan shook his head and didn't even lift his eyelids. This, Jiang Dao gritted his teeth and took out the rest of the money and put it on the table. It added up to about 10,000 yuan. Are you trying to dismiss a beggar with this little money? Brother Kuan slammed the table and glared. Jiang Dao was so scared that his hands trembled. Brother Kuan, this is all I have. I see that the watch on your hand is not bad. This, Jiang Dao was somewhat hesitant. This watch was a birthday gift from his father, and it was worth more than 100,000 yuan. However, seeing Brother Kuen's unkind expression and He Chuan's nonchalant expression, Jiang Dao clenched his teeth and took off his watch. Just when he was about to put it on the table, a hand suddenly grabbed his wrist. He looked up and saw Li Changsheng shaking his head at him. "You don't have to give him a watch." After saying that, he directly grabbed the stack of money on the table and stuffed it into Jiang Dao's hands. "Don't give him a single cent. 10,000 yuan for 3 cups of lousy tea is not enough. Is he trying to rob me?" "What did you say?" Brother Kuen raised his eyebrows, and his eyes revealed a hint of viciousness. "Brother, why don't you find out about my brother Kuen's identity? Since you're not willing to spend money to avoid disaster, then don't leave today." As soon as he said that, he heard a series of footsteps coming from upstairs. Soon, more than 30 burly young men rushed out from the stairs. Among them was a guy with earrings and dyed blonde hair. At first glance, it was obvious that he was the leader. With a beer bottle in his hand, he aggressively walked over. He came up and grabbed Li Changsheng's collar. "Brat, how dare you talk to Brother Kuen like that? Are you looking for death?" In response, Li Changsheng did not say anything and kicked the guy's lower abdomen. The guy took a step back, and at the same time, he suddenly grabbed the glass bottle of tea and smashed it on the guy's head. Crash! Hot water and glass shards fell from the guy's head. At the same time, blood dripped down from his colorful hair. "You could dare to hit me," the young man cursed. Just as he was about to get angry, Li Changsheng grabbed his hair and pulled him down. Li Changsheng then used his knee to hit the young man's nose. As soon as Li Changsheng let go, the young man fell to the ground. He took down the guy who was the leader of Brother Kuen's underlings in one move. Li Changsheng's actions were clean and efficient. Before Brother Kuen and his underlings could react, Li Changsheng had already snatched the beer bottle from the blonde's hand. Catcher! The bottle broke on the coffee table. He stepped on the coffee table and pressed the glass bottle in his hand against Brother Kuen's chin. "Brother Kuen, I don't have anything to worry about. The only good thing about me is that I have guts. Do you want to know how it feels to have a hole in your neck?" Li Changsheng's actions completely stunned Brother Kuen. His body stiffened. "Quick, let go of Brother Kuen. Brat, put down the beer bottle, or I'll kill you." Brother Kuen's underlings shouted. Brother Kuen's eyes flashed with coldness. "Little brother, you've got guts. I, Kuen, have been in the underworld for so many years, and this is the first time I've been threatened. Do you think I'm scared? I don't know if you're scared or not, but I know that if you continue to spout nonsense, I'll poke a hole in your neck." Li Changsheng pushed his hand forward. Brother Kuen was so scared that his neck retreated and pressed against the sofa. The glass shards cut his skin and blood flowed out. At this moment, Brother Kuen's head was covered in cold sweat. He was scared out of his wits just now, and his heart skipped a beat when he looked at the young man's eyes. He thought that Li Changsheng was just scaring him, but now he wasn't sure. He didn't dare to take the risk. If this guy really did come, a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. "All of you, back off." Brother Kuen ordered his underlings. He then said to Li Changsheng, "Brother, you can go now, but I'll remember what happened today. Remember your mother." Li Changsheng put the beer bottle back. Just as Brother Kuen let out a sigh of relief, he suddenly grabbed the ashtray on the coffee table and smashed it on his head. This time, the ashtray didn't break, but Brother Kuen's head was bleeding. "Brother Kuen, I'll teach you a lesson. Don't be so shameless." After saying that, he pulled the stunned Jiang Dao and strode out of the bar. From the beginning to the end, none of his underlings dared to block the way. He Chuan, who was standing on the side, was scared like a puppet. His hands were trembling. "This guy is too cruel. Brother Kuen, are you okay?" After Li Changsheng walked out, several of his underlings reacted and hurriedly went forward to support Brother Kuen. Brother Kuen covered his head and scolded, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and chase after him. Kill this kid." "Yes." The underlings hurriedly nodded and chased out the door. Just as they went out, they saw a trash can flying towards them. The person in front was directly hit and fell to the ground. Then, they saw Li Changsheng standing at the door of the bar. He pointed at the dumbfounded underlings and scolded, You still dare to chase after me? If you come out again, I'll cripple you. Do you believe me? Standing at the door, he had the aura of one man guarding the pass. Brother Kuen's underlings were dumbfounded. It was their first time seeing such a fierce person. After beating someone in someone else's territory, he didn't run away. Instead, he blocked the door and yelled. Seeing their dumbfounded look, Li Changsheng showed his middle finger. Then, he strode into Jiang Dao's BMW and drove away. By the time the group of underlings reacted, Li Changsheng was already nowhere to be seen. Chapter 46. Changsheng, you're in big trouble this time. I know you're good at fighting, but that Brother Kuen is from the underworld. People like him will stab you in the back and do anything. Now that you've provoked young Master Qin and him, you'll be in danger whether you're in school or outside. Jiang Dao's legs were shaking all the way as he drove. Li Changsheng still had the same indifferent expression. Well, stop the car in front and let me down. I have something to do. Li Changsheng remembered that the villa that Xu Xiaolin gave him was nearby, so he asked Jiang Dao to stop the car. After walking for about 500 meters, he saw a villa area called Yuanyi Villa. Li Changsheng planned to go in directly, but he was stopped by the security guard at the door. The reason was that he didn't have an access card. He then remembered that Xu Xiaolin did give him an access card, but he threw it in the dormitory. He smiled bitterly. Originally, he thought that since he had his own exclusive place, he could build a spirit-gathering array to cultivate, but now it seemed that he had to postpone it. He had no choice but to take a taxi back to Qingju University. Before he could enter the school gate, he received a call from Su Jing. Hello. Li Changsheng, where are you now? I'm at the school gate. What's wrong? Li Changsheng was puzzled. He heard Su Jing's anxious tone. Wei Yihu and the other two were beaten up. I'm in the hospital now. Come quickly. What? Li Changsheng couldn't help but frown. After a few days of training, Wang Dongsheng and the other three were equivalent to the peak of clear strength. How could they be beaten up? Before he could think about it, Li Changsheng stopped the taxi that was about to leave and went straight to the Qingju City Hospital. To be able to injure Wei Yihu and the other two, they had to be at least a master who had reached the level of clear strength. Clear strength masters were like dragons among men and belonged to the first-class martial artists. Even Qin Hao's subordinate, Shu Qiu, was only at the peak of clear strength. Ordinary martial artists would need at least 10 to 20 years to reach clear strength. Logically speaking, it seemed that Wang Dongsheng and the other three couldn't have offended such a master. Could it be that they're here for me? Along the way, Li Changsheng narrowed his eyes as he sat in the back of the taxi, deep in thought. 20 minutes later, when he arrived at the hospital, he saw Wei Yihu and the other two lying on the gurney at the clinic. The three people's strollers were parked in the corridor. They had probably just finished bandaging and had not completed the hospitalization procedures. Even Jin Wenwen's arm was bandaged. As for Wei Yihu and Wang Dongsheng, their faces were swollen and their legs were in plaster. Seeing Li Changsheng come in, the three of them suddenly raised their heads and wanted to stand up, but they were stopped by Li Changsheng. All of you are injured. Don't move. Li Changsheng looked at the three of them and knew that their injuries were not light. Otherwise, they would not need to wear plaster casts. What's going on? Li Changsheng's face turned cold. Coach, we've embarrassed you. Wang Dongsheng lowered his head, his face filled with shame. A guy came to our combat room and said he was looking for you. I saw his fierce look, so I asked him why he was looking for you. Then he said he was looking for you for revenge, so you fought with him? Yes. Wang Dongsheng nodded. But we embarrassed you. The three of us together were not a match for him, and we were beaten up like this. Did he say who sent them? Li Changsheng asked with a frown. Wang Dongsheng shook his head. He didn't say that, but I saw someone following behind him. They seemed to be together. I remember that he was Qin Yi's lackey. Him again. Could it be that Shu Qiu beat the three of you up like this? Li Changsheng remembered that Shu Qiu was Qin Hao's strongest follower. But soon he shook his head and dismissed this speculation. Shu Qiu's strength was at the peak of the obvious strength stage. Although he was stronger than Wang Dongsheng and the other two, It was still impossible for him to beat the three of them like this. No, Shu Q is called Madman Shu. I know him. He is a young man, about 27 or 28 years old. His eyes are scary, and his moves are even more ruthless. The three of us were injured by him in less than 3 moves. Speaking of this, Wang Dongsheng's eyes were full of hatred. After he beat us down, he broke my leg and broke 2 of Wei Hu's ribs. He didn't even let Jin Wenwen go. He broke Jin Wenwen's arm directly. Not only did he beat you, but he also broke your legs, ribs, and arms. How cruel. A cold light flashed in Li Changsheng's eyes. Coach Li, don't be impulsive. Qin Yi's father is Qin Hao, the local emperor of Qingju. Although you are strong, you can't fight them alone. Although Su Jing was also very angry, she still tried to persuade him. I understand, but this hatred must be avenged. Saying this, he went over to check the injuries of Wang Dongsheng and the others and told them to rest well. Su Jing said that she still had something to do at school in the afternoon, so she left first. She had already completed the procedures and could be admitted to the ward soon. After Su Jing left, Li Changsheng called Chu Yaotian and asked Chu Yaotian to find out where the father and son of the Qin family were now. Chu Yaotian naturally didn't dare to neglect. Also, he heard that Li Changsheng's 3 students were admitted to the hospital, so he immediately arranged for someone to find a good orthopedic doctor to treat them. Li Changsheng said that it was not necessary. They would be fine with rest. After hanging up the phone, a nurse came over. Who is the patient's family member? The nurse was very pretty and asked in a pleasant voice. I am. Li Changsheng raised his hand and gestured. Is the hospitalization procedure done? Let them in quickly. I'm sorry, there are no empty wards now. I'm afraid you have to wait here in the outpatient clinic, or you can leave the hospital and recuperate at home. Li Changsheng couldn't help but frown when he heard this. My friend just said that the hospitalization procedure was done. Why are there no wards? How does your hospital do things? I'm sorry, I don't know about this. As for the hospitalization fee that has been paid, just take the receipt to the window and refund it later. The nurse said coldly with some displeasure on her face. If you have any questions, you can ask our leader. While speaking, a doctor in a white coat came over. The nurse tilted her head and gestured. That's our director. What's the matter? The director frowned when he heard the voice. I told this gentleman that there are no more wards, but this gentleman is a little bit unforgiving. The nurse complained first. Sir, this is a hospital. We all follow the rules of the hospital. You'd better not be unreasonable. Otherwise, I'll call the security. The director's attitude was very tough. How am I unforgiving? Li Changsheng couldn't help but chuckle. Just as he was about to say something, a loud voice sounded. You are Mr. Li, right? Turning around, he saw an old man walking over quickly accompanied by 2 people. President Yang. The director's face immediately showed some flattery. However, President Yang didn't even look at him. He just walked over quickly and held Li Changsheng's hand. Mr. Li, Elder Chu called me personally just now. The 2 people behind me are the best orthopedic experts in our hospital. I've already arranged a VIP ward for you. Seeing President Yang's fawning look, the director was immediately dumbfounded. But he just said that there are no more wards. Li Changsheng pointed at the director. The director was so scared that his legs went soft. President Yang gave him a sharp look. Mr. Li, just as President Yang was about to express his stance, Li Changsheng waved his hand. All right, I still have things to do. Remember to find a few more escorts to take care of my friend. After saying that, he turned around and left. Who exactly is he? The director asked cautiously. It's an identity that you can't afford to offend. Write me a review report tomorrow. President Yang snorted coldly and said, also, half a year ago, someone reported you for accepting red packets. I think I have to find someone to investigate. As soon as he finished speaking, the director's face instantly turned pale. The young nurse next to him stared blankly in the direction Li Changsheng left. He was so impressive just now. If only he was my boyfriend. Chapter 47. When Li Changsheng left the hospital, Su Jing called again. Coach Li, I just got the news that the guy who injured Wang Dongxing and the others this morning is still in the school's gymnasium. He said he's waiting for you. What? Li Changsheng furrowed his brows, his eyes turning cold. He didn't leave after beating them up. Instead, he's waiting in the same spot. He's really arrogant. Li Changsheng sneered. He then took a taxi back to Qingju University. Back at school, Li Changsheng rushed to the gymnasium. As soon as he entered the gymnasium, he found that it was surrounded by many people. Other than the students from the various training teams, there were also some students from outside. When Li Changsheng appeared, many people recognized him immediately. After all, he had just shown his prowess the day before. Coach Li is here. This is going to be a good show. That guy is so arrogant. Coach Li will definitely teach him a lesson. How dare he come to Qingju University and behave so atrociously? Coach Li will let him know why the flowers are so red. The students from the various training teams discussed animatedly. They automatically made way for Li Changsheng. Every one of them was stifled with anger. Is this Coach Li very famous? A student outside asked in confusion. Someone immediately explained to him how fierce Li Changsheng was. Soon, there was a burst of exclamations from the crowd. Li Changsheng went directly to the combat room. When he opened the door, he saw a young man in a white coat sitting on the sofa in the combat room. He looked to be at most 27 or 28 years old. He had a quiet temperament as he sat there. When Li Changsheng came in, he suddenly raised his head. There was a flash of light in his eyes. The moment he raised his head, his aura suddenly changed. A sense of sharpness rushed towards him. Sword Chi. Li Changsheng was surprised. He finally knew why the other party could injure Wei Hu and the others. A swordsman was no longer an ordinary martial artist. He could be considered a cultivator. A cultivator had a higher starting point than a martial artist. In the early stages, cultivators could beat up martial artists of the same realm. As Li Changsheng walked in, the back was already crowded with onlookers. At the same time, the young man also stood up and looked at Li Changsheng with suspicion. Are you their coach? After injuring Wang Dongxing and the others, he waited here for 2 hours, but no one dared to push the door open. Looking at Li Changsheng's posture, he vaguely guessed Li Changsheng's identity, but at the same time, he had some doubts. In his opinion, Li Changsheng's footsteps were unsteady, and he couldn't feel the slightest bit of a martial artist's temperament from head to toe. That was why he asked. Not bad. Li Changsheng nodded. You beat up my student and waited for me here. Tell me, who ordered you to do this? You shouldn't ask that. You just need to know that I'm here to take your life. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped directly on the coffee table. His figure turned into a series of after-images in the air and rushed toward Li Changsheng. His 2 fingers formed a line. Although he didn't hold a sword in his hand, the sound of a sword rang out. Using his fingers as a sword meant that the other party's swordsmanship had officially been initiated. Many people behind him exclaimed, Coach Li, be careful. Someone also cursed, how shameless. Attacking without even saying hello. What's the difference between this and a sneak attack? At this moment, in a villa located on the outskirts of Qingju, the famous master Qin Hao, was sitting on the sofa. On the coffee table in front of him, there was a computer. The computer was playing the scene of Qingju University's sparring room. Next to Qin Hao sat his son, Qin Yi, and his nephew, Qin Xian. Behind the sofa, Shu Qiu, was standing respectfully. On both sides of the wall, there was a row of fierce-looking bodyguards dressed in black. Dad, why didn't you let me go with Juxing? Let me teach that Li Changsheng a lesson and vent my anger. Qin Yi said indignantly. Yes, second uncle, I also want to trample on that bastard with my own hands. The wound on Qin Xian's forehead was still bandaged. When he spoke, he pulled on the wound and his cheek twitched. What do you know? Qin Hao snorted coldly. This Li Changsheng and that old fart, Chu Yaotian, have a close relationship. If you were to appear, then everyone would know that Juxing was sent by me. But even if we don't appear, Chu Yaotian will guess. Guessing and pointing it out are 2 different things. Qin Hao smiled. In name, Chu Yaotian has retired behind the scenes. All these years, he has been suppressing me. However, that old fart is deeply rooted in Qingju City. I can't shake him for the time being. This time, the reason why I let Zhu Xing deal with Li Changsheng is also for one of my plans. I want to cast a long line to catch a big fish. What big fish? Qin Yi and Qin Xian were curious. This Li Changsheng is one of Chu Yaotian's people. As long as Zhu Xing beats up Li Changsheng, Chu Yaotian is bound to come out. At that time, Zhu Xing's master will definitely come out to help his disciple. As long as Zhu Xing's master and Chu Yaotian fight, one of them will be injured. At that time, I can come out to be the Oriole. Hearing Qin Hao's words, Qin Yi and Qin Xian both gave a thumbs up. Dad, second uncle, is so smart. Look, Li Changsheng is here. A noise suddenly came from the originally closed screen. The door of the combat room was pushed open, and Li Changsheng's figure appeared on the screen. Uncle Shu, how many moves do you think this Li Changsheng can withstand from Zhu Xing? Qin Yi looked at Shu Qiu, who was standing behind the sofa. Shu Xian was a martial arts expert. Although his strength was far from Li Changsheng's and Zhu Xing's, he still had a good eye. This Zhu Xing is very strong. I think he has already cultivated concealed strength. As for Li Changsheng, he is not weak either. I guess he should be able to exchange more than 20 moves with Zhu Xing. This kid is so strong. Qin Yi sneered. But so what if he is strong? He definitely can't beat Zhu Xing and will be crippled. In Qin Hao's plan, he wanted Zhu Xing to cripple Li Changsheng. Firstly, he wanted to force Chu Yaotian to come out. Secondly, he wanted to avenge his son and nephew. If Chu Yaotian, that old fart, was willing to marry his daughter into my Qin family, I wouldn't have to spend so much effort scheming. The Chu family has been suppressing my Qin family for so many years. Now it's time for the emperor to take turns. Qin Hao played with a jade pichio in his hand, his eyes full of coldness. At this moment, on the computer screen, Zhu Xing had already rushed towards Li Changsheng. Qin Yi and Qin Xian couldn't help but clench their fists, feeling a little excited. Especially Qin Yi, who had been humiliated twice by Li Changsheng, only felt a sense of satisfaction brewing. It was finally time for revenge. Chapter 48. There were many students in the combat room who had come to watch the show. At this moment, their hearts were in their mouths. Zhu Xing rushed towards Li Changsheng. Using 2 fingers as a sword, he carried a sharp murderous aura. He turned into a shadow in the air and arrived in front of Li Changsheng in the blink of an eye. His sword fingers brought about a sonic boom in the air. Zhu Xing attacked without saying a word. Moreover, his attack was thunderous. It could be seen that Zhu Xing was a ruthless person. He had the intention of severely injuring Li Changsheng right from the start. Zhu Xing moved like an arrow and was as fast as a galloping horse. Before his attack reached Li Changsheng could feel a murderous aura coming at him. No wonder he could defeat Wang Dongxing and the others so easily. He has already stepped into the threshold of cultivation. Li Changsheng thought to himself. Zhu Xing's sword fingers were already at Li Changsheng's throat. The sharp edge of the sword pierced through the skin all over his body. The power of this sword was so great that it could even penetrate a wooden board that was a few centimeters thick. If an ordinary person was hit, their throat would have been shattered. Ruthless. Many people held their breaths, worried for Li Changsheng. However, Li Changsheng only smiled. He raised his palm and blocked the attack at his throat. Instantly, he saw Zhu Xing's attack land. He blocked Zhu Xing's sword fingers in the blink of an eye. Crack. There was a crisp sound. When Zhu Xing's sharp sword fingers hit Li Changsheng's palm, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. At the same time, Zhu Xing's fingers were instantly twisted under the powerful force and his finger bones were broken. Zhu Xing felt intense pain and hurriedly retreated. Seeing the 2 twisted fingers, Zhu Xing's eyes were filled with horror. He reached for his waist and pulled out a flexible sword. With a flick of his wrist, the flexible sword attacked Li Changsheng's heart like a snake. In response, Li Changsheng's palm struck down and deflected Zhu Xing's flexible sword. At the same time, he grabbed Zhu Xing's collar and elbowed him in the abdomen. Ah! Zhu Xing felt pain in his abdomen. His entire body flew backward as though he was riding on clouds. He flew 5 meters before landing on the ground with a pained look on his face. Good lad. A ferocious glint flashed in Zhu Xing's eyes as he leaped up from the ground like a carp. Then, his sword light vibrated, producing a sword hum as he slashed towards Li Changsheng. If this sword were to hit its target, its head would be split in half. In response, Li Changsheng blocked again. At the same time, his other hand grabbed Zhu Xing's wrist with lightning speed and squeezed hard. Zhu Xing immediately felt a piercing pain from her wrist, and she couldn't react in time. Li Changsheng turned around and swung his leg, sending Zhu Xing flying again. This time, he was sent flying for more than 10 meters before crashing into the wall. When he landed, he felt as if his entire body had fallen apart. He tried to get up several times, but he was unable to do so. With great difficulty, he used his left arm to support himself on the ground. Just as he was about to stand up, Li Changsheng stepped on his back and pressed him down again. How dare you injure my students? How can I let you off so easily? I broke 2 of your fingers and your wrist to offset the injuries you inflicted on Jin Wenwen and Wang Dali. Wang Dongsheng's part is still missing. I'll break 1 of your legs. Are you convinced? Upon hearing Li Changsheng's words, Zhu Xing wanted to say that he was not convinced. However, when he met Li Changsheng's cold eyes, he didn't dare to speak again. He knew that he had already experienced Li Changsheng's horror and knew the character of the young man in front of him. If he dared to say that he was not convinced, he would definitely die a horrible death. At this moment, there was a burst of applause. The surrounding students were all cheering for Li Changsheng. After all, Li Changsheng was the coach of Qingju University and was regarded as one of their own. On the other hand, Zhu Xing was an outsider. Of course, they were happy that Zhu Xing had been taught a lesson. Since you're not saying anything, I'll take it that you agree. I'll break 1 of your legs now. As soon as Li Changsheng finished speaking, he was about to make a move. Wait a minute. Zhu Xing shouted. Friend, don't be so ruthless. My master is Ding Qingyang of Qingju. Ding Qingyang? Li Changsheng shook his head. So what? Even if it's the Jade Emperor, I'll break your leg. Zhu Xing's eyes were full of resentment. My master is the #1 master of Qingju, known as the Little Martial God. I don't care who he is. Li Changsheng sneered, then abruptly stomped down. Catcher. There was a crisp sound. Many people couldn't bear to turn their heads, while Zhu Xing screamed like a pig being slaughtered. He didn't expect that after he said the name of his master, the other side would still step on his leg bones so unscrupulously. In the villa of the Qin family in Qingju, Qin Hao had stood up with a face full of surprise. How could this be? Zhu Xing is no match for Li Changsheng. What should we do? Qin Yu was also a little flustered. This guy is so powerful. It's okay. Qin Hao suddenly calmed down and smiled coldly. Then, he took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. Hello. Is this Mr. Ding? Let me tell you some unfortunate news. Your only apprentice, Zhu Xing, was beaten in the gymnasium of Qingju University. Yes, it seems that his leg bones and wrist were broken. After hanging up the phone, Qin Hao sneered. Although Li Changsheng's fighting power is beyond my expectation, it doesn't matter. The plan can still be carried out. He hurt Zhu Xing, and Zhu Xing's master will not stand by and watch. When Zhu Xing's master finishes Li Changsheng, Chu Yaotian will naturally take action. Although things have gone wrong, they will still return to the original track. Qin Yi and others breathed a sigh of relief. Dad, you are really astute. No, you are really smart. Ha ha. Ha ha. There was a burst of laughter in the villa. At the moment, in the gymnasium, Zhu Xing was full of cold sweat, screaming in pain. After a long time, the screams subsided, but looking at the way he kept breathing, it was obvious that he was still in pain. Brat, although you've accepted the punishment, you've injured 3 of my students. You should compensate them for their medical expenses. How about this? You take out 300,000 yuan as compensation for them. Li Changsheng squatted down and looked at Zhu Xing with a smile. You are a demon. Zhu Xing said, gritting his teeth. The reason why he was willing to deal with Li Changxing this time was that Qin Hao gave him 300,000 yuan as a reward. He didn't expect that not only was he seriously injured by Li Changxing, but now he even had to hand over 300,000 yuan. However, he didn't dare to not hand it over, because he could see the character of the young man in front of him. If he didn't hand it over, he would really kill him. Okay, I will hand it over. Zhu Xing took out his mobile phone from his bag with difficulty and was about to transfer the money to Li Changxing on the spot. At this moment, the phone screen suddenly lit up, followed by a ringtone. When he saw the name displayed on the screen, his face showed ecstasy, and he pressed the answer button. Zhu Xing, who dares to injure you? He must have eaten the guts of a leopard. Don't panic, I am now at the entrance of Qingju University. An angry voice came from the other end of the phone. After hanging up, Zhu Xing's eyes were filled with excitement. My master is coming, my master is coming. He looked at Li Changxing with hatred. I will not transfer the money to you. Boy, my master is coming. You are dead meat. He will avenge me, haha. Zhu Xing knew his master's strength. Initially, he wanted to seek revenge on Li Changxing in the future, but he didn't expect his master to come at this time. The heavens were really watching over him. Thinking of his master's means, he would definitely beat the crap out of this despicable guy in front of him. Zhu Xing was so agitated that his body was already trembling. Chapter 49. Zhu Xing's master is coming. Many of the people around were stunned. Zhu Xing's strength is so terrifying. Wouldn't his master be even more powerful? Can Coach Li deal with him? Many people looked worried. Zhu Xing might not be as powerful as Li Changxing, but his master must be very powerful. Didn't you see that Zhu Xing beat Wang Dongxing and the others until they couldn't fight back? Li Changxing beat up his disciple. His master must be here to take revenge. Everyone around was discussing. Haha. Li, I want you to die. I want you to die without a burial place. My master is here. Just wait for your death. Haha. Haha. Zhu Xing laughed maniacally. He had suffered too much humiliation today. His wrist and leg had been broken. This hatred couldn't be washed away by all the water in the rivers. He must make Li Changxing pay the price. It would be best if his master could kill this bastard with one stroke of his sword. He knew his master's strength and knew that his master would dare to do so. Killing a mortal was nothing to a Mount Shu swordsman. At this moment, in the Qin family's villa on the outskirts of Qingju, Qin Hao and his son looked smug. Li Changxing has offended the Qin family time and time again. Let's see if he dies today. Qin Hao said in a cold voice. He knew Mr. Ding's strength too well. He was known as the #1 master in Qingju. He had only made a move once, and he had slashed a big shot in Qingju who had been running rampant in Jianghu for many years. He was definitely a ruthless character. Although Qin Hao had the power to overturn Qingju, he was also frightened when facing that person. He had met him once on the street. Just one look from him made him feel as if he had fallen into a cold cellar. Li Changxing seriously injured Ding Qingyang's disciple. With Ding's temper, he would probably kill him with one stroke. Once Li Changxing dies, Chu Yaotian will definitely make a move. It would be best if Mr. Chu Yaotian could kill that old bastard too. That Ding guy has been in Qingju for so long and has no intention of dominating Qingju. I will be the one to take the stage then. Qin Hao put his hands on the sofa and crossed his legs. He had a cigar in his mouth as he fantasized about dominating Qingju. His eyes shone with a wild light. At this moment, the combat room fell into silence. Everyone was worried. They were all on Li Changxing's side. At the same time, most people were not optimistic about Li Changxing's chances. Although they hoped that Li Changxing would win, they also knew that Li Changxing might not be able to defeat someone who had taught such a terrifying disciple like Zhu Xing. Of course, the sports team members who had seen Li Changxing defeat boxing champion Ah Ming that day felt that no matter how terrifying the opponent was, Li Changxing still had a 50% chance of winning. After all, the scene that day was too shocking. At this time, Su Jing also squeezed out of the crowd. When she heard that Zhu Xing had a master, she hurriedly said to Li Changxing, "Coach Li, I know that you are very strong, but no one knows how strong the opponent is. I don't think you need to go head-to-head with him. Why don't I give Headmaster Chen a call and ask him to send someone to help? After all, this is a school. It is not a place for outsiders to behave atrociously. Hearing Su Jing's words, Li Changsheng shook his head. No need. I want to see what kind of person his master is. Besides, it's too late. What do you mean? Su Jing was stunned. She heard the crowd automatically open up a path, and a middle-aged man strode in. The man was wearing a set of martial arts training attire made of silk and satin. He looked very elegant as he walked. However, at this moment, there was an awe-inspiring murderous aura on his body. This murderous aura was formless but real. From the beginning to the end, he didn't say anything, but the surrounding students all automatically made way for him and kept a distance from him. The man walked in unhurriedly. The moment he entered the combat room, the temperature in the entire room dropped. Disciple, who beat you up like this? When the man saw Zhu Xing lying on the ground, a cold light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, a majestic sword intent swept through the room like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Under the sword intent, Su Jing's face turned pale and bloodless. At this moment, Li Changsheng's palm gently rested on her shoulder. In an instant, the chill on Su Jing's body disappeared, and a warm current spread throughout her body. Today, Su Jing was wearing a thin short-sleeved shirt. When Li Changsheng's palm rested on her shoulder, she could clearly feel the warmth of his palm. She could not help but blush slightly. In all her life, other than her family, this was the first time she had been so intimately touched by a man. Although there was a layer of clothes between them, her cheeks still felt hot. However, she did not avoid it because this feeling was very warm and comfortable. Master, you're finally here. Zhu Xing's eyes were filled with tears. He pointed at Li Changsheng and said loudly, "It's him. He's the one who injured me. My wrist is broken, and my leg is broken. Master, you must avenge me. This guy is too cruel." Zhu Xing seemed to have seen his savior. He had finally waited for his master to come. He could avenge him. Li, my master will tear you into pieces. You still want me to compensate and humiliate me. I want you to pay back double. The man raised his head and looked at Li Changsheng. After seeing Li Changsheng's face clearly, he could not help but be stunned. Master, hurry up and chop him into pieces. I want him dead. Zhu Xing yelled loudly. However, he found his master, Ding Qingyang, standing there in a daze like a clay sculpture. He could not help but be suspicious. What's going on? Many students in the surroundings also noticed the abnormality. This was because even the frosty aura had disappeared. Why do I feel that Zhu Xing's master seems to be afraid? Someone muttered. But how is this possible? He's Zhu Xing's master. He should be very powerful. Why would he be afraid? Time ticked by. After a full minute, Ding Qingyang still did not make a move. Many people in the crowd had already started whispering to each other. At this time, even the slowest person could tell that something was wrong. Master, master, hurry up and avenge your disciple. Zhu Xing was also a little anxious. It's you. He's actually your disciple. Take your disciple and leave. Li Changsheng said indifferently. The person who came was none other than the shopkeeper of the 100 Herb Hall on Xinglong Street. Last time, he had asked Wang Dongsheng to buy some medicine. The shopkeeper had given him a few spiritual herbs, which had helped Wang Dongsheng recover from his injury in half a day. Li Changsheng never owed anyone a favor, so he said that. What? As soon as Li Changsheng finished speaking, the surrounding people were stunned. What do you mean? He came here aggressively to take revenge. How could he leave just because of a word from you? Moreover, Li Changsheng's tone sounded as if he was showing mercy. Are you kidding me? Boy, have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? You want my master to leave just like that? Dream on. My master will chop you in half with his sword. Zhu Xing shouted arrogantly. Is that so? Li Changsheng smiled and looked at Ding Qingyang. After 3 seconds of silence, Ding Qingyang slowly lowered his head and replied, Okay, my disciple has offended you. I'll take my leave. Chapter 50. Silence. There was a deathly silence. No one had expected Zhu Xing's master to come in such an aggressive manner and leave just because of Li Changsheng's words. How is this possible? Isn't this too unbelievable? How can this be? Everyone was a little dumbfounded, unable to understand the reason behind it. Not only were the onlookers confused, but even Zhu Xing could not understand. Master, he hurt me and wants me to pay him 300,000 yuan. I can't just let this go. 300,000 yuan? So what if it's 3 million yuan? Mr. Li wants you to pay, so you pay. Ding Qingyang's words made Zhu Xing a little confused. Was this still his incomparably fierce master? How did it become like this? Why did it seem like he was very wary of this Li Changsheng, even a little fearful of him? Why was this? Ding Qingyang cupped his hands at Li Changsheng. Since Mr. Li wants 300,000 yuan for medical expenses, I'll pay for it on behalf of my disciple. As he spoke, he took out a check, wrote down 300,000 yuan, and handed it to Li Changsheng. I didn't expect a Shushan sect disciple like you to keep up with the times. Li Changsheng did not refuse. This was what Wang Dongsheng and the others deserved. He took the check casually. By the way, Mr. Li, I'm preparing the herbs you asked for. It should be ready in about 10 days. Also, please send my regards to the person behind you. Li Changsheng was stunned for a moment, but he quickly understood. The other party had misunderstood that there was an expert behind him. He did not point it out and smiled mysteriously. Forgive me for not seeing you off. I'll go to the store to get the herbs in a few days. With that, the other party bowed to Li Changsheng again, then grabbed Zhu Xing from the ground and strode out of the combat room. Zhu Xing, who weighed more than 50 kilograms, was as easy as taking a bag of food in his hands. Seeing that the other party had left, the combat room gradually became noisy. Looks like Zhu Xing's master is really afraid of Coach Li. Who exactly is Coach Li? Could he have been defeated by Coach Li? Looks like this Coach Li is not simple. Everyone was discussing. Su Jing was also puzzled. However, Li Changsheng didn't intend to explain to her. He handed the check directly to Su Jing and said, "Help me change the money in the check into cash, and then give it to Wang Dongsheng and the other two." Without waiting for Su Jing's reply, he turned around and strode out of the combat room. At this moment, in the Qin family's villa in the suburbs, Qin Hao and the others were completely dumbfounded. How could this be? Why did Ding Qingyang leave before he did anything? They could only see the image, but they couldn't hear the conversation. Their faces were filled with confusion. This Li Changsheng is so powerful. Is he friends with Ding Qingyang? This is not good. Qin Hao's eyes flickered. I just called Ding Qingyang. Given Chu Yaotian's intelligence, he must have guessed that I was the one behind all this. It seems that we have to strike first to gain the upper hand. Qin Hao's expression was grave, his face cold and gloomy. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Brother Long, it's me. Yes, I've thought about what you said last time. I'm willing to cooperate with Brother Long and be your henchman. At this moment, Li Changsheng had returned to the dormitory. When he opened the door, Jiang Dao and the other two were playing Mobile Legends. When they saw Li Changsheng, their faces lit up. Changsheng, you're back. We were just talking about you. Don't run around these few days. If you offend Brother Kuan, I'm afraid he will find someone to deal with you. It's okay. Li Changsheng waved his hand casually and walked to the bed to sit down. Seeing the 3 boxes neatly stacked under his bed, he guessed that Xu Xiaolin's men had sent them here. He took out the boxes and opened them. Sure enough, he saw boxes of tea leaves neatly stacked. Looking up, he saw Jiang Dao's puzzled eyes and said with a smile, "These are from my hometown. My hometown produces tea. These tea leaves are free. You can take them when you want to drink them." I see. The puzzlement in Jiang Dao's eyes disappeared. I was wondering how you got 3 boxes of tea leaves. As for Zhong Xiaofeng and Yang Fan, they continued to immerse themselves in the game. They were not interested in drinking tea. Jiang Dao, hurry up and play the game. The towers on the top lane have been destroyed. Okay. Jiang Dao hurriedly picked up his phone and said while playing, "Last time, I told you that we would go to Chuzhou City together for my girlfriend's birthday. Do you still remember? Next Sunday, let's go officially, okay? Okay. Zhong Xiaofeng and Yang Fan said at the same time. Li Changsheng smiled and nodded. Wang Dongsheng and the others were in the hospital, and Ding Qingyang didn't have enough medicine. It was a good opportunity for him to relax. Changsheng, have you heard? There's a female teacher in the finance department. She's in her 20s and she's so pretty. Her classes are all full. Now, on the school forum, she's already been named the #1 goddess of Qingju University. Jiang Dao and the other two were playing the game. In the end, because they were not focused, the tower in their hometown was destroyed. He threw his phone on the bed and said excitedly, I haven't heard. Li Changsheng shook his head. He was not very good at using his phone. What forum? Was there any difference between a forum and a flower bed? Looking at Li Changsheng's confused face, Jiang Dao couldn't help but shake his head. Changsheng, sometimes I wonder which isolated mountain village you came from. You don't even know about the forum. I also heard that the female teacher has been in the limelight recently. I don't understand. The 4 goddesses are so beautiful. No matter how beautiful she is, how can she be more beautiful than them? Hearing Zhong Xiaofeng's words, Yang Fan couldn't help but curl his lips. What do you know? Although the 4 goddesses are beautiful, they are too young. They don't have the charm of teacher Xiaowan. Xiaowan? Li Changsheng showed a puzzled look. That teacher is called Wu Xiaowan. She is now popular on the internet. Her Weibo fans have exceeded 1 million. Changsheng, you must go to a finance class. It is popular in the school now. If you don't see Wu Xiaowan in your life, it will be useless even if you have more than 10,000 books. Yang Fan said with a look of admiration. You are blinded by lust. After staying with the few people in the dormitory for a long time, Li Changsheng also had a bit of a youthful aura. When I have time, I will also go to a finance class. Li Changsheng said with a smile. At this time, Jiang Dao's phone suddenly rang. When he saw the caller ID, he made a gesture of silence to the people present and then whispered, It's Huang Siwen. Huang Siwen was the nickname of Director Huang in Dormitory 305 because Director Huang always pretended to be gentle. Although Jiang Dao and the others sometimes wanted to please him, they actually couldn't bear to see his snobbish appearance. Hello, Director Huang. Jiang Dao picked up the phone and his voice instantly became cordial. Oh. As he spoke, he looked at Li Changsheng. Okay. After hanging up the phone, he said, Changsheng, is your phone turned off? Director Huang said that Headmaster Chen was looking for you. He couldn't get through to you, so he called me and asked you to go to the headmaster's office now. Okay. Li Changsheng nodded. By the way, Changsheng, why is Headmaster Chen looking for you? You didn't make any mistakes, did you? I heard that Headmaster Chen can't tolerate sand in his eyes. Jiang Dao said with some worry. After he entered this university, his family originally wanted to invite Chen Ligua to have a meal and ask Chen Ligua to take care of him, but Chen Ligua directly refused. In his impression, Headmaster Chen was much more difficult to deal with than Director Huang. Don't worry, it's probably because I am a special enrollment student. As for how he joined Qingju University halfway, Li Changsheng explained to his roommates that because he was good at fighting, he won glory for the country in a fighting competition and was selected as a seeded player of the national team. Therefore, he was qualified to study at Qingju University. Chapter 51. Hearing Li Changsheng's explanation, Jiang Dao and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Li Changsheng had been in the limelight recently and had offended too many people that they didn't even dare to think about before. However, on second thought, Li Changsheng, who had just arrived at the school, seemed to have no interaction with the high and mighty Headmaster Chen except for his status as a specially enrolled student. After leaving the dormitory, he went straight to Chen Ligua's office. On the way, he met Director Huang in front of the teaching building, who had a flattering face. Li Changsheng greeted him and left. He didn't want to have too much contact with such a flattering person. When he came to the headmaster's office and opened the door, Chen Ligua had already made a cup of tea for Li Changsheng. Mr. Li, he looked at the mysterious young man in front of him with a complicated expression. Li Changsheng's background made him increasingly unable to see through. At first, it was because his teacher, Chu Yaotian, had solemnly told him to treat Li Changsheng with respect. At that time, he thought that Li Changsheng was the son of some high-ranking official or the son of some financial tycoon. To be honest, he didn't think much of it at first. After all, Chen Ligua was a scholar. A scholar would naturally laugh at nobles and have a sense of nobility in his bones. Even if he was already in deep mud and was extremely muddy, he still believed that he could emerge from the mud unsullied. However, since Li Changsheng broke out with terrifying strength during the exam, he felt that Li Changsheng was more and more unfathomable. At the same time, there was a trace of reverence in his heart. Although martial arts had gradually become a low-level strength in today's society, anything that went beyond the normal range would be very terrifying. "What do you want from me?" Li Changsheng walked to the sofa and sat down. He didn't touch the tea on the table, but looked at Chen Ligua with a puzzled expression. "Mr. Li, I have a favor to ask of you." Chen Ligua's attitude was very respectful. He had no choice but to be. After the exam, he received a call from Chu Yaotian when he left the gymnasium. His teacher, who almost never got angry, flew into a rage and fiercely reprimanded him. The reason was because he had arranged for Li Changsheng to go to Qingju University, but he was targeted by others. Chu Yaotian thought that this was Chen Ligua's dereliction of duty and a sign of incompetence. "What is it? Speak." Li Changsheng said indifferently. "It's like this. I have a classmate who does business. He has a very strong background and is also a very capable person. However, his son is a born dandy. He doesn't learn good things all day long. Relying on his family's wealth and power, he indulges in sensual pleasures and indulges in debauchery. My friend is very good at controlling his subordinates, but his son can't be controlled no matter how hard he tries. So my friend called me and asked me to help introduce someone to control his son. So I thought of you, sir." "Why me?" Li Changsheng asked with interest. "Wang Dongsheng, Wei Hu, and the others are all famous troublemakers in the school. No one can control them, but you have subdued them. I think that only someone like you can control my friend's son. Are you saying that I'm ruthless enough?" "No, no." Chen Ligua hurriedly shook his head. "At first, I also thought that you were too heavy-handed in managing the fighting team. But it turned out that what you did was right. If you don't cut a jade, you won't be useful. If you don't fight, you won't be useful. So it's like this. Do you know what the reward is?" Li Changsheng's interest was piqued. Starting over in this world, this era was developing too fast. If he wanted to quickly integrate into this new world, he had to constantly try various roles. Of course, Li Changsheng was not short of money, but he knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. He was never a saint. "Of course, my classmate said that as long as you can control his son, he is willing to give you a monthly salary of 200,000 yuan. Even Li Changsheng's eyes lit up. 200,000 yuan a month, this was really a big deal. "Okay, I agree. When will you take me to meet this new student?" "I can do it now. My old friend's secretary is waiting in the parking lot downstairs. I told him about Mr. Li's deeds. It just so happens that he also wants his son to learn kung fu to strengthen his body. His son is still young, but his body is almost hollowed out by wine and women." After that, Li Changsheng and Chen Ligua walked out of the principal's office together and went downstairs. A few minutes after they left, at the right corner of the principal's office, Su Jing patted her chest and let out a long sigh of relief. Just now, she was going to report to Chen Ligua about her work. In the end, she saw that the door was not closed tightly. Looking through the crack, she saw that Li Changsheng was also inside. She was going to knock on the door and enter, but she heard the conversation between the two inside, which shocked her. She always thought that Li Changsheng went through Chen Ligua's back door and should have entered Qingju University because of Chen Ligua's relationship. But the scene just now completely subverted her conjecture. Chen Ligua, the principal of a university, actually addressed Li Changsheng respectfully. From the beginning to the end, his attitude was incomparably respectful. And from the few words of their conversation, Chen Ligua's attitude towards Li Changsheng was a bit like a subordinate to a superior, which made people ponder. This scene was really strange. What is his background? Su Jing was confused for a moment. Thinking of the bold words that Li Changsheng usually said inadvertently, sometimes she felt that Li Changsheng was talking big. But at this moment, she finally realized that perhaps she had never seen the true face of Lu Shan. She did not know that this coach Li Changsheng was a real Buddha. Coming to the parking lot, a Bentley was parked there. Seeing Chen Ligua coming, the door opened and a young man, about 27 or 28 years old, came out. Chen Ligua introduced, "This is my classmate's driver, Xiaopang, and this is Mr. Li." The young driver, Xiaopang, showed a bit of surprise on his face. He looked up and down at Li Changsheng. Although he did not say anything, his eyes were clearly suspicious. The reason why he was here was because he listened to the boss's arrangement. The boss said that he wanted to find a master to discipline his family's playboy young master. He originally thought that the other party would either be a knowledgeable educator like Chen Ligua, or someone with an extraordinary aura that could suppress many people with just his aura. But the Li Changsheng in front of him obviously did not have any of these. He had an ordinary face, simple clothes, and a mediocre temperament that could be completely ignored on the street. If Chen Ligua did not personally lead Li Changsheng to his car, he would never believe that this was the powerful person that Chen Ligua mentioned. "Mr. Li, please come in." Xiaopang, the driver, naturally knew what to say and what not to say. Even if he had doubts in his heart, he would not say it out loud. Chen Ligua was a very smart person. He could guess what the driver was thinking from his expression. He just smiled. He thought to himself, "When you see this Mr. Li, you will understand that I am not exaggerating at all." Chapter 52. Chen Ligua's friend was called Liu Xiong, who was said to be a businessman. Li Changsheng didn't ask about the details. His son lived in a neighborhood near the high school. Because Liu Xiong was too busy with his business, he could only see his son a few times throughout the year. He had no time to discipline him, so he specially hired a nanny to take care of his son's food, accommodation, and transportation. This was also the root cause of his son's arrogant and rebellious character. After Chen Ligua left, Li Changsheng was driven by Liu Xiong's driver to the neighborhood where Liu Xiong's son lived. Today was Saturday. Liu Xiong's son, Liu Juojuo, didn't need to go to school, so he stayed at home. When he came to the door and pressed the doorbell, a middle-aged woman in her 40s opened the door. Hearing that Li Changsheng was the discipline teacher hired by Liu Xiong, she couldn't help but have a strange look in her eyes. She muttered, "This should be the 19th one." After entering the house, the nanny hesitated for a moment, but still kindly reminded Li Changsheng, "I say, young man, you can't do the job of a teacher. You'd better leave early. Our young master is Sun Wukong, the Lord of Uproar in heaven. He's not someone you can subdue." In this regard, Li Changsheng just smiled. "Don't worry, I'm Buddha." "What?" The nanny shook her head and turned to the kitchen. As she walked, she muttered, "Another unlucky guy who won't cry until he sees the coffin." Li Changsheng had just sat down on the sofa when he heard footsteps coming from the corridor. "Xiaopang, I heard that my dad found another reckless guy to be my discipline teacher. Is it true?" As the voice came out, a child in a bathrobe with messy hair walked out. When he saw Li Changsheng sitting on the sofa, he couldn't help but curl his lips. "This guy's hair is not even fully grown yet he wants to be my teacher. Is he qualified?" The driver, Xiaopang, hurriedly said, "Young master, you can't be rude to Mr. Li Ha. Mister, is this grandson even worthy? You'd better clean your mouth." Li Changsheng heard their conversation and already knew that this was the son of the devil incarnate that Chen Ligua's friend had mentioned. It was just that he had heard that Liu Xiong was a very powerful businessman, and his son was really unsightly. "Yo, you're throwing a tantrum." Liu Juojuo sneered. He pointed upstairs and said, "Come with me." After saying that, she walked up the stairs without looking back. "Mr. Li, my young master doesn't know any better." The driver named Xiao Pang hurriedly explained. After all, Li Changsheng was someone introduced by Chen Ligua. "It's all right." Li Changsheng smiled and followed him up the stairs. As soon as he went up the stairs, Liu Juojuo stepped forward and grabbed Li Changsheng's neck. He said fiercely, "Brat, I don't care how awesome you are, but I don't need anyone to discipline me, so you'd better get out of this house obediently. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you. Li Changsheng didn't expect Liu Xiong's son to have such a personality. No wonder the nanny told him to leave quickly. However, how could he be frightened by a little kid? He immediately shook his head and said, "This won't do. Your father gives me a salary of 200,000 yuan a month. Unless you give me 1,000,000 yuan now, I will immediately turn around and leave." "1 million? Are you crazy?" Liu Juojuo scolded. "Brat, you really won't shed tears until you see the coffin." After saying that, he directly pulled Li Changsheng to a nearby table by the collar, and then slapped a piece of white paper on the table in front of Li Changsheng. There was a long list of names on the white paper. "Do you see? The first one, this brat also tried to brainwash me like you, acting recklessly. Finally, I found a few underlings, put him in a sack and threw him into the latrine pit. The second one, I asked people to put nails under his wheels every day for a week, and he obediently went home. And this guy, his mouth was the most stubborn. He wanted to complain to my father. I didn't do anything to him, just broke his leg bones." After saying that, he looked at Li Changsheng with a complacent face. "What do you mean?" Li Changsheng had a playful look on his face. "What do I mean? Are you playing dumb with me?" Liu Juojuo stretched out his hand and patted Li Changsheng's face. "Brat, no matter how much my father said to give you, you better get out of here. Otherwise, I will beat you up." Li Changsheng calmly looked at Liu Juojuo, who was standing in front of him with an arrogant face. He thought in his heart that Liu Xiong could be considered an outstanding person, but his son was simply a devil incarnate. He didn't inherit any of Liu Xiong's good points, but he learned his arrogance incisively and vividly. No wonder the nanny reminded him to leave early. With such a student, which tutor would be able to do the job? "Brat, I advise you to be more polite. I am your teacher, you have to at least maintain basic respect for me." Li Changsheng chuckled and shook his head. If he couldn't even control this brat, then he should just kill himself. "What did you say? Respect?" Liu Juojuo sneered. "Brat, 200,000 yuan per month is indeed very high, but you have to be alive to spend it. Do you believe that I will break your legs as soon as you walk out of this door?" This Liu Juojuo relied on his father Liu Xiong's name to act tyrannically in the school. Many of Qingju's rich second generation were trampled upon by him. When they saw him, they would obediently call him Master Liu. How could they place the ordinary Li Changsheng in their eyes? He picked up the lighter from the table and lit a cigarette for himself. Then, he very frivolously blew a pile of smoke in front of Li Changsheng's face. He used a very arrogant voice to point at Li Changsheng's nose and said loudly, "Brat, I will give you a minute to think about it. Obediently get out of this room, or else, I will not be polite to you." Liu Juojuo felt that he needed to let this brat in front of him understand the current situation. Don't think that he could really suppress him with his father's instructions. With his family, even if he squandered money every day, he would not be able to spend it all his life. What was the use of making progress? Liu Juojuo had already chased away 18 education authorities in a row. He did not put the seemingly weak Li Changsheng in his eyes at all. He had the means to make this young man submit again. In the room on the second floor, Li Changsheng's expression was calm, while Liu Juojuo was murderous. One of them had a calm face, while the other had a provocative face. It was as if a battle would start at any time. Liu Juojuo originally wanted to use the deeds of the previous few to scare away this guy who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. However, he did not expect that the other party would be so stubborn. He actually dared to look at him, which made him very angry. Liu Juojuo held a jade ring on his finger. His eyes were filled with gloominess and coldness. He looked very much like his father Liu Xiong when he was angry. Although the son of a tiger and leopard had not formed a pattern, he already had the aura of a bull. Liu Juojuo was a tyrant in the school, and he also had some domineering aura. "You want to make a move on me?" Li Changsheng's voice broke the silence in front of him. "So what if I make a move on you?" Liu Juojuo snorted coldly. "Kid, my patience is limited. If you obediently get down the stairs now, I'll pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that you'll be able to walk out of this room today. You might crawl out like a dead dog, or you might lie in an ambulance for a year or so. Don't worry, I'll definitely pay you the medical fees. My Liu family doesn't lack money. Lie your ass. Li Changsheng really did not have the patience to listen to a brat pointing at his nose. He directly reached out and grabbed the other party's collar. Then, he kneed the other party's lower abdomen. Chapter 53. Boom. Li Changsheng didn't use much strength this time, but with his physique, even 1,000th of his strength is enough to split gold and split stone, so Liu Juojuo, who was still arrogant just now, was directly knocked out and hit the wall behind him, making the whole room seem to tremble slightly. Without waiting for Liu Juojuo to react, Li Changsheng hooked his leg at his ankle, making Liu Juojuo fall to the ground, and his head had an intimate contact with the floor. This was just the beginning. Li Changsheng took a step forward and pulled up the dizzy Liu Juojuo by the collar, pressing him against the wall. Facing the face that could be considered handsome and somewhat immature, Li Changsheng fiercely smashed his fists on the left and right sides of his face like a street ruffian fighting tortoise. Bang bang! Liu Juojuo, who has always been known for his ruthlessness in the school, directly squatted down along the wall after Li Changsheng stopped, covering his cheek, and his body trembled slightly, like a cooked shrimp. Li Changsheng didn't continue to attack, but pulled out the swivel chair next to the computer desk and sat down, picked up the cigarette on the table, and lit it, quietly looking at Liu Juojuo, who squatted by the wall and stared at him fiercely like a little beast. What, you're not convinced? Then you can try to attack, but I can't guarantee that you won't lack any parts on your body. Li Changsheng swung his legs. I'm Liu Xiong's son, you dare to hit me. After a long time, Liu Juojuo covered his swollen face, and said in a hoarse voice. Li Changsheng curled his lips. Since Liu Xiong asked me to teach you, then I have to let you know, what are the rules. If you don't believe in heresy, you can try. Li Changsheng put the half-smoked cigarette on the table and slowly stood up. Seeing Li Changsheng stand up, Liu Juojuo subconsciously stepped back, but found that behind him was a wall. Liu Juojuo leaned against the corner, staring at Li Changsheng with a vigilant face. He saw a dumbbell that he usually used for training not far from him. He tried to use the dumbbell to knock down the guy who dared to attack him. However, when he thought of Li Changsheng's terrifying battle prowess, he gave up on this idea. Li Changsheng was too strong, and the difference in their battle prowess was too great. As far as Liu Juojuo was concerned, this seemingly harmless fellow in front of him had already made him suffer enough. He really wanted to deal with Li Changsheng like he had dealt with the others and scare him until he pissed his pants. However, he also understood that Li Changsheng was different from the others. This guy was too ruthless. If he really lost a part of his body, then he would be in deep trouble. In the past, among the 18 tutors, there were some who had strong fighting power. One of them had learned Sonder, but in the end, he still left with his tail between his legs. Even if Liu Xiong's salary was dozens of times higher than the industry's salary, he was still Liu Xiong's son. Who would dare to really be ruthless to him? However, Li Changsheng was obviously different from those people because he dared to really hit people. This was something that no one else dared to do. Since you don't dare to do it, then smoke a cigarette. Li Changsheng threw the box of Zhonghua cigarettes on the table to Liu Juojuo. I'm not afraid of you. When you get out of this door, I'll have someone break your legs. Although Liu Duoduo's voice was trembling when facing Li Changsheng at the moment, he was still very stubborn. Originally, according to his character, he had already cursed Li Changsheng at this moment. However, when he thought of Li Changsheng's sharp and ruthless means, he finally suppressed the words in his heart. He took out a cigarette from the cigarette box, lit it, and sucked fiercely. His face gradually distorted in the clouds. I heard from your father that you don't study well and mess around in society every day. I heard that you have a group of brothers under you. In my opinion, it's just a motley crew. I know what you're thinking. You think that you can't beat me alone. After that, you'll gather a group of people to settle the account. You can call them now, but I can guarantee that even if you are Liu Xiong's son, you will die miserably. Li Changsheng's words made Liu Duoduo's original thoughts finally dispel. The guy in front of him was too evil, so he didn't dare to gamble. Aren't you afraid that my father will settle the account with you? My father is a famous crocodile in Qingju. Liu Juojuo finally couldn't help but ask. This was also something he couldn't understand. Even if the other party was a tutor invited by his father, how could he dare to make a move on him? Moreover, he seemed to lack the most basic respect for his father who could call the wind and summon the rain in Qingju. You can call Liu Xiong now and ask him if he dares. Does he dare? These 3 words instantly raised Li Changsheng's pretentious attitude by countless levels. Dare to ask Liu Xiong, who was known as the king of Qingju, if he dared, this was simply too awesome. At least at the moment, Liu Juojuo opened his mouth and only spat out 2 words, F***ck. Just because you're so arrogant, I, Liu Juojuo, admit defeat. Although I think you're bragging, to dare to say such words, you're the most pretentious person I've ever seen in my life. Li Changsheng smiled. He knew that although the guy in front of him had a questioning attitude towards his words, at least the smell of gunpowder had dissipated a lot. All right, I temporarily think that you have the qualifications to be my teacher, but you have to promise me 2 conditions. Liu Juojuo returned to his unruly appearance. He patted the footprints on his clothes and stood up. Conditions your ass. Li Changsheng didn't hesitate to step forward and kick Liu Duoduo's lower abdomen. Liu Juojuo instantly smashed into the wall. He covered his lower abdomen and squatted down. His entire person was completely stunned. He bit his lips and tears almost flowed out. You're being unreasonable. How can you casually hit people? You can be my student because you've accumulated good karma in your previous life. If it weren't for the 200,000 monthly salary, do you think anyone can be beaten by me? Hearing Li Changsheng's narcissistic words, Liu Juojuo gritted his teeth and stood up from the ground. He fiercely said, in the future, when I can beat you, I'll definitely beat you into a pig head. Dreams are plentiful, but reality is very bony. You want to beat me with trash like you? Let me tell you, it's impossible in this life. As for the next life, there's no hope. Li Changsheng sat on the swivel chair. He stretched out his hand and spun twice on the spot. His legs were on the computer table. The dignified Li Changsheng beat up a middle school student. If this spread out, it would be a bit disgraceful. And for him, who was used to crushing people with strength, it was really impossible to convince people with virtue and reason. Moreover, Liu Juojuo, this little bastard, really deserved a beating. It made Li Changsheng think of a sentence. If a child is disobedient, most of them deserve a beating. A beating would be enough. Sure enough, after a beating, under Liu Duoduo's fearful gaze, 6,000 yuan a day was in his hands. As Liu Xiong's son, Liu Juojuo carried his father's name. Since he was a child, no one dared to provoke him, so he developed an arrogant and despotic personality. Naughty children were all spoiled. Liu Duoduo's nature was not bad. The reason why he became like this was entirely because Liu Xiong was busy dealing with business matters every day. His wife couldn't wait to hold Liu Juojuo in the palm of her hand and in the mouth. When Liu Xiong realized that this couldn't go on, he had already developed Liu Duoduo's character. Even the 18 tutors had been angered away by Liu Juojuo. Liu Juojuo believed himself to be the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Demons and monsters, demons and ghosts, none of them could withstand a single strike from his staff. Who would have thought that a Buddha like Li Changsheng would come? He looked like a small demon. When Liu Juojuo was about to beat him to death with a stick, he found that the other party was actually a Buddha and mercilessly suppressed him. The other party's fist was bigger than his. Liu Juojuo didn't feel that there was anything shameful about admitting defeat. He rubbed his lower abdomen, which was still a little painful, and reluctantly stood up with a limp. He couldn't help but ask Li Changsheng, whose legs were on the table, again, "Are you really not afraid that I will call my father and complain?" Until now, he still thought that Li Changsheng's words at that time were bragging. After all, his father was Liu Xiong, a figure like calling the wind and calling the rain. It was impossible for a tutor to not be afraid of his own father. Chapter 54. Teacher. Liu Juojuo, with a bit of fear, called out weakly, "Just call me brother." Li Changsheng took down his legs from the table. "If you have something to say, Just say it. Look, while you're tutoring me, can you teach me some kung fu as well? Liu Duoduo covered his hands with a flattering look. Li Changsheng's amazing strength stunned him. This will cost extra money. Li Changsheng put the half-smoked cigarette back into his mouth and said faintly, "No problem." Liu Duoduo's eyes lit up. My dad gives me tens of thousands of yuan as pocket money every month. I don't know if it's enough. Although Liu Duoduo was still holding a grudge against Li Changsheng for beating him up, at this moment, he was trying to please Li Changsheng. He comforted himself in his heart. The reason why I'm willing to lower my head is not because I'm afraid of him, but because revenge is a dish best served cold. I'll wait until I learn his kung fu, then I'll beat him up. Of course, from the bottom of his heart, Liu Duoduo didn't have any hope. This seemingly honest person was actually extremely fierce. He was like a legendary martial arts master. When they fought for a short period of time, the disparity in fighting strength he displayed showed that he and Li Changsheng weren't on the same level. Well, you were beaten up like this today, so I can't give you any tutoring. Tomorrow, we'll officially start. If you still want to learn kung fu, get up early. It's almost noon now, and you just got up. In the future, if you get beaten up when you go out, let alone my student, even I can't afford to lose face with you. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, Liu Duoduo hurriedly nodded like a chicken pecking rice. He was completely convinced by this tough tutor. There was no other way, who told him to beat him up. After finishing the remaining half of the cigarette, Li Changsheng went down from the second floor. He saw that the nanny and the driver were looking at the stairs with their necks craned. When they saw Li Changsheng coming down, they withdrew their gaze. They probably heard the fighting on the second floor, but for some reason, they didn't go up to check. Seeing that Li Changsheng was unscathed, the nanny seemed a little surprised. The driver, on the other hand, was more concerned about his young master's condition. After all, Chen Ligua had already told him about Mr. Li's strength. He didn't want his young master to lack any parts in a fit of anger. If that happened, it would be difficult to report back. Under the complicated gazes of the two, Liu Duoduo finally appeared behind Li Changsheng. Looking at his bruised and swollen face, the nanny's eyes almost fell to the ground. On the other hand, the driver heaved a sigh of relief. Although his face was a little bruised, at least he didn't lose any parts. Mr. Li, the driver, nodded at Li Changsheng with a strange look in his eyes. He could tell that Li Changsheng was different from the others. The housekeeper stood there in a daze for a while before she reacted. Just as she was about to say something, she saw the driver gently shake his head and immediately shut her mouth. After leaving the neighborhood, the driver directly sent Li Changsheng back to Qingju University. After Li Changsheng got out of the car, the driver dialed a number. "Hey, boss, I've already sent that tutor back to school. How was it?" A loud voice came from the other end of the phone. "I can't see through him. He looks ordinary, but he actually beat up the young master." "Beat him up?" The other end of the phone fell into a short silence. "He's an interesting guy. Well, call him now and tell him to come again tonight. I want to see him." "Okay." Li Changsheng had just walked to the dormitory when the phone rang. After picking it up, his face showed a bit of surprise. "See me? Is it time for the final review?" After hanging up the phone, he smiled and shook his head. He didn't feel any pressure in his heart. Anyway, he took this job with the mentality of having fun. He went back to the dormitory and slept. When he woke up, it was already evening. At this time, the driver, Xiao Pang, called him and said that he was waiting for him downstairs. Li Changsheng nodded and changed his clothes. At this time, Jiang Dao asked, "Changsheng, you're busier than the world's richest man. Where did you go?" Zhong Xiaofeng and Yang Fan also looked at him curiously. In the afternoon, when Li Changsheng came back, they also wanted to ask. But when they saw him go back to the dormitory and sleep, they didn't want to disturb him. "I took a job as a tutor. The client said that he wanted to see me." "Changsheng, you're really hardworking," Jiang Dao said and gave him a thumbs up. Zhong Xiaofeng and Yang Fan next to him showed a bit of interest. "Can you find a similar job for us next time? Recently, our classmates have started to work part-time. We see them posting in their moments every day. We also want to earn some pocket money. Okay. Li Changsheng smiled and nodded. Then he went downstairs and took a car to Jinxiu Longcheng community. Walking into the house, he saw a very dignified middle-aged man sitting on the sofa with a newspaper in his hand. When he heard the sound, he looked up and looked at Li Changsheng without leaving a trace. Then he smiled and said, "You must be Li Changsheng, right?" As he said, he pointed to the sofa. Liu Juojuo was sitting next to him. After Li Changsheng left, he put ice cubes on his face, but the bruises could still be seen. Since Li Changsheng came in, he stared straight at Li Changsheng's face. He wanted to see if this stupid guy really dared to not put his father in his eyes. He knew that his father's aura had always been very strong. His classmates were all devil incarnate. It could be seen that his father was not afraid of any of them. Unfortunately, after staring for a long time, he was disappointed in the end. Because Li Changsheng didn't have any superfluous expression on his face from beginning to end. Instead, he casually sat on the side of Liu Xiong. "I invited you today because today is my son Liu Duoduo's birthday. I'm busy with my business and have no time to take care of the child. So, I'll be taught by you in the future. I'm paid to solve the problem for others. This is what I should do." Li Changsheng was neither servile nor overbearing. No expression could be seen on his face. Soon, the birthday cake was served, and a housekeeper made a big table of dishes. The housekeeper was from Sichuan. The taste of the dishes was a bit spicy, but they looked, smelled, and tasted good. After the meal, Liu Juojuo suggested, "Brother Li, today is my birthday. I asked a few classmates to go out and play. You're not much older than me. Why don't you go out and play with me?" With that, he walked to Li Changsheng's side and said in a low voice, "There are a few female classmates who are very beautiful." He winked at Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng was about to refuse, but Liu Xiong said, "Mr. Li, since you've taken this job, you can also regulate his words and deeds in your life and correct his mistakes. 2 hours of educational work every day, including the time to play with him. More than 2 hours, I'll pay Mr. Li an extra 1,000 yuan per hour. How about it?" "Okay." Li Changsheng nodded. Since it was a job, he had no reason to refuse. "Mr. Liu, today is your son's birthday. Why don't you go out and play with him? Parents are the best teachers for children. It's good to spend more time with children." Hearing Li Changsheng's words, Liu Juojuo and the driver Xiaopang next to him were a little stunned. Although Liu Xiong looked amiable now, they understood that Liu Xiong had always been serious. He was swift and decisive in everything he did. He was very dignified. How could he go out and play with children? When Liu Xiong heard Li Changsheng's request, his face was also shocked, but soon he smiled. "I still have some company matters to deal with. If it's still early after I'm done, I'll go out with you." When Liu Xiong's words fell, the driver and Liu Juojuo were a little stunned. Was this still his father who had always been dignified? Chapter 55. Downstairs, Liu Juojuo drove out a Mercedes-Benz S-Class from the garage, rolled down the window, and let Li Changsheng get in. "Are you 18 years old? Do you have a driver's license?" "Just drive." "Of course, no." Liu Juojuo smiled. "I'm just addicted to driving. I haven't had the time to get my driver's license, but I have a personal driver." After that, he got out of the car, leaned against the door, and made a phone call. About 10 minutes later, a taxi stopped beside the two of them, and a pretty girl got out of the car. Her face was very seductive, and her legs were very thin. Especially the short skirt and black stockings, she had a mature charm in her purity. Even Li Changsheng couldn't help but admire her. She was a top-notch beauty. "This is my girlfriend." Liu Juojuo put his arm around the girl's slender waist and proudly introduced her to Li Changsheng. The girl also stroked the black hair in front of her forehead very cooperatively and leaned on Liu Juojuo. "How old are you to have a girlfriend?" The girl's name was Seng Na, a freshman. It was said that she had just gotten her driver's license. "This is my teacher, Brother Li," Liu Juojuo introduced with a smile. At the same time, he whispered in Seng Na's ear, "This guy is very awesome. His fighting power is off the charts. He can be called the Bruce Lee of the 21st century. Hearing Liu Duoduo's words, Seng Ene's eyes showed some surprise. She knew her boyfriend, who was 1 year younger than her, very well. Few people could get his praise. Okay, get in the car. Liu Duoduo took the initiative to sit in the front passenger seat, and Li Changsheng had to sit in the back seat. Master, I'll introduce you to a few beautiful girls in a while. They are absolutely beautiful and have different styles. Moreover, they are all rich ladies in the circle of Qingju. Although they are not as rich as my family, the most valuable thing is that some of them are the only daughters of their families. As long as you can get one, you can squander the rest of your life and go to the peak of life. Rich ladies and billionaires. We are not a good match at all. Li Changsheng said with a simple and honest smile. Master, don't belittle yourself. In my opinion, you are still very capable. No. Li Changsheng smiled. I'm afraid that they're not good enough for me. Liu Duoduo, Seng Na. Although Seng Na had just gotten her driver's license, her driving skills were very good. The city at night was already very congested, but from Liu Duoduo's neighborhood to the entertainment street, it took less than 20 minutes. 2 luxury cars had been waiting at the intersection for a long time. One was a Porsche worth more than 2 million yuan, and the other was a business version of the Land Rover Range Rover. The people who got out of the car were all young men of the same age as Liu Duoduo. Especially the guy who walked out of the Land Rover Range Rover. He was obviously very young, but driving such an old and heavy car gave people a strong impact. This kind of car was not rare in Qingju, but for such a young man to drive it, the meaning was different. They are my best friends. There will be a few more girls coming over later. They are the rich ladies I told you about. Liu Duoduo introduced to Li Changsheng. He rolled down the window and greeted his 2 companions. The 3 cars drove in one after another. They stopped in front of a bar. Young people always had a restless heart, and the bar was a place for them to let loose. They did not wait at the bar for long. Soon, 3 cars came over. As expected, all of the people who came out were handsome men and beautiful women, and there were more women than men. After listening to Liu Duoduo's introduction of Li Changsheng, the girls were obviously disappointed. However, a few of the boys' eyes lit up. They were very interested in Li Changsheng. Of course, they were not interested in that aspect, but they were curious about Li Changsheng's fighting ability based on Liu Duoduo's bragging. Boys, who didn't dream of traveling the world with a sword? Everyone, let's go in. Today is Duoduo's birthday. I've already booked a private room. It's my treat. A young man was obviously slightly older than everyone present. He even talked like a big brother. Everyone nodded and walked into the bar. The lobby manager immediately greeted them and led them to a more remote place on the 2nd floor. After sitting down, all kinds of high-end drinks were served. The bar manager specially brought a bottle of red wine to congratulate Liu Duoduo on his birthday. This red wine was estimated to be worth more than 100,000 yuan. After calculating their spending today, not only would the bar not make any money, it would also lose money. However, this was also an investment. Liu Duoduo and the others were not short of money. As long as they came here to spend more, this 100,000 yuan would be easily earned back. Li Changsheng watched all of this quietly. The various social skills of the secular world would always give people different insights. Everyone sat down. None of the girls were willing to sit next to Li Changsheng. After all, Li Changsheng's appearance could not attract their restless hearts. This made Liu Duoduo feel a little awkward. He originally planned to introduce girls to Li Changsheng, but he had some other thoughts. Today, he was taught a lesson by Li Changsheng. If he could beat Li Changsheng in this aspect, he would feel a little better. At this time, Liu Duoduo's cell phone suddenly rang. Because the music in the bar was too noisy, he went to the bathroom to answer the phone. A minute later, he returned to the room, glanced at Li Changsheng, and said, "My dad just called and said that he will be here in 10 minutes. What? A fat man next to him did not hear clearly and asked loudly. I said that my dad will be here in a while. In an instant, the atmosphere in the room froze. The boys who had been relaxed suddenly fell into silence. This is Brother Li's idea. He invited my dad. My dad just came. I don't have such a big face. Hearing Liu Duoduo's words, everyone present looked at Li Changsheng in a completely different way. These people played in the same circle as Liu Duoduo. Naturally, they knew who Liu Duoduo's father was. Usually, when they returned home, their parents would tell them how tough boss Liu was. Not to mention them, even their parents were trembling when they saw Liu Xiong. Such a big Buddha actually came to the bar, and it was not for the sake of his son Liu Duoduo, but for the sake of Li Changsheng. Many people gasped. Brother Li, you are awesome. The buddy next to Liu Duoduo gave Li Changsheng a thumbs up. Shall we change a place to play? If Liu Duoduo's dad knows that we are in this place, he won't be angry. Someone asked cautiously. It's too late to change a place now. Liu Duoduo's face also became bitter. When he sent the location to his dad just now, he did not think of this. It's okay. There's no need to change. When boss Liu comes in a while, I'll talk to him. Li Changsheng said casually. Liu Duoduo nodded hurriedly. Yes, yes. Brother Li, you can talk to my dad later. He must not be angry. Who said that Liu Duoduo was a devil incarnate? But sometimes Liu Xiong was very cruel when he disciplined him. Humph, what are you bragging about? When Duoduo's dad comes in a while, you will be scared. Isn't he just a tutor? A girl curled her lips disdainfully. Although Liu Duoduo praised Li Changsheng as a god, she grasped the essence of the matter. Li Changsheng was just a tutor who knew kung fu and was hired by Liu Duoduo's dad. In the eyes of girls, kung fu was actually a very cheap thing. Which one of her bodyguards was not a master who could fight against 10 people? When they saw her, they still had to respectfully call her miss. Only these boys were stupid enough to worship a guy who was so poor that he had to work part-time to make money. Chapter 56. How can you talk like that? Liu Duoduo glared at the girl next to him. The woman was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and a pair of earrings. She was quite pretty, but her phoenix eyes had a hint of harshness. Well, Duoduo, Wang Lu was just joking. The boy next to him hurriedly came out to smooth things over. Brother Li, she's a little girl. You don't mind, do you? Li Changsheng smiled and didn't speak. He didn't want to talk to such an uneducated girl. The atmosphere in the room was awkward for a while. At this time, a boy proposed to dance, but the others shook their heads. Liu Duoduo's father, Liu Xiong, was coming. Who could still be relaxed? After more than 10 minutes, Liu Duoduo's mobile phone lit up again. Liu Duoduo said to the crowd, "My dad is coming. I'll pick him up." With that, he ran down the first floor. Not long after, Liu Xiong came in accompanied by the driver, Xiao Pang. From the moment Liu Xiong appeared, the young people present, including the girl who just mocked Li Changsheng, Wang Lu, showed awe. They sat there like wooden carvings. Boss Liu, you're here. Li Changsheng stood up. Just call me Brother Liu. Liu Xiong patted Li Changsheng's shoulder and sat down next to Li Changsheng. I'm so old. Playing with a group of young people like you will make you feel uncomfortable, right? Liu Xiong picked up the wine glass and took the initiative to drink. He made a few jokes to liven up the atmosphere in the room. About 20 minutes later, Liu Xiong stood up. You guys have fun. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. At this time, Li Changsheng saw a few strong men in sportswear at the stairs. They all had sharp eyes. As Liu Xiong went downstairs, they quietly followed behind and guessed that they should be Liu Xiong's bodyguards. It seems that Chen Ligua didn't fully disclose the background of this boss Liu to me. How can he be an ordinary businessman with so many bodyguards who are all covert power experts? Li Changsheng shook his head and withdrew his gaze. He just came to experience life. As for Liu Xiong's background, he didn't have much interest. After Liu Xiong left, the atmosphere at the scene recovered its liveliness. Wang Lu, didn't you say that Brother Li was bragging? My dad is here. Look at how scared you are. Only my brother Li can deal with him calmly. Liu Duoduo still felt indignant for Li Changsheng. He's just ignorant and fearless. I'm afraid he doesn't know your father's identity. Wang Lu's words made Liu Duoduo speechless. Indeed, Li Changsheng didn't seem to know what his father did. Wang Lu was just speaking casually, But when she saw Liu Duoduo's expression, she knew that she had guessed correctly. It was almost 10 o'clock, the busiest time in the bar. After Liu Xiong, the great Buddha, left, he could also completely let go. Men and women began to dance on the dance floor. Only Li Changxing sat on the sofa, somewhat out of place. "Brother Li, do you want to go up and dance for a while?" Liu Duoduo was afraid that he would not take good care of Li Changxing, so he said this. "No need." Li Changxing shook his head. "You guys can go and play. Me. I think he's just an honest block of wood. I'm afraid he hasn't been to this bar before. There are so many scantily dressed girls in that room. I'm afraid his face will turn red before he even gets close." The girl called Wang Lu didn't know why, but she just didn't like Li Changxing and ridiculed him. "Wang Lu, if you continue to talk nonsense, don't blame me for being angry with you." Liu Duoduo was really annoyed. "I'm just telling the truth." Li Changxing smiled and poured himself a glass of wine. He seemed to have turned a deaf ear to Wang Lu's words. Who knew that when she saw Li Changxing shaking his head, Wang Lu couldn't accept it. What are you laughing at? Are you not convinced? It's not that I'm looking down on you, but other people come to the bar to have a romantic encounter. At the very least, they can release themselves. You're just like a block of wood, and you still want to pursue my sister Lu Yao. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself?" Now, Li Changxing finally understood. So this was where the problem lay. This Wang Lu turned out to be Lu Yao's best friend. That day in the art class, he didn't notice it, but Wang Lu remembered Li Changxing. "Why? Are you here to fight for justice for your sister?" Li Changxing asked with interest. That day, he was kind enough to give Lu Yao a student card, but he didn't expect to be treated like that. Now that he thought about it, Li Changxing still felt that it wasn't worth it. "Yeah, I'm here to fight for justice. You're just a pile of cow dung. You even chased her all the way to the classroom, and in the end, you still arrogantly left. I've long disliked you." Hee hee. Li Changxing smiled. "You're really a dog trying to catch a mouse. Who are you talking about?" Wang Lu stood up and fiercely glared at Li Changxing. "Surnamed Li, I said you're a pile of cow dung, and you're still not convinced. Look at yourself. There are so many girls in this bar. If you can find one who likes you, I, Wang Lu, will gouge out my eyeballs and let you step on them like blisters." "Really?" Li Changxing's face showed some interest. "There's no need to step on them like blisters. If there really is a girl who likes me, you can slap yourself twice in front of everyone, and then loudly shout that you, Wang Lu, have eyes but fail to see. You're a snobbish and narrow-minded woman." Wang Lu's face turned purple. If that's really the case, then wouldn't she lose all her face? However, when she thought of Li Changxing's image, she sneered and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you. It's a deal. But since it's a bet, then you can't just casually choose. Do you see the table of people in the corner? Among them, there's a girl in white. If you can take her down, not only will I slap myself twice, but I'll also show you my private photos." When Wang Lu's words fell, the surrounding people exclaimed in surprise. Before this, everyone had already noticed the girl in the corner. Her appearance was definitely at the level of a femme fatale. Even if she was sitting in a muddy and noisy place like a bar, she was still like a green lotus, untainted by the mud, giving people a cold feeling. She was definitely an ice goddess. This kind of woman was the most difficult to win over. Not to mention the ordinary-looking Li Changxing. Even if it was a tall, rich, and handsome man like Liu Duoduo, 800 would die on the way. The remaining 200 would at most be qualified to be a spare tire. Therefore, everyone felt that the difficulty was too high. No wonder Wang Lu dared to place such a heavy bet. This Wang Lu was very beautiful and was very confident in her figure. But when she said such words, she felt that she had placed a very heavy bet. Who knew that Li Changxing would shake his head, change the condition. "If you lose, in addition to the previous condition, you have to do a pole dance for me. I'm not interested in your private photos. With your appearance, any of the salon girls in the Western District's Red Flag Street would be 10 times better than you." "What did you say?" Wang Lu felt as if she was hit by 100,000 points. Her eyes stared at Li Changxing. If looks could kill, Li Changsheng would definitely die in an instant. For someone like her who had always been confident in her appearance, it was fine to be called ugly. But to be compared with those salon girls, this was simply an insult to her. The surrounding people also revealed a strange expression. They thought that this brother really dared to say anything. What if you lose? Wang Lu stared at Li Changsheng. If I lose, you can kill me or cut me up as you wish. Good. Wang Lu nodded her head. If you lose, I want you to blindfold yourself and jump down from the second floor. Who? When Wang Lu's words came out, everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Blindfold yourself and jump down from the second floor, this is too ruthless. I agree. Li Changsheng just lightly said. Even Liu Duo, who was at the side, was a bit silly. It seemed that today's game had gone too far. Chapter 57. Li Changsheng stood up, and all eyes were focused on him. Even the woman in white's table had people looking at him curiously. After all, it was noisy here, and people were pointing at her table from time to time. However, they were obviously more low-key. With the woman in white's appearance, no matter where she went, she would inevitably cause a shock. As her friends, they were used to it. However, when they saw Li Changsheng holding a wine glass and walking to their table, some people's faces suddenly showed displeasure. Watching from afar and commenting in private were all within their tolerance range. It was a bit too much to walk over blatantly. However, the woman in white had been playing with her phone with her head down. Even if there was a wine glass in front of her, she only took a few symbolic sips. At this moment, the woman in white didn't know that a guy had boasted that he would take her down and even made a bet. However, when she was playing with her phone, she saw a figure standing in front of her and then said in a very firm voice, "Hello, my name is Li Changsheng. I want you to be my girlfriend." As soon as the words came out, it was earth-shattering. Not only were the white-clothed girl's companions dumbfounded, but even Liu Duo and the others were dumbfounded. This was too straightforward, too straightforward. Many people had already shook their heads and couldn't bear to look directly. Such a scene usually had two results, but it depended on the woman's personality. If the woman was a playboy, she might tease him and say, "Okay, let's see if you can subdue this great aunt." If the woman was pure as ice and jade, it was very likely that she would directly slap him and scold, "Shameless." Obviously, the former was not very likely. Looking at the woman's appearance, many people were worried for Li Changsheng. Why? The woman put away her phone and looked at the man standing in front of her clearly. He was wearing ordinary clothes and looked ordinary, but his eyes were very bright. "Because I can protect you," Li Changsheng blurted out. Since he had made a bet, he was naturally confident. Of course, his confidence didn't come from his appearance or anything else, but from the mind bewitchment. If he could charm a woman in a short time and make her agree to be his girlfriend, it was not difficult for Li Changsheng. "Protect me." "Sure." The girl suddenly smiled. This time, Li Changsheng was somewhat dumbfounded. She agreed so easily. "My name is Bai Qianxue. I'm your girlfriend now. Of course, it's not too late to regret it." Bai Qianxue's voice was very clear and crisp, giving people a feeling of enjoyment like flowing spring water. However, Li Changsheng wasn't in the mood to appreciate her voice at the moment. Instead, he was wondering why the other party had agreed. Not to mention Li Changsheng, Liu Duo, and the others felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Wang Lu, who was looking at Li Changsheng with disdain, directly sat up from the sofa. "Are you kidding me? How could this be?" On the contrary, the people at Bai Qianxue's table revealed thoughtful expressions after their initial shock. Some of them even looked at Li Changsheng with pity in their eyes. "Qianxue." The man next to him hesitated and was about to speak. Bai Qianxue shook her head. "Ziheng, I know what you want to say, but you know my personality." The man named Ziheng nodded and fell into silence. "Li Changsheng, let me ask you one more time. Are you sure you don't regret it? You want to be my boyfriend to protect me?" Li Changsheng suddenly cracked a smile and said, "Of course not. Even if someone put a knife to my neck, I wouldn't regret it." This time, Bai Qianxue's eyes flashed with a strange light. "Okay, Li Changsheng, now that you are my boyfriend, you should fulfill your promise to protect me. Come with me to Chuju City in half a month. Chuju City? Li Changsheng asked curiously, why? Come with me to see my fiancé. After Bai Chenxue said that, her table mates heaved a sigh. Just as I thought. They all thought at the same time. Okay. Li Changsheng didn't seem to notice the strange look in Bai Chenxue's friend's eyes, so he agreed without hesitation. Then I have fulfilled my obligation as your boyfriend, shouldn't you fulfill your obligation as my girlfriend? Obligation as your girlfriend? What obligation? Bai Chenxue was taken aback. However, she saw Li Changsheng take a step closer to her. Then, he reached out and wrapped his arm around Bai Chenxue's slender waist. Bai Chenxue's body trembled. She had never thought that Li Changsheng would do something like this. That firm arm and the warmth of his large hand passed through her thin clothes, causing her entire body to become limp and numb. She subconsciously turned around and tried to break free. However, when she saw Li Changsheng's half-smile, she immediately calmed down. This guy is trying to get back at me. He saw through my intention and is using this to punish me. Although Bai Chenxue was still feeling unwell, she forced a smile. How dare you take advantage of Chenxue? At this moment, the man named Zi Heng suddenly stood up and pointed at Li Changsheng as he shouted. Get your dirty hands off of her. Chenxue, I know you don't want to marry that spoiled brat, but you can't let this bumpkin take advantage of you. Xu Ziheng, mind your own business. You said you like me and would do anything for me, but where were you when the Cheng family came to propose marriage? Do you dare to stand up for me? You are worse than this bumpkin. Bai Chenxue said coldly. The man in front of her was her childhood sweetheart. However, when her family decided to marry her off to a spoiled brat, he didn't dare to stand up for her. Chenxue, you know how much I love you. I am willing to do anything for you, but your fiancé is the young lord of the Cheng family. You should know better than me how powerful the Cheng family is in Chuju City. I don't care about my own safety, but I have to think about my family. That's enough. Bai Chenxue interrupted him. Stop trying to find excuses for your cowardice. So you are a couple. Li Changsheng finally understood the relationship between Bai Chenxue and Xu Ziheng. It's none of your business. Get your dirty hands off of her. Xu Ziheng said coldly. I won't. Didn't you hear what Chenxue said? You two are no longer in a relationship. She is my girlfriend now. As he spoke, Li Changsheng's lips curled into a smile. He exerted force in his palm, and Bai Chenxue was caught off guard. Her entire body was pressed against his chest. Then, he kissed Bai Chenxue's beautiful face. You. Bai Chenxue's mind went blank. She was pure and innocent. Even though she and Xu Ziheng liked each other, the most they would do was hold hands. However, she was kissed by someone she had only known for less than 10 minutes. After more than 10 seconds, she finally reacted and struggled out of Li Changsheng's arms. Her face was dark and gloomy, and she glared at Li Changsheng with a frosty expression. You asshole, I will kill you. Xu Ziheng was enraged. He swung his fist at Li Changsheng. Chapter 58. Although Xu Ziheng was a rich second generation, he gave off a strong vibe because he worked out frequently. Many people around him exclaimed when he suddenly attacked. After all, Li Changsheng's figure was a little thin compared to him. Stop. At this moment, Bai Chenxue reacted and stepped in front of Li Changsheng. Chenxue, why are you protecting him? Xu Ziheng certainly wouldn't punch Bai Chenxue, so he could only take it back. Xu Ziheng, I agreed to come to the bar today because I wanted to see what you would do, but you really disappointed me. She turned and walked towards the stairs. Chenxue, listen to me. Xu Ziheng hurriedly chased after Bai Chenxue, but when he tried to grab her, Bai Chenxue shook him off. His other friends also hurriedly followed behind. When they were going down the stairs, Xu Ziheng turned around and glared at Li Changsheng. He said in a cold voice, Kid, I'll remember you. After they left one after another, Li Changsheng turned and walked back to Liu Duoduo's table. At this moment, Liu Duoduo gave Li Changsheng a thumbs up. Brother Li, you're amazing. As he spoke, he looked at Wang Lu beside him. You should honor your bet now, right? Wang Lu's face suddenly turned ugly. She didn't expect this result. Li Changsheng was so lucky that the other party happened to be angry with her boyfriend. Li, don't be so smug. Didn't you hear that the girl said her fiancé is the young master of the Cheng family? Maybe you won't even know how you died. That's not something you should be concerned about. Li Changsheng said coldly. Now, honor your bet. Wang Lu's face turned extremely ugly. In front of so many people, this was worse than killing her. Brother Li, I think we should just forget about it. A young man next to him stood up to smooth things over. Unexpectedly, Li Changsheng shook his head. Since we made a bet, we naturally have to honor it. We can't just let it go. If I lose, I'll really jump down from the second floor. So, she has to do as she said. The young man next to him felt that Li Changsheng had rejected him, and his face turned ugly. However, thinking that Li Changsheng was brought here by Liu Juojuo, he didn't say anything in the end. Wang Lu, are you going to pole dance later? Someone similarly disliked Wang Lu and immediately made fun of her. Wang Lu's face turned purple. Hurry up, don't waste my time. Li Changsheng said coldly. This woman was mean and sarcastic, always going against him. He wouldn't show her any mercy. All right. Wang Lu gnashed her teeth as she looked at Li Changsheng. Then, she walked to the railing on the second floor and slapped herself twice on the face. Many people looked over when they saw Wang Lu's actions. I, Wang Lu, am a snob. I have eyes but fail to see, Wang Lu shouted. Then, under everyone's gaze, she walked to the center of the dance floor and said something to the girl who was dancing. After the girl left, she really began to pole dance. Wang Lu was very beautiful, and she was wearing a miniskirt today. Her dance immediately made the whole bar boil. Liu Juojuo and others also leaned on the railing and enjoyed the dance. In the dim light, Li Changsheng didn't wait for Wang Lu to finish her dance and left silently. To him, this woman's punishment was nothing more than entertainment. After leaving the bar, Li Changsheng immediately saw the figure in white standing alone by the roadside. There seemed to be something sparkling and translucent flowing on her cheeks. Here, wipe your tears. A tissue was handed over. Bai Qianxue looked up in surprise. When she saw that it was Li Changsheng, she took the tissue. Where are your friends? Li Changsheng asked. I let them go. Bai Qianxue wiped her tears and smiled at Li Changsheng. However, that smile was a little sad and beautiful. I'm fine, you don't have to worry about me. I'll send you home. Without any explanation, Li Changsheng pulled her hand and stopped a taxi. Bai Qianxue wanted to struggle, but Li Changsheng's hand was like an iron clamp. In the end, she didn't break free and sat in the car obediently. Bai Qianxue was a student of Yangbei University. After sending her to the school gate and adjusting on the way, her face looked better. She looked at the young man sitting next to her who had become her boyfriend out of nowhere with mixed feelings. At that time, she was angry with Xu Ziheng, and she really wanted to find someone to be her means to fight against her family. However, at this moment, she couldn't help but regret it. If her family knew that she had found such a man in order to avoid marrying young Master Cheng, she would at most suffer some grievances. However, he might have to bear the wrath of her family, especially the Cheng family. Wasn't she too selfish? This would only harm him. Bai Qianxue wanted to say something, but Li Changsheng spoke first. Okay, I won't send you to school. Remember, I'm your boyfriend. I will protect you. This was the second time Bai Qianxue heard Li Changsheng say this. She hoped that the person who said this was Xu Ziheng. However, when she thought of Xu Ziheng's performance, her heart was filled with disappointment. Give me your phone. Bai Qianxue reached out her hand. She took Li Changsheng's phone and dialed a number. A few seconds later, she heard the sound of her pocket vibrating. Okay, goodbye. Li Changsheng smiled. Looking at the pure and bright smile, Bai Qianxue suddenly muttered, Why don't you send me in? After saying this, even the driver in front turned his head with a surprised look. It was the first time he saw such a beautiful woman like Bai Qianxue after so many rental trips. However, this beautiful woman took the initiative to ask a man to send her to school. Under the moonlight, a man and a woman walked on the campus path full of camphor trees. What a beautiful picture. The only pity was that the man was too ordinary. Can you help me pay the taxi fare first? I was going to wait for the taxi to send me back to school and ask my roommate to pay for me. I don't have cash with me, Li Changsheng said with a smile. It seemed that he didn't notice the wonderful expression of the driver at all. Okay. Bai Qianxue nodded and was a little speechless. She felt that she was hot-headed at that time. Why did she agree to be her boyfriend? Scan the code and pay. Then the two walked together to the gate of Yangbei University. Although it was already night, there were still many students coming and going at the gate of the university. Bai Qianxue was a famous goddess in Yangbei University. Some people recognized that the goddess was walking with a bumpkin and felt that they were blind. Chapter 59. By the way, why did you suddenly say that you wanted to be my boyfriend? Was it because of a bet? Bai Qianxue, who had been silent all the way, finally couldn't help but ask. You are very smart. Li Changsheng smiled. A woman kept mocking me, saying that all the girls in the bar looked down on me, so I found the most beautiful one and slapped her face. Li Changsheng answered honestly. Bai Qianxue smiled slightly. Li Changsheng's words were equivalent to praising her beauty in disguise. Even though she was an ice goddess, she was still very happy to hear such words. I didn't know that you were quite good at talking. Bai Qianxue looked at the dormitory building that appeared in front of her and said, I'm here. By the way, do you want to accompany me to see my fiancé in half a month? You can think about it again, because it may not be as simple as a meeting. There will be danger, right? Li Changsheng smiled. Don't worry, I said that I will protect you, although I am only your temporary boyfriend and you are only my temporary girlfriend. After that, he turned around and left. Bai Qianxue was a little stunned. She didn't expect Li Changsheng to see it so clearly. Since you know, why did you agree to accompany me? Bai Qianxue couldn't help but ask. Because you are my girlfriend now. Li Changsheng laughed heartily. Even if it is only temporary. After that, he waved his hand and turned around to leave, leaving behind a trail of dust. Because he didn't have any spare change, Li Changsheng didn't choose to take a taxi, but trotted directly back to Qingju University. Qingju University was half a city away from Yangbei University, but Li Changsheng's running speed was absolutely as fast as lightning. After more than 30 kilometers, his face wasn't red and he wasn't out of breath. Back in the dormitory, Jiang Dao and the others were lying in front of the computer watching an action movie from a certain country. All of them were so focused that they didn't even notice Li Changsheng's arrival. He lit a cigarette and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Then, he took out a packet of tea leaves for himself. Changsheng is back. Your tea leaves are quite delicious. At that time, the person from the dormitory next door insisted that I give him a packet after he finished drinking the tea. I thought that since you have so many tea leaves and you don't care about that packet, I took the liberty to give it to him. Zhong Xiaofeng said casually. It's fine. Isn't it just a bag of tea leaves? It doesn't matter even if you give the whole box away. Li Changsheng waved his hand and said. These were all gifts given to Xu Xiaolin by others. It was not an exaggeration to say that any one of these bags could be used to buy an item on the busiest street in Qingju. In the hands of Li Changsheng, they were like weeds on the roadside that could be casually given away. Yesterday, I saw a tale of Longjing tea sold for hundreds of yuan on Daobao. Changsheng's tea leaves are not bad. Although his hometown produces tea, we can't waste it. Next time, when people from other dorms come, they can drink tea, but they can't take it for free. Besides, that guy is famous for taking advantage of others. Yang Fan said. Zhong Xiaofeng nodded. Got it. How could he not know his temperament? It was just that he had recently taken a fancy to a girl, and that girl and the guy from the dormitory next door were elementary school classmates. By the way, I have an appointment with my wife to go to the KTV tomorrow. There are also a few girls, Hao Ting and Chen Wan, who will also go. Changsheng, you saved them at the bar last time, and they all said that they want to thank you. Zhong Mengmeng will also go. She seems to have a good impression of you. Jiang Dao said. How about it? Do you want to go together tomorrow? Okay. Yang Fan was the first to nod. Although those girls didn't like him, Jiang Dao said that there were other girls who might be able to solve a major life event. Besides, tomorrow was Sunday, and they had nothing to do. I'll go too. Zhong Xiaofeng nodded. He was also a person who liked to be lively. Okay. Li Changsheng also nodded. However, as soon as his voice fell, his phone vibrated. Seeing that the number was from Wang Dongsheng, Li Changsheng didn't want the people in the dormitory to know about him being in the fighting team. Therefore, he left the dormitory and went to the corridor to answer the call. Dongsheng, what's the matter? Wang Dongsheng was Li Changsheng's student, and his character was quite liked by Li Changsheng. Therefore, other than during training, Li Changsheng was usually very good to him. Coach, there's something I need to trouble you with. On the other end of the phone, Wang Dongsheng's tone was a bit hesitant. What's the matter? Just say it, don't be so wishy-washy. The reason why Wang Dongsheng and the others were hospitalized could be said to be because they were implicated by Li Changsheng. This made Li Changsheng feel that he had let them down. It's like this. A month ago, I bought a KTV near the school gate. I wanted to start my own business to make some money, but because my KTV was quite popular, it stole the business of the surrounding shops. There were always people who went there to cause trouble. Every night, I would go there to keep an eye on it for a while. Now that I'm hospitalized, I'm afraid that people will cause trouble there. The staff there can't handle it, so I want Coach to help me keep an eye on it today. Tomorrow, my dad will send someone else to help. The whole day tomorrow? Li Changsheng asked. No, it only needs to be between 7 and 12 o'clock. Okay, send me the location. I'll help you keep an eye on it. After hanging up the phone, he returned to the dormitory. Li Changsheng saw that everyone was staring at him. What are you looking at? I don't have flowers on my face. He picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. At this time, Jiang Dao opened his mouth and said, sneaking outside to make a phone call, Did you find a girlfriend? Yes, tell us the truth. What's her name? How high is she? Is she from our school? Yang Fan also said loudly. Leniency if you confess, severity if you resist. He really found a girlfriend. She's from Yangbei University. I think she's called Bai Qianxue. What? Changsheng, you really found a girlfriend? Zhong Xiaofeng's eyes almost popped out. The first one in the dormitory to have a girlfriend and say goodbye to his single life was of course the rich second-generation Jiang Dao, but the second one was Li Changsheng, who didn't look very attractive to girls. This made Zhong Xiaofeng and Yang Fan quite shocked. You said your girlfriend's name is Bai Qianxue? Jiang Dao suddenly held his belly and laughed. I say, Changsheng, you're joking with us again. Yangbei University and Shu Ying's school are only one street away. I heard from Shu Ying that Bai Qianxue is the #1 goddess of Yangbei University. The number of rich young masters pursuing her can form a 10-mile-long street. Are you secretly in love with Bai Qianxue? But you'd better give up. It's not that I want to discourage you, but such a white swan is not suitable for you. I think that Zhong Mengmeng is not bad. She seems to have a good impression of you. Changsheng, you'd better be realistic. Don't lose the sesame seed before eating the watermelon. That's not worth it. Chapter 60. Li Changsheng smiled and did not refute. There was no need to explain this kind of thing. Moreover, he and Bai Qianxue were just using each other. They were not really a couple. Oh right, I have something to do tomorrow. I'm afraid I can't go out with you guys. Have fun. Jiang Dao could not help but feel a little disappointed when he heard Li Changsheng's words. Although Li Changsheng seemed to be short of money, Jiang Dao actually preferred to spend time with Li Changsheng compared to Zhong Xiaofeng and Yang Fan. After all, Li Changsheng was a guy who was not afraid of anything. Most importantly, he could fight. Which boy had not been attracted by cool action movies when they were young? Who had not dreamed of becoming a hero who could kill a person within 10 miles? Sunday had always been a paradise for students. Li Changsheng first went to the hospital to visit Wang Dongsheng and the others. Then, he took the keys to the villa that Xu Xiaolin gave him. In the villa's courtyard, he saw a black car covered in dust. He could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Xu Xiaolin, this guy. I told him that I don't need a car, but he just had to park it in the courtyard. The villa had 2 floors and was located in the downtown area of Qingju. Every inch of land was worth gold. However, the environment inside was indeed elegant. It had forcibly opened up a quiet place in the most bustling area. The slogan of the UNE villa was Urban Paradise. Li Changsheng's villa was close to the artificial lake. It should be the best location in the entire neighborhood. He used the buildings in the courtyard to set up a small spirit gathering formation. Because he lacked the most suitable spirit stones to set up the formation, the effect of the spirit gathering formation was very ordinary. When he finished everything, it was already noon. He casually ate a mouthful of food and returned to the villa to cultivate. When he finished cultivating, the sky was almost dark. After calling Wang Dongsheng and asking for the address, he directly took a taxi to Wang Dongsheng's KTV. It was called Carving Time, and it had a somewhat artistic atmosphere. At this time, there were no customers. The waiter thought that he was here to spend money and hurriedly stood up. "Sir, how many people are there? I'm not here to play." Li Changsheng shook his head. "I'm here to watch the shop on behalf of Dongsheng. Are you the friend that Wang Xiao mentioned?" The originally lazy waiter's attitude immediately changed. "Brother Li, do you want some water?" The waiter was about to pour some tea for Li Changsheng. "No need, just give me a bottle of mineral water. You can go about your business. Is there a break room? I'm going to rest for a while." "Of course." The waiter led Li Changsheng to the back of the bar and pushed open a small door. There was a lounge that was about 15 or 16 square meters with sofas and whatnot. Li Changsheng leaned against the sofa and narrowed his eyes. The KTV started to have customers around 7 o'clock. There was nothing going on outside, so Li Changsheng sat in the lounge and didn't go out. At around 8 o'clock, it was already completely busy. Because this place was close to the school, the geographical location was quite good. There were more students, and the price was not expensive, so it was full every day. This was also the reason why many people in the same industry found Wang Dongsheng an eyesore and came to make trouble. After all, if they opened another shop in this area, they would have to make a lot less money. After stretching, Li Changsheng decided to go out and have a look. When he opened the door, the bar was busy. "Room 312 wants a big fruit plate." The walkie-talkie at the bar rang. "Make a fruit plate for room 312 and send it over." The manager shouted to the storeroom. "The waiter is busy. Please wait for a while." A voice came from the storeroom. "I'll send it over." Li Changsheng smiled. "I can't trouble you." The manager had received Wang Dongsheng's instructions to treat Li Changsheng with utmost respect. Li Changsheng smiled and said, "It's okay." He went to the storeroom to get the fruit plate and then went up to the 3rd floor. As soon as he went up to the 3rd floor, he heard a surprised voice. "Changsheng, why are you here?" He looked up and saw young Fan looking at him with a surprised face. "I'm here to help," Li Changsheng said. "Changsheng, you're really hardworking. You're a tutor and you're here to work part-time." Young Fan obviously misunderstood, but Li Changsheng was too lazy to explain. "Is this fruit plate for room 312? Changsheng, you go ahead and leave it to me." "Okay." Li Changsheng handed the fruit plate to young Fan. After young Fan walked into the room with the fruit plate, he saw everyone's puzzled eyes and explained, "Changsheng works part-time as a waiter in this KTV. Just now, he was about to send the fruit plate to our room. I saw that he was very busy, so I took the initiative to bring the fruit plate in." "What? Changsheng works part-time here? No wonder he refused to play with us yesterday. I just didn't expect it to be so coincidental." Jiang Dao smiled and said. Xu Ying and the other girls next to him looked a little strange. "Then why don't you let Li Changsheng in? No matter how busy he is, he shouldn't be here for a while." Zhong Mengmeng shouted. She wanted to see Li Changsheng very much. "Maybe he doesn't want to come in. After all, we are here to spend money, but he is a waiter. Maybe he will feel embarrassed." Xu Ying said. "Mengmeng, although I know Li Changsheng saved us, I still want to advise you that he is a poor boy who can only work part-time in a bar. He is not a good match for you." Chen Wan hesitated for a moment and said to Zhong Mengmeng. When she said this, Xu Ying looked at Jiang Dao with some worry. Sure enough, Jiang Dao's face sank slightly. Since the last incident, Jiang Dao didn't have a good impression of Chen Wan and the other girls. If they weren't Xu Ying's best friends, Jiang Dao might not be willing to see them. I think Li Changxing is very good. Zhong Mengmeng smiled, but didn't say anything about letting Li Changxing in for a drink. Okay, let's continue. Xu Ying smiled and raised her glass. Li Changxing saved us. Of course, we have to thank him. But today's occasion is not suitable. He is a waiter, and we are guests. If we let him in, he will be embarrassed. Hao Ting also patted Zhong Mengmeng's shoulder. If you want to see him, find a suitable time. Boys are all prideful. He definitely won't want you to see his humble side. Soon, everyone forgot about Li Changxing. Only Zhong Mengmeng looked at the door from time to time. She wanted to stand up several times, but in the end, she didn't have the courage to walk out. Imagining Li Changxing working as a waiter and bowing to the guests, compared to his majestic appearance in the bar that day, Zhong Mengmeng felt a little complicated. If I really want him to be my boyfriend, can I accept him as a humble waiter? Maybe Chen Wan is right. I only saw his majestic side, but ignored the essence of the matter. No matter how brave he is, no matter how good he is at fighting, it can't change the fact that he is a poor boy. Chapter 61. After delivering the fruit platter, Li Changxing went to the bar and found a chair to sit down. The manager kept saying that it was troublesome in front of him. Li Changxing told him not to be courteous. About an hour later, Jiang Dao and the others came down from the third floor. Chen Wan and Xu Ying wanted to go to the bar. Jiang Dao and Xu Ying were still in love, so he naturally agreed. Finished. After seeing them, Li Changxing stood up. Yes, Changxing, we want to go to the bar. I'm afraid you can't leave. Next time, Jiang Dao said. Okay. Li Changxing nodded. Walking to the bar, Jiang Dao paid the bill and was about to leave. At this time, Chen Wan suddenly took out 1,000 yuan from her bag and put it on the bar. This is a tip for him. With that, she pointed at Li Changxing. Zhong Mengmeng and the others were stunned. No, I'm not a waiter, so you don't have to give me a tip. Li Changxing said. Oh, if you're not a waiter, are you the boss? Okay, don't be embarrassed. I know you're short of money, otherwise you wouldn't come here to work. Take this tip, it's comparable to several days of your salary. With that, she directly pulled Zhong Mengmeng and the others out. After coming out of the KTV, Jiang Dao's face was somewhat ugly. Chen Wan, what do you mean? Changxing is my friend. You gave him a tip, isn't that humiliating him? Yes, you're too much. Zhong Mengmeng also said. What's too much? He came here to work part-time for money. Is it wrong for me to give him money? What dignity? You think too much. For a small person living at the bottom, the most important thing is the benefits in hand. This, Jiang Dao opened his mouth and wanted to refute. After all, in his impression, Li Changxing was definitely not a person who valued money more than his dignity. But thinking that Li Changxing had to work in the KTV on Sunday, he could only sigh. He's probably in need of money. Alright, I think Chen Wan is right. I didn't think of that. Xu Ying pulled Jiang Dao's arm. Let's go and play together. At worst, we'll just have to watch our words the next time we see him. Exactly. After they left, the manager looked apologetic. Mr. Li, I'm so sorry. I asked you to deliver the fruit platter, but your friends misunderstood. I'm fine. Li Changxing smiled. I'll find time to pay her back. At this time, a beautiful figure rushed in and stood in front of the manager, panting. Manager, I'm really sorry. Something happened at home, so I'm late. I'm fine. The manager smiled. You texted me in advance, so I won't consider you absent from work. Hurry up and change into your work clothes and get to work. There are a lot of people today on Sunday. All right. The girl was very delicate, and her face was so tender that it seemed like water could be pinched out. Although she was wearing a simple half-sleeved shirt, one could still see her wonderful figure. When the girl walked into the changing room, the manager explained. She's a waitress here. Her name is Yue. Her family is relatively poor, and she's a high school student. She just turned 18 and comes here to work part-time every night. She's also a poor child. Is that so? Li Changsheng nodded and didn't care much. Li Changsheng sat there playing with his phone, and the manager and waitress didn't dare to disturb him. Originally, he thought that the day would end like this, but suddenly he heard a loud noise. The manager hurried over and said to Li Changsheng, "Brother Li, something happened in room 205. At this time, Li Changsheng lit a cigarette and smoked less than 2 puffs. What happened? Hurriedly putting out the cigarette, Li Changsheng asked. Just now, Yue sent wine to room 205. As a result, a guy took a fancy to Yue and wanted to take advantage of Yue. Yue slapped him in the face, and now he won't let it go. Just now, several waitresses went to mediate, but they were also slapped in the face. Okay, let's go and have a look." Li Changsheng didn't say anything and went straight to the second floor. Many waiters followed behind him. Among them were 2 security guards. However, these 2 security guards looked like they came from the countryside. They were very honest. No one expected them to be of much use. "Brother Li, do you want us to go in and teach them a lesson?" If Brother Sheng was here, he would definitely not let our waitresses suffer. The manager said so. That's true. Li Changsheng nodded. He knew Wang Dongsheng's character. But don't be impulsive. If you can solve it peacefully, do it peacefully. Li Changsheng looked at the manager thoughtfully, and then went to the room on the second floor together. At this moment, the room was in a mess, and there were many onlookers at the door. Li Changsheng led a group of waiters over. Because Li Changsheng was the backbone, the waiters all appeared to be filled with righteous indignation and aggressive. Many people took the initiative to make a path. In the room, Yue was kneeling on the ground, looking delicate and pitiful. There was a clear palm print on her cheek. Her eyes were red, but she held back her tears and didn't let them flow down. A pear blossom in the rain, I feel sorry for her. This was Li Changsheng's thought at this moment. Little girl, you are the first one who dared to slap me in the face in Qingju. Now I'll give you 2 choices. 1. Be a good girl and follow me. I've already booked a room in the Dihao Hotel. 2. You can go out from this door. I promise that in less than 3 days, you and your family will have some accidents. The young man with the surname Huang revealed a sinister smile and patted Yue's cheek. Do you understand? I've already booked a room in the Dihao Hotel. It's up to you whether you want to go or not. I won't force you. Behind the young man, a few of his companions laughed proudly. Among them, Li Changsheng saw a few familiar figures. They were the ones who celebrated Liu Duoduo's birthday with him yesterday. Because the lights were dim and Li Changsheng was standing behind them, they didn't recognize Li Changsheng. Friend, this is Wang Xiao's place. How dare you cause trouble here? The manager shouted as soon as he came in. Cut the F***king crap. Young Master Huang grabbed a wine bottle on the coffee table and smashed it at the manager's head. Pa. The manager dodged, and the bottle smashed against the wall and shattered. The next moment, a burly young man rushed up, grabbed the manager's hair, and kneed his lower abdomen. Almost in the blink of an eye, the manager clutched his waist and abdomen and fell to the ground with his body bent over. This time, the waiters behind the manager, who had been aggressive, were all stunned and subconsciously took a step back. The other party's attack was too fierce. When the muscular young man saw the waiters retreating, he cursed, "Cowards." He turned around and stomped on the manager's head, then walked back to Huang Bingzhong's side, cursing and swearing. "Brother Li, what do we do?" One of the waiters stuttered. Li Changsheng was invited by Wang Dongsheng to watch over the place today. Now that the manager had been taken down, they could only count on Li Changsheng. Many people around them shook their heads. Initially, they had thought that the manager would lead a group of people forward aggressively, and a grand armed melee would break out. Who would have thought that the manager would die the moment he appeared, collapsing on the ground before he could even make a move? As for Li Changsheng, who was surrounded in the middle of the crowd, he did not look like a tough guy at all. The other party seemed to also see that Li Changsheng was the backbone of the group. The fat man surnamed Huang twisted his neck and stood up, then pointed at Li Changxing's nose and scolded, "Little bastard, get out of here right now. You can't interfere with your grandpa Huang's business." At this time, the other people in the room finally recognized Li Changxing. "Isn't that Liu Duoduo's tutor? The one we saw at the bar yesterday? What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet him here again. Didn't Liu Duoduo say that he's good at fighting? I wonder if he dares to offend young Master Huang." The crowd was abuzz with discussion. Although they recognized Li Changxing, they did not hear any intention to speak up for him. Instead, it was the young man who had been sitting beside Li Changxing yesterday who hesitated for a moment, then walked over to Li Changxing's side and spoke in a low voice. "Brother Li, that fat man is young Master Huang. His name is Huang Bingzhong. His family is in the real estate business and is very influential. And that tall one is young Master Yang Xiaowei. He's a martial artist. The biggest fitness center in Qingju is run by his family. If it's not necessary, it's best if you don't interfere in today's matter." Chapter 62. "So it's you." A sharp voice sounded. It was a woman's voice. Li Changxing remembered that yesterday, he also went to celebrate Liu Duoduo's birthday. Young Master Huang, he is the one who forced Wang Lu to slap herself and perform a pole dance in front of everyone. "What?" The fatty surnamed Huang flew into a rage. "Wang Lu is my sister, you dare to bully her. Bingzhong, he is Duoduo's teacher." The young man hurriedly explained when he saw that the dish was about to be ruined. "If he is Duoduo's relative, I will give Duoduo some face. But a broken home tutor dares to bully my sister, how can I let him go?" As he spoke, he grabbed Li Changsheng's collar and yelled, "Brat, you better kneel on the ground and call me daddy," then jump down from the second-floor window. "I'll spare you this time because you're Duoduo's teacher. Otherwise, I'll find someone to cripple you in minutes." With that, he pointed to the sturdy young Xiaowei who was practicing martial arts at the side. "Do you see my brother? With your level, he alone can beat 100 of you." In order to cooperate with Huang Bingzhong, young Xiaowei clenched his fists, making a cracking sound. At the same time, he rolled up half of his sleeves, revealing his sturdy muscles. "A broken home tutor dares to bully my sister Wang Lu. Originally, I didn't know where to find you, but I didn't expect you to come knocking on my door." Huang Bingzhong grinned. The young man next to him wanted to say something, but was directly pulled to the side by young Xiaowei. "Xiaohu, you are too kind. He is a stranger, and you have only met him once. You don't have to defend him. If you speak for him again, don't blame me for not recognizing you as a friend." Hearing young Xiaowei's words, the young man called Xiao who hesitated for a moment. Finally, he sighed and stepped back. Indeed, he and Li Changxing did not have much feelings. "Boy, why are you still not kneeling down for me, or else you will not be able to bear the consequences." The fatty grabbed Li Changxing's collar with one hand and slapped Li Changxing's face with the other hand. "You want to save the damsel in distress? You're not qualified." Just as the waiters were trembling in fear and the group of people surnamed Huang were extremely arrogant and proud, Li Changxing, who had not spoken since he came in, suddenly kneed Huang Bingzhong in the stomach. Huang Bingzhong only felt a pain in his stomach, and then he, who weighed more than 180 kilograms, flew backward with his head tilted back. He smashed into the table behind him, and the wine bottle on it shattered along with the coffee table. Their companions were caught in the crossfire, and the girls were so scared that they cried out in alarm. Even young Xiaowei, who was obviously the strongest in the group, couldn't help but stare blankly. With his incomparable expertise, he could naturally see that the angle and strength of this attack could be considered perfect. Stunned for a moment, young Xiaowei, as the strongest fighter in the group, immediately flew into a rage. Just as he was about to raise his fist and give this young man a ruthless lesson, Li Changxing seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He picked up a nearby wine bottle and smashed it behind him. The angle was just enough to bypass young Xiaowei's fist and hit his head, and the bottle was smashed into pieces. This was definitely more impactful than the scene where young Xiaowei hit the manager. It was simply comparable to a scene in a kung fu movie. Precise, fierce, ruthless, and without any sloppiness. If it wasn't for the fact that he was used to doing things like bleeding people, It was absolutely impossible for him to make such a beautiful attack. At this moment, no one could ignore the existence of this thin and weak young man. That ordinary face in the eyes of the crowd was frightening. You actually beat up young Master Huang and young Master Yang. The young man surnamed who subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The others looked at Li Changsheng in horror. No wonder Liu Duoduo said he's very good at fighting, but he's in trouble. A tutor provoked young Master Huang and young Master Yang. I'm afraid he's out of luck. Li Changsheng showed his invincible might, but these rich second generations looked at him with pity. The reason why young Master Huang and young Master Yang were so tyrannical was naturally not because of how good they were at fighting, but because of the power behind them. If Li Changsheng had a background like Liu Duoduo's, perhaps there would be a fierce battle. But Li Changsheng's identity was just a tutor, so beating people was tantamount to poking a hole in the sky. Hearing the discussion of these rich second generations, the surrounding onlookers seemed to understand that this unknown young man in the KTV seemed to have caused a big trouble. Just when everyone looked at Li Changsheng with pity and wanted to see how Li Changsheng would end up, they only saw Li Changsheng do something that made everyone feel inconceivable. He walked to the other side of the tea table that was not broken, grabbed 2 wine bottles, shook them in his hand, and then smashed the bottles on Huang Bingzhong and Yang Xiaowei's heads. Pa pa. 2 crisp sounds were not sloppy at all. Young Master Huang's fat body rolled on the ground while holding his head. Yang Xiaowei, who was the most powerful among them, finally cried out in pain. Then Li Changsheng clapped his hands, pulled up Yu Yuwei who was kneeling on the ground, and pulled her out of the room. Just as they left the room, Yu Yuwei stopped. Wait a minute. What? Do you still want to go back and kneel there, or are you afraid of being retaliated and want to recommend yourself? Li Changsheng's words were very unpleasant to hear. Yu Yuwei's eyes turned red, shook her head, and said pitifully, my legs are numb. Legs numb? Li Changsheng just remembered that Yu Yuwei had been kneeling there for 20 minutes, and her blood was not flowing. It would be strange if her legs were not numb when she stood up. After hesitating for a moment, Li Changsheng held her slender waist, and then suddenly picked her up from the ground. At that moment, Yu Yuwei wanted to struggle, but the warmth of his chest and the masculine breath gave her a warmth and peace of mind that she had never felt before. Tell these idiots to get the hell out of here. If they dare to behave atrociously here, call me directly if anything happens. After speaking, Li Changsheng seemed to have thought of something. He looked at the KTV manager who was still on the ground and said in a cold voice, Manager Liu, you don't have to act anymore. You are fired, and you don't have to come to work anymore. Manager Liu's body suddenly shook when he heard Li Changsheng's words. He covered his forehead and looked up. Why? You deliberately arranged today's matter, didn't you? If you are not convinced by my decision, you can call Wang Dongsheng. But I advise you not to do this. If Wang Dongsheng finds out the truth, I promise you that you will spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. After speaking, he turned around and strode towards the stairs, leaving the crowd with a thin but stalwart figure. Less than 20 minutes after Li Changsheng left the KTV, he received a call from Liu Duoduo. Brother Li, I heard that you beat up Huang Bingzhong and Yang Xiaowei. You're in big trouble now. No, I have to talk to my dad and ask him to help you mediate. No need. Li Changsheng directly refused. It's just 2 small fish. I can handle them. All right. Liu Duoduo sighed. By the way, where are you now, Brother Li? I heard that Yang Xiaowei's dad has sent people to look for you everywhere. You must be careful. I'm now. Li Changsheng looked at Yu Yuwei, who was standing in the corner of the room with a fearful expression. He smiled and said, I'm in the hotel, preparing to sleep. Upon hearing Li Changsheng's words, her delicate body suddenly trembled. Chapter 63. Are you scared? Li Changsheng looked at Yu Yuwei, who was shivering in the corner like a little lamb, and asked with a smile. At first glance, this girl reminded him of the red-clothed figure that had fallen in front of him. No, no. Yu Yuwei shook her head. Towards this man, she had a sense of fear, but when she thought of the scene in the private room where he displayed his invincible might, she missed the feeling of being held in his arms. What am I thinking? Yu Yuwei's face was slightly red. Li Changsheng had already walked in front of her, and her body couldn't help but tremble slightly. In such a big hotel, a man and a woman alone in the middle of the night, anyone would think in that direction, not to mention she was a very sensitive woman. Don't be so nervous, come on, smile. Li Changsheng used his finger to lift her delicate jade-like chin. Looking at the tear-stained face, he couldn't help but wipe away her tears. Yu Youwei's body was stiff, and her mind was blank. Be my girlfriend, Li Changsheng said. He felt that after living for 99 lifetimes, it was time for him to let go of some things. It was time for him to properly enjoy this world of mortals. Yu Youwei raised her head and stared at the boy in front of her with her big eyes. In the end, she didn't nod or shake her head. Then take it as a yes. Li Changsheng smiled and picked up the coat that was thrown on the bed. Seeing Yu Youwei's confused look, Li Changsheng smiled and said, I'm going back to the dorm to sleep. The school should be closed at this time, right? Yu Youwei blurted out. But as soon as the words came out, she regretted it. As expected, Li Changsheng revealed a playful look. You mean, I'll stay here for the night? Yu Youwei opened her mouth. Then, a certain someone got up quickly. She lowered her head and almost shrank into her chest. All right, since the school is closed, I'll get another room next door. Li Changsheng wasn't a saint, but he couldn't force a girl to do anything. Moreover, this girl looked delicate, but inside her body, there was an incomparably strong heart. She was like a wild flower in the world in a storm, a very weak but very strong flower. Li Changsheng smiled and waved his hand. Goodbye, little flower. Little flower? Yu Youwei looked up in shock. The door had already been closed, and her gaze was somewhat complicated. For such a man to not think of taking advantage of her at this time, even if he was bad, he couldn't be that bad. Letting him be my boyfriend seems to be a good choice. In an instant, Yu Youwei's face turned red, but her heart was filled with sweetness. She had been alone and strong for 18 years. Finally, she felt that there was no need to be strong anymore because there was someone who could protect her. That night, Yu Youwei stood in front of the window of the hotel, looking down at the heavy traffic below. Her family was poor, and she had never stayed in such a big hotel. However, she didn't feel sleepy at this moment. She knew that it wasn't because of the luxurious bed or the decorations, but because a certain figure quietly passed through her mind over and over again. The next morning, when Li Changsheng knocked on Yu Youwei's door, he saw a beautiful but somewhat haggard face. I can tell that you didn't sleep well last night. Li Changsheng smiled. I'll take you to find breakfast. As he spoke, he took her hand without any explanation. Yu Youwei, who had never been touched by a man in her life, surprisingly didn't feel the slightest repulsion. Instead, she followed behind Li Changsheng like a newly married wife. Today is Monday. I have to go to class, Yu Youwei said in a low voice. She looked at her watch. It was already 7 o'clock. The morning self-study session in high school is over. There's still half an hour before your first class. How about this, I'll buy you breakfast, and we'll eat while walking. Okay. Yu Youwei nodded. She enjoyed the feeling of being cared for, but soon, her face showed a bit of surprise. You want to go to school with me? Yes, those guys from yesterday won't give up easily. They'll go to school to make trouble for you. You're my girlfriend. Of course, I have to take care of your worries. At the same time, I'll let those guys know that bullying people is a very risky thing to do. I'll teach them a lesson. But, Yu Youwei was a bit worried. No buts. Don't worry, I'll protect you. By the way, my name is Li Changsheng. I'll be your boyfriend from now on. Li Changsheng said. Yu Youwei smiled. In fact, she remembered Li Changsheng's name yesterday. He walked Yu Youwei to the school gate. At this time, many students were eating breakfast outside. When they saw the goddess of 6th High, Yu Youwei, holding hands with a boy, many people subconsciously slowed down their footsteps. Especially when they saw Li Changsheng's face clearly, the surprise in their eyes couldn't be any greater. Originally, I thought that holding hands with you made us look like the Condor heroes. But the people around us must be thinking that you're the goddess, but I'm at most a walk-on. Fat. Yu Youwei, who was originally a bit shy, couldn't help but laugh. The students passing by were even more stunned. This was definitely a beautiful scene. The only regret was that the person holding the school beauty's hand wasn't them. Looking at the envious, jealous, and hateful gazes around him, especially those that were clearly saying that a juicy cabbage had been eaten by a pig, Li Changsheng suddenly did something that made everyone dumbfounded. He turned around and fiercely kissed Yu You's face. At that moment, Yu You's body, which was trembling with laughter, suddenly stiffened. Li Changsheng naturally held Yu You's slender waist and made a provocative look at the passing boys. At this moment, a lot of people couldn't help but have the urge to beat this hateful and arrogant guy up. However, when the bell rang, a lot of people had to give up on their thoughts and quickly ran to the school. After all, middle school students didn't have the guts to be late for their first class. "I'm leaving." Yu Yue wiped Li Changsheng's saliva on her cheek. Seeing that there was no one around, she mustered up her courage and tiptoed to give Li Changsheng a light peck on the cheek. Then, like a frightened kitten, she turned around and ran back to the school. Looking at the fleeing figure, Li Changsheng recalled the feeling just now and couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. At this moment, an old man with graying temples walked over. "Student, why aren't you in class yet?" "I'm not a student here." The only person who could appear here was the teacher. Li Changsheng was quite respectful to the teacher. "If you're not a student here, then it's a bit unreasonable to pick up our school's most beautiful girl." Li Changsheng was speechless. He didn't understand what the teacher meant. Haha. Don't be nervous, this old man is a very open-minded person. However, Yu Yue is a very outstanding child. She is my student, so I have to be responsible for her. What do you think, young man? Are you interested in having a chat with this old man in my office? Are you trying to help Yu Yue? Li Changsheng asked. Haha. The old man shook his head and laughed. You can say that. Chapter 64. The old man walked all the way into the school. During this time, Liu Duoduo called to ask where Li Changsheng was. He told Li Changsheng that Yang Xiaowei's father had sent a lot of people and threatened to destroy Li Changsheng. At this time, they had already entered the teaching building and came to the 4th floor of the teaching building. In the room with the sign of the principal's office, Li Changsheng knew that the old man turned out to be the principal of this middle school. My name is Wu Ruowang. Everyone calls me Mr. Wu. Little brother, you should also introduce yourself. He took out a disposable paper cup and poured a glass of water for Li Changsheng and put it on the table. Then, he sat down on the sofa and looked at Li Changsheng with a smile. My name is Li Changsheng. I'm a student at Qingju University. A college student. The old man chuckled. Yu Yue is a middle school student. Is this considered as an old cow eating young grass? Li Changsheng didn't know how to answer the old man's question. Just kidding. Wu Ruowang chuckled. Generally speaking, if I know that a student, especially a top student like Yu Yue, is in a relationship at an important juncture of life in the 3rd year of high school, I should mercilessly break up the couple. However, Yu Yue has always been sensible. Although you don't look very good, I can see that you are not a bad person. However, it's hard to know what's in a person's heart. Just by looking at the appearance, even a person with a discerning eye will sometimes make a mistake. The great Confucian sage of the Ming dynasty, Wang Yangming, once appreciated Yang Song very much. He even inscribed the plaque of Bell Mountain Hall for Yang Song's East Hall. Who would have thought that Yang Song would eventually become the head of the 6 powerful ministers of the Ming dynasty and bring chaos to the court? So, I'm still a little worried. Wu Ruowang smiled. He saw that Li Changsheng was looking at the furnishings in the office, especially staring at a set of Go on his table. That was the endgame he played with a teacher in the school who was proficient in Go. At that time, he had the upper hand. Unfortunately, the teacher left halfway because of something, so he didn't get the final victory. Wu Ruowang was very regretful. You know Go? Wu Ruowang asked. I know a thing or two. Li Changsheng smiled. He had lived for thousands of years, and there were no entertainment activities in ancient times. Li Changsheng could be called a master of the 4 arts. Then let's have one. Sure. Li Changsheng nodded. When he woke up this time, He found that the way of entertainment in this world had changed. Playing Go was rarely seen in people's lives. Of course, Li Changsheng had heard that there were Go games on the internet, but Li Changsheng had no formal contact with the internet. Wu Ruowang was about to put away the cards and start a new game when Li Changsheng said, "No need. I'll take the white pieces and continue to play with you." "Are you sure?" Wu Ruowang chuckled. In this game, his black pieces had the upper hand. Li Changsheng actually wanted to play the white pieces. Wasn't this seeking his own death? "It's just entertainment." Li Changsheng smiled. "All right." The two began to play. At first, Wu Ruowang didn't take Li Changsheng seriously. After all, there were not many young people who knew Go, and those who could play Go to a high level were even rarer. However, after more than a dozen pieces, Wu Ruowang found that something was wrong. This young man actually had the ability to reverse the decline and turn the tide. This young man doesn't know a thing or two. He is clearly proficient in Go. At first, when he heard that Li Changsheng was going to play the white pieces, the old man wanted to take the opportunity to dampen Li Changsheng's spirit. But now, he couldn't help but take Li Changsheng seriously and adjust his attitude. Wu Ruowang had studied the Go path for many years. He was old and steady, like a veteran on the battlefield. Li Changsheng, on the other hand, showed his ability and fought for every penny. He played to his heart's content and fought for every inch of land. "Young man, you have to look at the big picture in Go. You can't be entangled with temporary gains and losses." After adjusting his attitude, Wu Ruowang played steadily and gradually took control of the situation. He opened his mouth and pointed out to Li Changsheng. However, Li Changsheng just curled his lips, and then the game became more violent, like a storm. Wu Ruowang felt a murderous intent from the chessboard, especially when Li Changsheng put down 6 pieces in a row and connected them into a line. In an instant, Wu Ruowang's advantage disappeared. Li Changsheng attacked from the middle and connected the pieces in the corner into a line. Wu Ruowang couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat on his head. He felt a sense of desolation, as if his army had been defeated. After the last piece was put down, Wu Ruowang slumped in his chair and stared at the game in a daze. After a long time, he let out a long breath and said, "I lost." It was no wonder that Wu Ruowang looked like this. After playing Go for so many years, he thought that he was almost the same as a professional Go player. Although he had won and lost in Go, he had never lost so tragically and soul-stirring. If this person was in ancient times, he would be a figure like Emperor Taizu of Song. Wu Ruowang couldn't help but sigh. Li Changsheng had an ordinary appearance and seemed to be honest and considerate, but Wu Ruowang had seen through his inner thoughts from the chessboard. Killing from the heart and cutting off all means of retreat reminded him of Bai Qi, the god of slaughter, and Xiong Yu, the overlord. This person was righteous, a hero of indomitable spirit. If he was evil, then he was a devil who slaughtered all living things. Phew. Wu Ruowang let out a long breath, and his expression was somewhat complicated. At this moment, he didn't know whether it was good or bad for Yu Yuei to find such a boyfriend. "I hope you can still have a tender side after killing all the people in the world," Wu Ruowang said meaningfully. "Don't worry. Even if I, Li Changsheng, walk all the paths of Azura, the people I want to protect will never fall into hell. Well, Yu Yuei's class will be over soon. You can go and find her." Li Changsheng nodded and turned to walk out of the principal's office. When he opened the door, a girl walked towards him. She was very beautiful and didn't look like a student. She looked to be about 24 or 25 years old. The girl looked at Li Changsheng strangely, but didn't say anything and walked into the office. "Dad, Chen Ligua, President Chen wants to invite you to our university to give a speech. I've already agreed on behalf of President Chen. Can't you discuss it with your dad?" Wu Ruowang smiled when he saw his daughter. "But I can't refuse President Chen's request. After all, without his help, you can't be a teacher at Qingju University at your age." As he spoke, he reached out to collect the chess pieces on the table. "You played Go with Mr. Wang again? How was it? Who won? You two have been playing Go for so many years. Mr. Wang will lose confidence in Go because of you." Sigh. Speaking of Go, Wu Ruowang sighed. Your Uncle Wang and I played half of the game. We were going to win, but he had to leave because he had something to do. Who knew that we would be completely defeated when we wanted to educate a young man? A young man? The one who just walked out? Wu Xiaowan was puzzled. Yes, he is a student of Qingju University. Maybe he has even attended your class. This guy is amazing. In ancient times, he would be a legendary figure like Zhao Zilong of Changshan and Jin Machao of Shiliang. What? Wu Xiaowan was shocked. It was the first time that her dad gave such a high evaluation to a young man. Dad, what's the name of the young man just now? I think his name is Li Changsheng. He is a freshman. Freshman, Li Changsheng. Wu Xiaowan silently repeated the name twice in her heart and remembered it. Chapter 65. Liu Duoduo rushed over from home. When he saw Li Changsheng was sitting under the basketball hoop in the school field, looking at the clouds in a daze. Brother Li, you still have the mood to be here. Do you know that Huang Bingzhong and Yang Xiaowei's families have sent people to look for you all over the world? Is that so? Tell me about their background. Liu Duoduo sighed. Huang Bingzhong's father is the chairman of Glory World Real Estate Company. His name is Huang Bo and he is a businessman. However, he is very powerful in Qingju. He knows some people from all walks of life, especially those with official backgrounds. He is a very difficult person to deal with. Since you hit his son, he will not let you go easily. It is very likely that he will send you to prison. Yang Xiaowei's background is relatively simple. His father is called Yang Chenggang. His family's business is involved in all kinds of things, but it is actually in the gray area. His background in society is very powerful. His father also knows martial arts and is the successor of the Iron Thread Fist. If you fall into the hands of Huang Bingzhong's father, it will be better. That Yang Chenggang is ruthless. If you fall into his hands, he will definitely make you disabled. Is that so? Liu Duoduo was very anxious, but Li Changsheng looked indifferent. Brother Li, my relationship with the two of them is just ordinary. You hit them a little too hard this time. His family is furious. My words are useless. If it doesn't work, I will ask my father to come forward and mediate. No need. Li Changsheng smiled. I will deal with this matter. You don't have to intervene. Also, that girl called Wang Lu, help me warn her. If she loses the bet, she has to admit defeat. Don't look for this today and find another tomorrow to take revenge on me. If there is a next time, even if she is a girl, I will beat her until she looks for her teeth on the ground. This, Liu Duoduo did not expect that Li Changsheng would still have the mood to threaten Wang Lu at this time. However, through several contacts, he could see what kind of person Li Changsheng was. He was definitely a person who was not afraid of anything. Brother Li, I have already passed the message. You have to be careful. I didn't go to class in the morning. I have to go immediately, otherwise, that teacher will call my father. Okay, take care. Li Changsheng nodded. After Liu Duoduo left, Li Changsheng took out his phone and dialed Xu Xiaolin's number. Xu Xiaolin picked up the phone almost instantly, and a slightly excited voice came through. Sir, what can I do for you? I'm at number 6 middle school now. Come here before 12. I have something to tell you. All right. Xu Xiaolin agreed immediately. Li Changsheng had already hung up the phone. Originally, after his rebirth, he did not want to live the life of fighting and killing like before. However, after these few incidents, he finally realized that even if he had very strong martial strength, it was not enough to intimidate those people. He could fight off wave after wave of people, but at the same time, they could organize wave after wave of attacks. Perhaps he wasn't afraid, but Yu Yuwei was different. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't harm Yu Yuwei. Therefore, he had to make those people completely afraid. Xu Xiaolin was undoubtedly the best candidate. As Li Changsheng's former subordinate, Xu Xiaolin was already an all-powerful big shot 30 years ago. After 30 years, according to Chu Yaotian, Xu Xiaolin's power almost covered the entire north. This was also the reason why Li Changsheng looked for Xu Xiaolin. Although Chu Yaotian had a lot of power in Qingju, It could be seen from the Qin father and son's repeated actions that as he retired behind the scenes over the years, his influence was getting smaller and smaller. Xu Xiaolin was obviously more able to suppress these people than Chu Yaotian. After hanging up the phone, Xu Xiaolin immediately shouted outside, "Secretary Dong, come in." A girl in uniform with an excellent temperament and appearance walked in. She looked to be about 27 or 28 years old, but she had a very hot body. "Director Xu, you're looking for me?" This was Xu Xiaolin's secretary. Her name was Dong Jiu, and she was a rich young lady. Her father's company had a cooperation with Xu Xiaolin, so she was put in Xu Xiaolin's place. Everyone knew about Xu Xiaolin's power. If she could be Xu Xiaolin's secretary in the future, everyone would have to look up to her. Cancel the lunch appointment immediately and ask Xiao Yi to prepare the car. "I'm going to Qingju." "What?" Dong Jiu was stunned. One had to know that the person Xu Xiaolin had an appointment with at noon was the chairman of a certain industrial group in the north. He wanted to discuss a project that was worth tens of billions. For this project, Xu Xiaolin's team had worked day and night for more than 5 months. At this time, Xu Xiaolin chose to cancel the lunch appointment, which meant that his efforts for the past 6 months had been wasted. "Just do as I tell you to." "Okay." Although Dong Jiu was full of questions, she did not dare to ask. She took out her phone and made a call, explaining the reason and apologizing repeatedly. Obviously, the other party did not understand Xu Xiaolin's behavior. 5 minutes later, Dong Jiu hung up the phone. "Director Xu, I've already cancelled the lunch appointment." "Okay, come with me to Qingju." Xu Xiaolin picked up his phone and directly went downstairs to the parking lot. The driver was already prepared. "Director Xu, are we leaving now?" "Immediately." Xu Xiaolin nodded and directly got into the car. Dong Jiu sat in the front passenger seat. The car started, exited the underground parking lot, and headed straight for the highway. It would take 2 hours to drive from Shangqing to Qingju. It was 9:30 right now, so they could arrive just before 11:30. "Speed up on the road, it's okay even if you exceed the speed limit," Xu Xiaolin ordered. The driver hurriedly nodded, but in his heart, he was very confused. Although this big boss always did things quickly and decisively, he paid a lot of attention to safety. Usually, he wouldn't even be willing to go a little faster. What kind of important matter was it today that made him take the initiative to speed up? "Director Xu, are you in such a hurry because of the phone call you received?" Dong Jiu had been waiting at the door. Naturally, he heard that Xu Xiaolin received a phone call before making these arrangements. "That's right." Xu Xiaolin nodded, rubbed his temples and said, "Xiao Dong, book the best restaurant in Qingju for me right now. When we get there, decorate it. I want to book the whole place. Don't let anyone disturb me and that person. Then, Xiao Yi and I will go and pick up that person." "Director Xu, who is that person?" "He actually wants you to go in person." The driver's face showed surprise. Like Dong Jiu, he was forced to be Xu Xiaolin's chauffeur. He was a rich young master, but he was not the kind of rich young master who was foppish at all. He was very motivated and ambitious. He had been Xu Xiaolin's driver for 3 years and learned a lot. With Xu Xiaolin's personality, in the past 3 years, he had never seen Xu Xiaolin personally go out to greet even the governor of a province. So he was very curious. What kind of person was that person that made Xu Xiaolin so humble? Xu Xiaolin smiled and said, "He is the person I want to see even in my dreams." In his words, his eyes were full of gentleness. Could it be his dream lover? Yi Huan and Dong Jiu looked at each other, and the doubts in their eyes grew stronger. Chapter 66. There were 4 classes in the morning. When Li Changxing sent Liu Juojuo off, the bell signaling the end of the 2nd class rang. Yu Yuei, who usually studied at her desk after class, walked out of the classroom and went to the sports field. When she saw Li Changxing standing under the basketball hoop, she ran over like a dancing butterfly. When she reached him, she realized that she had lost her composure and blushed. Li Changxing walked over to Yu Yuei naturally and held her hand. This scene was witnessed by the students who had just walked out of the school building. A brief moment of silence ensued. Many of the boys who admired Yu Yue could not help but feel their hearts break. Although there had been rumors since the second class that the campus belle, Yu Yue, had found a boyfriend, most of the students still held on to a fluke. They thought that it might be Yu Yue's brother, a relative, or a rumor that someone else had deliberately made up. In the past, there had often been gossip about Yu Yue, but it had all been proven to be rumors in the end. However, the actions of Li Changsheng and Yu Yue at this moment clearly showed that they were a couple in love. The goddess that they had secretly admired had finally thrown herself into someone else's arms. "Don't run around after school. Let's go out for lunch," Li Changsheng said to Yu Yue. Yu Yue nodded gently. Soon, the bell rang. Yu Yue hurriedly ran back to the school building. Many people couldn't help but take a few more glances at Li Changsheng when they passed by him. They wanted to see what the guy who had captured their goddess looked like. However, in the end, they were all disappointed and felt that the heavens were unfair. Li Changsheng sat on the sports field for a while and felt bored. He walked into the school building and arrived at the entrance of grade 12 class 2. Yu Yue was sitting in the first row by the window. Not long after Li Changsheng appeared, the math teacher in class noticed this audacious guy who dared to chase a girl all the way to the entrance of the school building. Many students who recognized Li Changsheng began to whisper among themselves. The 40-year-old mathematics teacher, who had always been known for being strict, finally couldn't help but walk to the door after writing down a difficult problem on the blackboard. Many people craned their necks to look, thinking that this reckless guy was definitely going to be in big trouble this time. Yu Yue also bit her lip, her heart in her throat. This math teacher had a deep-seated hatred for puppy love. The classroom door opened. Li Changsheng was leaning against the wall, deep in thought. When he turned around, he saw a stern face glaring at him. "Classmate, which class are you from? What are you doing here?" "I'm here to look for Yu Yue. I'm her boyfriend." After Li Changsheng said this, the discussion in the classroom came to an abrupt end. Wasn't this too blatant? Yu Yue had always been the math teacher's favorite student. Everyone could imagine how angry the math teacher would be when he heard this. Sure enough, the math teacher's face instantly darkened. He stared at Li Changsheng with his murderous eyes, but to his regret, none of the students in the entire school could withstand his fierce gaze, but this guy in front of him, who didn't seem to be anything special, was still calm after being stared at by him for a full minute. There wasn't the slightest bit of guilt on his face, and he was as calm as a pool of clear water. Someone who is as calm as a lake can be called a general. The math teacher suddenly thought of this sentence, and the anger on his face instantly dissipated. He suddenly admired the young man in front of him. He withdrew his gaze and asked a girl sitting by the door for a piece of paper and a pen. He then handed it to Li Changsheng. "Do you see the problem on the blackboard?" "Yes, I see it." Li Changsheng took the paper from the math teacher's hand and did not say anything. Instead, he started to write on it. A minute later, he finished writing on the paper and handed it to the math teacher. The math teacher's face showed some suspicion. The best student in the class was still frowning bitterly, unable to find the solution to this problem. Li Changsheng, on the other hand, had only glanced at the question and started to solve it. Although the speed of his writing just now could be said to be like moving clouds and flowing water, she still had some doubts. However, when she finished reading Li Changsheng's solution, the suspicion on her face completely disappeared and was replaced with surprise. The algorithm was rigorous, organized, and accurate. Most importantly, the handwriting was neat. Not bad. The math teacher smiled and walked to the podium. He moved his chair out and placed it in front of Li Changsheng. "This class still has more than 20 minutes. Sit here and listen." This move made everyone in the class completely dumbfounded. Shouldn't the math teacher, who had always hated puppy love, go out and break up the couple? Shouldn't he have brought this reckless guy to the Department of Political Education and let his parents take him back? Not only did he not drive him away, but he even moved a chair out for him. What was going on? After moving Li Changsheng's chair, the math teacher went back to class. Along the way, many teachers who passed by cast curious gazes at this strange scene. Finally, the class ended. Yu Yue came out and handed a cup of water to Li Changsheng. She gently said, "You must be thirsty. Drink some water first." The other students in the class craned their necks to look. Although many people were dissatisfied with Li Changsheng for stealing their dream girl, they still cast admiring gazes at Li Changsheng. For these middle school students who were still in awe of the teachers, Li Changsheng's actions were no doubt like a Zhao Zilong who killed his way out of 100,000 cow soldiers. It even had a hint of fantasy. The impact was very great. The fourth class was art. The art teacher was a young female teacher. She looked strangely at Li Changsheng, who was sitting at the door, but didn't say anything. She directly walked into the classroom. At this time, the sound of greetings came from every classroom. When the voices of each class had just quieted down, the math teacher who had left not long ago came back. In his hand was a test paper. Li Changsheng was a bit amused. He didn't expect this teacher to be so interesting. When the class ended, he left in a hurry. It turned out that he went to get the test paper. "Student, can you solve this test paper for me?" The teacher clearly didn't believe Li Changsheng's speed of solving the question. He wanted to see if Li Changsheng was able to solve it so quickly because he had heard the solution from the teacher in the class. He wanted to verify it with the test paper. Okay. Li Changsheng happened to have nothing to do at this time. He took the test paper from the teacher's hand. At this time, many people in the class were looking at the door. Even the art teacher's curiosity was piqued. He drew a landscape painting on the blackboard and had the students copy it. He walked to the door and looked outside through the glass. At this time, Li Changsheng had already started to write and solve the question. Chapter 67. The mathematics teacher wanted to test Li Changsheng's ability. The questions on this paper were obviously more difficult. Li Changsheng began to write. His writing was like flowing water. Soon, he easily solved the arithmetic, fill in the blanks, and multiple choice questions. At this time, Principal Wu Ruowang, who had just sent his daughter off and was about to go downstairs, saw this scene. Out of curiosity, he also came over. After a while, many people were curious about what was going on. Li Changsheng was surrounded by a group of teachers. Even the art teacher in class opened the door and walked out. Being surrounded by so many people, Li Changsheng's lips curled into a smile. He wanted to give these people a bit of a shock and speed up his solving. Therefore, the remaining half of the test paper was quickly solved by him in less than 5 minutes. He began to answer the questions as soon as he glanced at them. There was no need to think at all. Especially the last question, it was an additional question. This was also the question that the mathematics teacher used to test Li Changsheng. He found this question in the question bank and it was a very difficult question. He originally planned to explain it to the students in a few days. It was very unlikely that Li Changsheng had solved this question in advance. "Student Li, you have to look at the last question seriously," the mathematics teacher said with a hint of pride. He increased the difficulty of this question by a little. Even the mathematics teachers who taught with him had to spend a lot of effort to solve this question. Sure enough, when they saw the last question, a few teachers frowned slightly. They were deep in thought. Li Changsheng, on the other hand, only smiled lightly. Then, under the dumbfounded gazes of the teachers, he began to write and solve the problem. It only took him a short 30 seconds to solve it. The rarest thing was that the handwriting was neat and clear. Moreover, the solution was very novel. This solution, the mathematics teacher touched his chin and was about to comment when Li Changsheng put his pen down again. Under everyone's surprised gazes, he wrote another solution at the side. Then, he turned over the test paper and wrote more than 10 solutions, filling the back of the test paper with a carefree feeling of crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. This time, everyone, including the math teacher, widened their eyes. Principal Wu Ruowang was the first to applaud. "Teacher Liu, can you take a look at how many questions are wrong on this test paper?" Wu Ruowang said expectantly. He admired this boy who dared to pursue a girl to school from the bottom of his heart. Okay. The math teacher picked up the paper and started to look through the questions one by one. Everyone was waiting with rapt attention. Half a minute later, he let out a long breath. All correct. At this moment, the gazes of all the teachers changed. He's simply a mathematical genius. One of the teachers praised. Classmate, which class are you from? Another teacher also asked. He wondered when his school had such an outstanding student. Why hadn't he heard of him before? I'm not from 6th High. I'm a freshman at Qingju University, Li Changsheng said with a smile. He respected his teachers very much. Although there were many teachers in the society who were disgraceful, most of them were still worthy of respect. I see. Principal Wu, I think student Li can come to our school to be a substitute teacher. A teacher said with a smile. That's right. Student Li, are you interested? Asked Wu Ruowang with a smile. Okay, I'll come when I have an internship in my 3rd year. It's a deal. Said Wu Ruowang with a smile. After chatting with several teachers for a while, Li Changsheng completely became their favorite. This undoubtedly had a great impact on many students in the school. He chased a girl to the door of the class and made all the teachers so happy. This guy is too awesome. Yu Yue, is he really your boyfriend? The girl sitting next to Yu Yue looked outside curiously. Yes. Yu Yue nodded. I'm so happy. The girl rested her chin on her hand. The boys in the class who were not convinced by Li Changsheng also had a sense of worship at this moment. It turns out that he's a hidden master. It's a pity for the goddess of my dreams. Someone sighed. Finally, the bell for the end of class rang. The teachers were about to leave. At this time, the art teacher suddenly thought of something and asked, Student Li, do you know how to draw? The other teachers also showed an expectant look. He was so good at mathematics. According to Principal Wu, this guy was also very good at Go. If he could draw, he would be really versatile and could be called an all-rounder. Of course, if he could not draw, it would not affect the image of Li Changsheng in their hearts. His terrifying problem-solving speed had already left an indelible impression in their hearts. I know a little. Li Changsheng smiled and then took the initiative to walk into the classroom. The students who were about to come out when they heard the bell rang sat down obediently with doubts. Li Changsheng picked up the chalk and glanced at the landscape painting left by the art teacher on the blackboard. Then, he began to write. The tip of the brush was vigorous and powerful. With just a few strokes, the outline of a mountain appeared in front of everyone. Then, trees, birds, and rivers appeared one by one. Li Changsheng's painting was not complicated. It could be said that it was a simplified version of the landscape painting by the art teacher. However, with just a few simple strokes, a bleak and desolate mood came over. The scene of autumn was displayed in front of everyone. Good. The art teacher was the first to say good. How can this be called just a little? His painting skills have probably already reached the level of a master. Then, Li Changsheng began to inscribe next to him in the form of cursive script. Independent cold autumn, the Xiangjiang River goes north, at the head of the Tangerine continent, thousands of mountains are red, layers of forests are dyed red. The river is blue, hundreds of barges compete. Fish fly shallow, eagles soar in the sky, thousands of creatures compete for freedom under the frost. Ancestor Taizu's Spring in the Qin Garden was written by Li Changsheng. Especially when he wrote the last sentence, even the most outstanding people look at the present. After writing it down, Li Changsheng's entire body exuded an awe-inspiring feeling. At that moment, everyone was in a trance. It was as if standing on the podium was a vigorous general, pointing at the mountains and rivers and inspiring words. The teachers present were all discerning people. Naturally, they understood that words were also a reflection of a person's character. It was as if they could see the arrogant heart under this seemingly ordinary body. Showing off his ability, he would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. President Wu smiled and said to the math teacher, "This child has a limitless future." With that, he turned and left with a smile. The others also dispersed. This was already the last class. Li Changsheng threw the remaining half of the chalk into the box. Then, in front of the art teacher, he went over to Yu Yue's hand and walked out of the classroom. When he passed by the teacher, the female teacher was surprisingly not angry at all. Instead, she smiled and said, "Don't be late for class in the afternoon." Yu Yue, who was so scared that her head almost shrank into her neck, heard the teacher's words and said as if she had been granted amnesty, "Okay." Li Changsheng cast a grateful look at the teacher. When the two of them left, there was no doubt that Li Changsheng's back view was tall and handsome. The boys were filled with admiration and fantasized that one day they would have such a heroic side. The girls were all sighing, "Yu Yue's boyfriend is so stylish." Before they walked out of the school building, Liu Juojuo called again and said that he was in a hurry. He had some things to tell Li Changsheng in person. Liu Duoduo's school was not far from Yu Yue's school. According to Liu Juojuo, Yu Yue was a well-known figure in several high schools in Qingju. She was beautiful and good at her studies. The reason why Huang Bingzhong, Yang Xiaowei, and the others had touched Yu Yue yesterday was because the bar manager had hinted to them that he would introduce a middle school girl to them when they first arrived. That was how the rest of the story came about. Sure enough, it was the manager's doing. Li Changsheng smiled coldly. Based on his personality, he would have abolished the manager yesterday. But after all, it was Wang Dongsheng's business. It was not convenient for him to overstep his boundaries. "It seems that I have to talk to Wang Dongsheng. It's a waste of food to keep this kind of person alive." Li Changsheng held Yu Yue's hand and walked out of the school. Liu Juojuo also called a taxi and came over. Brother Liu Duoduo's eyes lit up when he saw Yu Yue beside Li Changsheng. No wonder this brother Li fought yesterday. As expected, even heroes have a weakness for the charms of beautiful women. "Let's go out for lunch. Tell me the details of the situation," Li Changsheng said to Liu Juojuo. A Rolls-Royce Phantom was quietly parked on the side of the road not far away. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.